Okay, listen up. Listen, gather round, okay? My government provided viewers. Shabbat shabush. Yes, you do have to wait. It builds tension, I think. Builds hype. Listen, I've just recent events, okay, have been inspiring me to work on my stage presence, okay? But I think I think we're there, okay? Man. Don't want to alarm you guys, okay? It's not like much of a conversion going on here. But damn. I've had a really good couple of days, you know? I went to see fucking Oasis. That's a band that I never had any fucking time for. No time for in the last in 20 years of doing music. But yeah, I got invited to go at the last minute because they were playing 3 gigs in Edinburgh. I never even thought they would have played again. I thought because they hate each other, right? Like Liam and Noel. But yeah, they did. They only went and played. And damn, proper geezer. Yeah, I've decided to enter my geezer arc. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually make friends with Scottish people again and stop kowtowing to shit for brains Yankees. They hate music more than they hate each other. I mean, bro, I just I didn't even know any songs barring like the two busker anthems, right? Because when I was in my 20s in music scenes, it was just like I remember I think my first memory of this problem was when I went into a guitar shop, like the local guitar shop in Aberdeen, and they had a sign on the wall that was like, please do not play any of the following if you're trying out the guitars. And it's all the obvious things, right? Like don't play Smoke on the Water or Stairway to Heaven or Back in Black, right? But then at the very top of that list was just any Oasis. Oh, they must be they must be a bit cringe, a bit gay. And also it turned out that like the metal scene was very dominant back then. And then it got kind of overtaken by the indie scene, the indie alternative scene. I thought indie Oasis, that's kind of like an overlap, but no, it was like the middle class posh cunt fucking indie scene where everyone was into alt J and all this like subdued, which is good. Like I love that stuff, but it was also just very not Oasis, right? Like you'd love the Beatles, but you would hate Oasis. That was like the rules. So I just never gave them a chance. And then I thought, okay, if I'm going to see them, like that's a once in a lifetime thing. People are paying like well over 200, £300 to see these guys. I've got a chance to go. So I'm like, okay, let's give it a go. And I just listened to the songs that were most likely to be on the set list, and it was actually like really, really good. It was really enjoyable. Like I just thought like every song is actually like catchy as shit, and there's like a presence to it. So I was like, yeah, wow. I just got converted. I'm like an Oasis fan now. Shit. I don't think I'll love them in the same way that I've liked other bands, but I understand it now. I get why people like them. It made sense. And seeing them with like 67,000 people and everyone just like every song being like a fucking crowd karaoke anthem. Yeah, shit. That was cool. Should I listen to an Oasis album? Yeah. Um, what's the story? Morning Glory and definitely maybe. Just listen to those two albums. You'll be fine. You'll be bouncing. See if I got any footage. I do. Oh shit! Hey, why are you fucking with me? I can't put my headphones on with this hat. Oh no! Logistical issues. Shit. It's okay. That means the hat will have to come off at some point. It's also I've never seen a band before that just had so much crowd cohesion. Like the proportion of people in merch, like t-shirts and fucking bucket hats, there was so much of it. I've never seen a band with like that much devotion. I've gone to see like Metallica and shit. I've gone to see like very cult following bands, but I've never seen that much like unity in the fan base. But also like a surprising amount of young people as well. And what I think happened is that I think for Zoomers, like actually like young people right now, as in like fucking 23 and younger, it's actually like okay to like this band again because it was not when I was that age. No way, absolutely not. But there were like loads of young people there. And then I got fucking DM from like a 22-year-old being like, and another 22 because of fucking Discord intro. And they're like, oh, did I just see you at Oasis or was I tripping? I was like, oh shit. Damn. Zoomer audience. You can put the hat on the guitar in the background. They got the Nickelback treatment. They kind of did. Yeah, except Nickelback actually were kind of not that. Nickelback did not have. No, that's not true because Nickelback have like two songs that everyone liked. But it's more just the thing that like people would dislike them, but most people didn't know that much of their music. It was just like one of those things where it was like a cultural conditioning, and I think probably ever since doing the politics scene and all the drama and shit and like the othering of people, it's like I, it's kind of reminded me of something that I kind of knew about all along, but just never connected. In that how easy it is to influence a crowd to believe something with no fucking like justification for it. Because like every with Oasis, it was like just everyone knew they were shit. Like no one that was the default. It was like a truism in the scenes that I was in that they were just a bad band. Like it didn't matter if you knew any of the songs or not. It's just like you just had to know they were bad. Um, I was like, damn, that's ironic because that's kind of how I get treated on the online space. Damn. So basically, like I am Liam Gallagher now. That's like my new arc. This was it when I was gonna prepare myself to see them to like get to know some of the songs. This is the first song of the first album. It's called Rock and Roll Star, and I was like, oh shit, that's actually that's actually really good. It was from this one. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll probably enjoy this gig. Look at these wankers. It's funny because I can hear them better than I could hear them when I was there. All I could hear was the crowd over there. It's funny now because there was also a whole bunch of drama around this as well, because the Edinburgh City Council was having security meetings regarding this string of gigs because it was three days they were playing, 3 days, and the Edinburgh Council chiefs were meeting and discussing the logistics of having this many fans in the city at that time because it's also overlapping with the festival, the Fringe Festival, which is this huge like international festival, which means the town is already fucking heaving, and there's a heat wave, like a good old Scottish heat wave, meaning that it's a heat wave that no one in the local populace can handle, which means everyone's like triple fucking rowdy. So the Edinburgh Council chiefs described were in these security meetings, and the minutes got leaked. And apparently they were like, yeah, so these fans are like, they're rowdy, they're middle-aged, they're fat, they're drunk, and they're going to take up loads of room. And they're going to drink medium to high intoxication levels. And this got leaked. So obviously, like in every single gig, Liam was like fuming at the council for describing the fans in this way. I didn't notice that much of an issue. Like they were definitely, there was like a huge fucking mess. and they were rowdy, but there wasn't really, I didn't see that much like fighting or anything. Like, thought everyone was quite sweet, really. Even though you could tell that something had gone wrong in the planning because I've never had such a difficult time like getting around a fucking venue. Even though it's a Murrayfield, it's a venue that's existed for decades. It's had loads of time to manage crowds that size. It's got loads of experience, but for some reason I think they just didn't handle this very well. But it was still fine, still fine. But yeah, he went on this fucking screed. He went on this massive screed about the Edinburgh Council. And I think this article is talking about the fight, yeah, the one that I was at, yeah. What did he say? He was like, 3 billion quid we brought into this city. That's between you and us. 3 billion fucking quid. Won't see fuck all because they'll rob it and spread it among their posh, ugly mates. Still waiting for our apology. Bring it on down, you cunts. He 3 billion. It's so funny, man. I tried to figure out where this figure came from, 3 billion. So I did this working out of like, okay, if there's 67,000 people and it's 3 nights they're playing, and let's assume everyone just spends like 300 or 400 pounds a ticket on average. It's probably less than that. And then the same for accommodation for one night. Then the same for food. It's like you could like exaggerate every fucking input possible, and maybe you would get like 500 million doing the maths on this. So then I found out how much money did Oasis make UK tour. Then I saw this article saying that it's expected that they're going to net the UK £1 billion. But this also includes them doing gigs in Cardiff and Wembley. So, and obviously we're not mentioning that quite a lot of this money is going to the band as well. So I'm just like, did he just Google money Oasis 1 billion, assume that was one night in Edinburgh, and then multiply it by 3? I have no idea. 3 billion. Fucking hell. I think it's actually less than like 200 million. It's not even close to 3 billion that they made for Edinburgh. So it's just, this is just boy maths. That's what this is. Sheer boy maths. It just makes me like him even more that he said 3 billion quid when it was actually like not even a quarter of a billion.
I work at a large outdoor venue. We absolutely get a heads up when it's a crowd prone to excessive drinking.
Yeah, and you should as well. Yeah, you should. Fat Ox Oasis fans. There was like a surprising number of young people there. That's what I didn't get. Like, and they were devoted fans as well. They had their t-shirts, they had bucket hats. They knew all the songs. I was like, the fuck, why are there a bunch of like 18-year-old like fucking trendy boppers where listen to this shit? I'm like, yeah, fuck, I guess the time to change. It's that cycle, it's a 30-year cycle. Because now it's the same thing as like liking 80s music 10 years ago. It's just cool by default. Doesn't matter if any of the bands are good or not. But there's just that thing, right? There's this whole like cult mentality around so many different like points of culture and opinion that just people's brains shut off. It's really weird. I feel like I'm almost like ashamed of myself for not just like 10 years ago just listening to them and being like, do I like this? But I bet you if I did, I would have just hated them anyway. I'd have just like forced myself to shut it out, you know? They did break a record actually though. Wonderwall is a timeless classic. No, Wonderwall is the wretched song. That's what Liam calls it. That wretched song. Although apparently he likes it now. No, I won't lie. It was actually it was quite amazing seeing 67,000 people singing even that song. I don't have that much time for it usually. Buskers who play it should probably die in a video game, but nah, it moved me. I'll say that. There's no avoiding it now. You get a bit older and you stop caring about what's cringe and what's not. Zoomers love the late 90s, early 2000s. I know, right? But it's a bit different as well, right? It's really funny right now seeing fucking 18-year-olds walking around dressing like they think people like me used to dress, but it's a bit different, you know? Like the Adidas is a bit different, and the fucking the girls with the giant Skechers fucking chunky trainers. Yeah. It's very strange seeing that. But apparently they broke a record in this last night, the highest peak power of 261 kilowatts. Is this? I don't know how they measure this. It's the power generation, isn't it? From the jumping and the screaming and the singing and the throwing beer cups, I guess. And you just have to hope you didn't just have someone's piss land on you. Beating the Red Hot, so their old peak was in 2009. Being the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Kings of Leon, Taylor Swift. Huh. Yeah, somehow they measure crowd energy or crowd power. Seismic data. From the British Geological Survey. That's funny. It's a big difference as well. What were they doing on Saturday? 160 kilowatts versus 260. What do they do? Is it kilowatts? Is that what I don't even know which fucking unit I'm using. Is it kilowatts?
Glad to see you stream.
Kilo wanks. King wanks. It's the equivalent of 261,000 guys jizzing with one hand and fighting with the other. Yeah, kilowatt, okay. In where's their next set of gigs? Oasis tour dates. Where else are they going? Wales. Guarantee, okay? If you're in Wales and you're going to see this any of these shows, Liam's going to tell the crowd in Wales that they actually generated 3 billion kilowatts. He's going to say that. £3 billion, £1 a kilowatt. They calculate it based on ground movements. What? So that's from people dancing, just people stomping. Of course, because there is that one song where they make you turn around and bounce. Yeah. Okay. Guys, do you know the best thing about this bucket hat? It's reversible. Look at this. You can just get a regular old black one as well. It's still got the badge, obviously. You know, we can't not have the logo, but I guess I could just reverse it for stream if I ever just want to have a neutral bucket hat day. Look at that. How cute is that? He wasn't wearing it at the one that I was at though. Same jacket. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. Just because, remember, now I'll leave it back on, actually. I like it. When I'm watching stuff, I have to put it back. I have to take it off. Just remember, okay? Because crowd mentality is like a really serious problem, okay? You guys have seen it, okay? We experience it most days, you know, with the fucking mental accusations that get made about me. And it's basically the same, you know, it's the same mechanism at play. But it's like, it reminds me of this. This is like a viral clip that's been going around the last couple of days from the 2000s. It's from this show called Butterface Contest. I don't even know what the fucking gist is here, but apparently there's like people who are in bikinis and you rate them, but they've got a bag over their head because apparently they've got ugly faces or some bullshit, right? Like,
off the bag, here we go, and let's see the face.
Hey, what the fuck, mate?
Had a speed bump on the way.
What?
Stacy, it's got to be hard when the crowd starts. James, you give her the microphone so I can talk to her. Stacy, it's got to be tough when the crowd starts freaking out when you take the bag off your head. Is it hard for you?
No, not really.
How did you end up here in the Butterface? Did some guy tell you about it?
No, actually, my friend Candace had put me into it.
Wow. Did she tell you?
I think the only thing that they're doing here is that she's not wearing makeup. Like that's the only bit. This it's just like a very. This is like at a very highly above average fate. I don't know what the fuck. She's just not wearing makeup. I think. I don't understand. Nothing wrong with her teeth. Like her fucking skin is fine. If she's ugly, I'm cooked. It's just that's the thing, man. Like it's the 2000s, like this because you expected it, and then people mindfuck themselves. It's the Ash study, you know. You get like 100 people to say that those two lines are different, then the other person will think they are as well, even though they're the same line, the same length of line.
No, not really.
How did you end up here in the Butterface? Some guy tell you about it?
No, actually, my friend Candace had put me into it.
Wow. Did she tell you?
Off the bag. Here we
Look, where's the guy? The guy pretending to fucking retch. Like, mate, look, there's no fucking way this guy, okay? This wretched fucking slob.
Microphone so I can talk.
This guy who looks like he's been in a fucking shitty ass touring band for 20 years. And he's just one more tour away from definitely making it. Because he doesn't take quite as much fucking heroin as he used to. Like, pretending to be retching at this woman is fucking insane.
When the crowd starts freaking out when you take the bag.
People are fickle, man. I don't think that anyone's any different, okay? It reminded me of this. Oh, God. I think this was probably the first real life experience I had. This is my first real life experience of the Ash experiment, okay? Like, it was fucking Pippa Middleton. So for those of you who don't know, okay, because you're not British, we had a royal wedding, like 2011. It was William and Kate. William being the prince and Kate's the lady that he met at university. They had their royal wedding. It's all broadcast and publicized and a big fanfare. And Kate's got a sister who comes to the wedding called Pippa Middleton. And for some reason, okay, the media went into a fucking frenzy about her ass. Because apparently she had like the best ass anyone's ever seen. This is it. This is the picture. I'm like, and people would, like comedians would do little bits where they'd have like all the footage of her at the wedding holding her sister's dress with the shot from behind and like fucking Foxy Lady playing and shit. I'm like, and very few people had the courage to say, does she not just look kind of normal? Like, what the fuck is the thing here? And she admitted it later on. She was like, yeah, this was definitely. But people were acting like this was the return of fucking like the goddess of beauty and shit. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah, it earned the title Rear of the Year. And this is when I understood that manufacturing consent is a thing, right? And also that people will just say whatever the fuck if you want just to go with the crowd, with the flow. Like, I don't, not to be sexist or to like say she looks bad or anything, but I'm like, this is just a normal fucking person in a dress. It's like the most normal body type you could ever. And I remember being like to my friends, like, you don't think they're kind of just like going a bit mental because it's like a royalty thing or some shit? And then my friends are like, oh, she's got a good ass though, eh? She's got a great ass though. I'm like, and then that was when I realized, okay, that was when I realized that life was going to be incredibly fucking long, okay? I was on my own. That was me up against the cliff, pushing the rock. Yeah, Pippa Middleton's dress made me realize that Chomsky was correct. And honestly, it's been like that ever since, you know? Like this fucking crowd mentality. Wow, this person has again, people can have a good body and everything, okay? That's not what they were saying. They were like, this person has a Yeah, this person has a newsworthy, an international media worthy ass. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Why not, eh? Yeah. Yeah. Oasis, shit band, eh? Shit band. Don't even know any of their songs. We know their shit, right? We know. This guy, absolutely. Yeah, that woman in the with the bag on her head, yeah, ugly. Ugly fuck, that girl. Absolute hanging. This guy, yeah, definitely wants all the Palestinians to die. Definitely. That's his opinion. For sure, bro. I believe it. People are fucking trash, man. People are fickle. Hmm. This tour definitely produced £3 billion. Chud went to war with WillyMac's video. Listen, all I know about WillyMac's video is that it's horrible. It's really bad. Okay, it's really bad. What is this? What's going on here? Is this like a fisherman thing? What? Okay. Got stuck on a train to Edinburgh with Oasis fans singing Wonderwall. Based. And if you didn't just sit back and enjoy it, then, you know, you're the problem. That's where I am now, okay? Hmm. Pippa's ass and name were all over the news for so long. Right? And it was just like, it was like fucking mass hysteria. It was so weird. It was so unbelievably fucking weird. I don't get it. Even though people do it all the time. Did they bring out the acoustic guitars? Yeah, of course. What, at the gig, you mean? Yeah, because some of their songs are acoustic, right? Favorite song of the show? Probably Stand By Me. That was very cute. And Champagne Supernova, obviously. Obviously. You go. Sorry, guys. I know you've already given me like $50, but. Ooh. Every guy on Tinder can play Wonderwall and only Wonderwall. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that was always an issue. That one and Don't Look Back in Anger, which is funny because, like, out of listening to all their tunes, and I'm not saying this to be a fucking hipster, it's just true. Like, I feel like those are two of the songs that I just wouldn't have paid all that much attention to. Like, Wonderwall does have some good bits. Like, it's like a very well written tune, but I just, my favorites, for me, it was Rock and Roll Star. That's just that song just has like teenager in his bedroom energy, like times a billion. Champagne Supernova, fucking Supersonic.
In my World War I readings, writers often talk
What's
about
the other one?
/ praise the endowed woman, and are behind too. Like an Iliant. I wanna play hot hand with her. Like, what changed in 100 years for the beauty standards to shift so much?
What's the other one? Oh, I forgot. Whatever. Probably won't listen to them at all in the next 3 years. 3 days. What? I cannot believe you did the "it doesn't count when the child has pre-existing conditions" meme. See, that's funny because I didn't say that. I didn't say that they would just naturally starve. It's obviously they have specific dietary needs that are not being met, partially because of the fucking blockade conditions. That's what I said. You just did the thing. It's so fascinating. You did the thing. You're the person. You just heard me say that they probably shouldn't have used this picture to say, like, this is the state of things in Gaza, to use a very specific, like, genetic condition to illustrate the state of the hunger crisis, because that doesn't capture the average, like, situation in the strip. Like, you can say there's a hunger crisis, but that's not like the average person's experience there. That's all I was saying. I didn't say that invalidates the story or say that it's fake. I actually made fun of Netanyahu for saying it's fake. You're doing the thing. Praise Yevon. You're the person. You are the person who thinks that fucking, you're the person who actually did get caught up in that fucking frenzy about Pippa Middleton's ass. You're the person who actually like just fucking jizzed 3 billion fucking buckets of cum over Pippa Middleton's ass in the fucking tabloids for an entire month because someone else convinced you that that was like a thing. Like, you're that person. I hope you understand that, all right? I hope you understand that. There are not enough bucket hats in the world for the amount of cum that you fucking let loose over Pippa Middleton because some other crowd made you think that's the case. That's what you're doing. That's your brain. Isn't that the guy who did the thing? Yes, they are that person who did the thing. 100%. Ooh. Where is... Oh, Preston Stewart. You want to watch that? I guess it's relevant because he's having like a crash out, isn't it? That's what we want to see. I can't wear headphones with this fucking hat. It's okay. The hat phase is done. Okay, it was a good run. Ah, you can go here. Ooh. You say send them money, it's progressive. That's exactly what I say. Yes, there's fewer things more socially progressive than arming the state of Israel. Yes, that's what I believe. Yes, Pippa Middleton's ass should have been in the news globally for an entire month. Yes. Believe what you want to believe, buddy. Bye-bye. Joyless fucking moron. All right.
All right, so I wanted to talk about Israel and Gaza
Ugh.
with you guys just because I don't know what to do in regards to that conflict. It's changed a lot since October 2023.
Is he quiet? He's quiet. This is the first time ever the person's been quieter than me. Hold on.
That was a war when it began. And even at that point, people were frustrated with the use of the term war, but that was straight up Israel versus Hamas. There no doubt was collateral damage, but you saw military operations taking place. Today, though, in August 2025, and this started a while ago, it's shifted to more of a, it's a humanitarian operation in so many ways. And it's more than discussing like how this conflict is actually playing out day in and day out. It's really just a matter of dissecting narratives, like competing talking points, and deciding which one do you want to believe, or when are you going to report on it, because that's going to be the entire story. But if you give it a few hours, it'll be a different story. And if you give it even a couple days, it'll be another story entirely. And I don't know exactly how to approach that. Recently, it's just been a reduction in the coverage of that conflict, because to be honest, it's exhausting. We don't have that in other conflicts, not to this degree, not like we've seen play out over the course at least the last couple months, if not the last couple years. But this is the type of thing that I remember. It's about a year ago interviewing somebody, and for the life of me, I can't remember who it was, but it's a professional, somebody working at one of these think tanks or in media, whatever it might be. And Gaza and Israel came up off the record. We were talking about something else, and they essentially said that they...
Man, he's actually finding it exhausting. He's finding it exhausting. God damn. Ouch. That's not good.
They know a lot of people in their field that won't touch the subject because it could ruin their career. I think about that a lot. It's crazy that even and we've seen it. We've seen people canceled because of something they say or something they don't say at times throughout this conflict. It's been wild. And I personally am trying to keep up with it. I think it's important in a lot of ways. I think it's there's a lot of ways that it impacts the United States. I think there's lessons learned from any conflict, big or small, that I hope we're attuned to. So I think it's worth understanding what's going on there. But
I mean, I don't know if he has the same issue that I do, but the problem is just that like you are in this world where there's such a massive like information deficit, and it's again both sides are to blame for that. All right. Like you can say Israel's not allowing journalists in, and that's a problem. Like they should be letting journalists in, but you're pissing in the fucking wind if you think that Israel allowing like 100 journalists to just start wandering through Gaza on their own is going to make any substantial amount of difference to the way that commentary is done on this. It didn't change all that much in the past, did it? We used to have international journalists running around Gaza. It didn't really change the way that the story was told at the time because militaries keep shit to themselves for quite a while, like especially if they're in the middle of fighting, because if you're Hamas, you don't want people to know how much you're fucking getting your shit pushed in. And if you're the IDF, you don't want to leak too much about how you get information on who's a terrorist and everything, because that lets the enemy know how you get information. Like there's so many, and also because there's just so many strikes. And yeah, the point is that when there is that much of an information deficit, the correct answer to most of these situations is you don't know. Like you can infer things or you can base things on previous conflicts a little bit to lean in one direction or the other, but it's still ultimately like you can lean 60-40 or 70-30 in some direction, but ultimately you don't really know. And that's by design. It's by design because one side actually doesn't really, they have every interest in the world to conceal their activities and to conceal their losses. They have every interest in doing that. It's like when we have the most recent story about that journalist. And again, it's easy if you're a partisan, right? If you just pick a side and just do all the propaganda in the world for that side, you can do that. You can actually do it even for either side, just using statements that are truthful all the way through. But obviously, because you do that, you're going to be susceptible to believing the false things as well, because your broader zoomed out perspective is so ruined by the amount of like selective empiricism that you're engaging in. You can do that, and that's easy, right? Because you can also, it feels good to be supporting a side, right? If it's you feel good if you're supporting the Jews against the whatever the potential fucking harbingers of the second Holocaust, or if you're a Palestinian, you feel good defending them because it's literally like an entire multiple cities full of people just getting bombed and chased around for 2 years, and most of them are completely fucking defenseless against it. Like, it's really easy for people to do that, but if you actually want to report on things factually and consider that there are certain simple answers that are just like not options, like there is no one phone call that's going to stop this. There's no fucking like swift action that's going to stop what's happening right now. There's no easy like push this button and everything will be fucking banging. It's really hard to sell that message. Like, and that's what you have to do if you're commentating. You're not just reporting facts, you're also selling. You're selling stories, because otherwise it's not much point just screaming into the void, right? And yeah, that is exhausting. And it's also exhausting because you've got two sides that just believe that they are in a war for survival, that their entire existence is at stake. And if they think you're against them in any way, then they're going to think that you're against them existing. And believe it or not, hardcore pro-Israel people are just as bad for this, I think. You just don't see as much of it because most of them speak a different language. Like, they're not engaging in a lot of the English social media, like those really hardcore fuckers. You just hear snippets of them. Like this story with Anas al-Sharif. That was his name, wasn't it? Anas Sharif. there was this strike not long ago after the beginning of the operation in Gaza City, where a very famous Al Jazeera journalist, actually 5 of them, but the one main person that everyone knows about, were killed in the strike. And the interesting thing about this particular strike is that the IDF have not minced words about the fact that they targeted him. They were aiming for him. They're like, yeah, we went after this guy because he's a bad dude. We think he's a terrorist, right? And obviously you get one side, which is just devoted to the Israeli murder of heroic Palestinian journalist Anas al-Sharif was bookended by accusations that he was part of Hamas. For many of our allies, the instinct is to prove his innocence by proving him unaffiliated. This is a commentary on that impulse. And this is him hugging Sinwar, and like, obviously, regardless of what you think about Anas Sharif's military status, to call him heroic or like anything good is just ridiculous. Like, if you care anything about ending the conflict and actually having peace in the Middle East, like thinking this guy was like a hero or like a admirable figure is just insane. Do you know who else? Because not only was he out there reporting on and celebrating and propagandizing in favor of October 7th, he was also disliked by people in Gaza. If people don't remember this, people in Gaza had issues with this guy. One of the first days of anti-Hamas protests, remember we watched this? This is like day 2 or day 1, maybe even it's day 1 or 2 of the protests. Hamas out, basically. He's saying, they're chanting, Hamas must get out, in front of the Indonesian hospital in the Gaza Strip. The war has exhausted the people and no one notices. The people of Gaza do not want wars. Most people are asking for Anas al-Sharif, the Al Jazeera correspondent. Most people don't want Al Jazeera. Here they are. You can see most people are demanding the ending of Hamas rule. They're demanding the journalists to videotape what is happening, especially in northern Gaza, Gaza in general. They're demanding freedom, the cessation of hostilities in Gaza. They're demanding peace and an end to the war. I think the crowd is chanting something like, "Where's the press?" This is the anti-Hamas protesters attacking Al Jazeera and Anas Sharif specifically for not covering them, for ignoring them. And I believe at the same time, Anas was on Twitter publishing statements that he claimed were from the protesters, but were actually just his own spin on the protesters. He was just pretending, he just lied about them. He just lied about the protesters, saying that they were actually, that they were pro-resistance. I don't know if I can find that, actually. It's somewhere in here. Was I doing proper notes at this point? Was it March 25th? Yes. Please have it here. Come on. Was it 26th I started doing this? Okay. It's this. The people of Gaza demand an end to the ongoing Israeli aggression and genocide that has not stopped since the beginning of the war. Suffering intensifies during Ramadan. Occupation army has prevented the entry of tents, supplies. Yeah, he reported on these protests and completely ignored. He just completely ignored the fact that they were anti-Hamas protests because he's a supporter. He's a Hamas supporter. Now, the people are using this as evidence that it was justified to target him. But obviously, that's not true. Propaganda is not a reason to target someone. You're not a justified military target if you engage in propaganda. And that's a standard that has been set ever since Nuremberg. In Nuremberg, they executed quite a few people for inciting genocide, say like Julius Streicher, people who were spreading this idea that, who were calling for like the extermination of the Jewish population. But there were other people who had government positions, one of them being from the actual propaganda ministry. I think he was in charge of radio, Hans Fritzsche, and he cheerleaded the Wehrmacht through the entire war. And the Nuremberg trial ruled that he had not been, quote, participating in hostilities, which would have meant, like, they ruled that he was not actually, like, part of the criminal operation because he was just doing propaganda for his military, which is not the same as incitement. They wanted to draw a direct link. Incitement. Not even propaganda. Stryker wasn't in the government. I don't believe he was he? I thought he was. He ran a newspaper, but I don't know if he was. But people in the government doing propaganda for the Wehrmacht were sometimes let off. They were seen as not. And because of that standard, that also would have meant that in the war itself, they wouldn't have been targetable because propaganda doesn't cross the right threshold. And this is also the same standard that was upheld during the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia, where there was debate over certain media targets, and the standard that they insisted on was whether or not they were disseminating propaganda. Again, they say here, the illegality of attacks on journalists and news media derives from the protection granted to civilians and civilian objects under international humanitarian law, and from the fact that the media, even when used for propaganda purposes, cannot be considered as military objectives, except in special cases. In other words, while no specific status exists for journalists, etc. And then they mention at another point, I think it's in this one. Yeah. Propaganda incites war crimes, acts of genocide, or acts of violence is forbidden, and news media that disseminate such propaganda can become legitimate targets. So, and I don't think, and I imagine this would have been shown, it would have been shown, I believe, if Anas Sharif was actually engaging in incitement on his social media posts. I mean, he's got like a few 10,000 tweets or something. I haven't gone through all of them, but it doesn't even really matter because even the IDF have not asserted that. You realize the IDF did not claim that Anas Sharif was guilty of incitement. They didn't say that they targeted him for his journalism. They claimed to be targeting him because he is just a militant. That's what they said. Now you're saying they proved he was a combatant, and then this puts you into the situation where the IDF's proof of this is photographs. I think it's here, right? It's photographs, it's screenshots of digital documents that, is Times of Israel going to absolutely shag me again? Thank you. Can I find the exact thing? Oh God, hang on. But basically what they do is they say that they were in Gaza when last year, they said that they'd captured Hamas documents that had a list of soldiers, and they also had like an injury log. Yeah, this is the document, right? So apparently these are Hamas documents, and somewhere in here is a report that Anas al-Sharif had, I think this is supposed to be him. It's funny because the only picture of him in military gear is he's got his fucking face painted, so that's not helpful. But yeah, they say that he had an injury in 2019. They say that he was the leader of a rocket unit. I think his name is somewhere here. Apparently he had a military ID, like a citizenship or a citizen's ID for Gaza. Like he had they have all this information, but then obviously imagine, boys, imagine trying to present this information to someone on the self-proclaimed pro-Palestinian side, right? They're just going to say that this was forged, right? They're just going to say what's stopping the IDF from just making a random database with Arab names in it, or taking names out of the health ministry or the population registry, which Israel has access to, I think, and then just throwing in some names. What's to stop them doing that? What's to stop them just photoshopping this, or just saying this is actually someone else? So I don't know historically how much evidence there is that the IDF have like just completely fabricated documents before, although I also don't know how common it is for them to show these things to third parties to get them verified. But that's what they're saying. They're saying that since 2013, this guy was a soldier firing rockets, although I don't believe I've seen any photographs or footage of him, doing it according to the IDF. I don't know if they believe that they need that, or if they think these documents are enough, or if there's no indication that he actually stopped doing this to do journalism, because I feel like doing journalism in Gaza takes up a lot of time. But if you're covering this, like, what do you do? Hamas say he was a civilian. The entire West says he was a civilian. IDF says he was a soldier. Okay. I can tell you about the past. I can tell you that... Fuck you! Why is my fucking A not working? There we go. What does Hassan say? Don't know. Isn't this the guy who... No, he would never do that about a pro-Hamas journalist. What are you... Sorry. They do have this. They have a little page of military media martyrs from previous conflicts. Operation Protective Edge has about like 13 or 14 guys here who died in that conflict who were also media. But you can tell, like, they're not just media. Like, they're soldiers, you know? Like, they're soldier stuff as well as military media. Which you're not really supposed to do if you don't want to get targeted. Journalist and media professional, media office of the Al-Qassam brigades. They reference this a lot. Like, so we can say that they do, like, there are at least some journalists in Gaza who are just multitasking soldiers, but this doesn't speak to everyone. This doesn't speak to everyone. So how do you cover that? That's the best I can do. Like, that's it. That's it. That's all I can do. He openly supported killing civilians, I believe. Where? Because, but again, that doesn't matter, okay? The IDF never claimed to be targeting him for incitement. They claimed to be targeting him for being a soldier. For being a battle-ready, gunslinging soldier. Another interesting thing I came across that's put one argument to bed, perhaps. Do you remember that disinformation tracker dickhead who said that there was that all these that these Hamas guys who were killed in the these Hezbollah guys who were killed in the pager attack were not active combatants because they were shopping or they were out in civilian areas. Yeah, they weren't in the famous Hezbollah military bases that everyone knows about, that they tend to spend their time in between operations. We know from the Associated Press, and I said that my understanding of Hezbollah is that when they activate people to go and do operations, they activate them, they go and fire rockets or whatever else, and then they just kind of go back around their day, and then they just wait until the next time. And it's not like a reservist where the call up will involve a very like clear process where they leave their civilian position, go into military, get briefed and armed and everything else and trained, and then they go out and do their stuff. And there's like often this can take a period of like days or weeks before they go between the call up and actually going out into the field. Whereas with Hezbollah, they just kind of like hover between fighting and civilian things like on the same day almost, like because that's their way of surviving. Their way of surviving is to go and get the call, go out and do something, go fight, and then once you've done what you needed to do, then you just go back home and then just wait until you're fucking paged or called again. There's one guy here, 23-year-old Hezbollah fighter, has been ordered back to the front line on the day of the attack. Before leaving, he charged his pager, spent time with his family for his security. See, this is before leaving on the day of the attack. So these guys can be ordered to the front line like just within 24 hours, within 12 hours. But I don't know. Which is kind of where the whole continuous combat function revolving door thing comes in, but rip. Anyway.
Increasingly, I understand less and less about what's actually happening. Now, if I wanted to, I actually think that this would be a really easy conflict to follow if you were, hyper partisan, hyper opinionated, and just wanted to cheerlead one side or the other. This would be so easy. All day, every day.
I didn't need to say any of that. Thank you, Preston. Okay.
Just a constant stream of stories coming out that paint one side as awful. And you can just run with it. If all you're trying to do is make Israel look like the worst country in the history of mankind, no problem, man. I've got a couple Telegram channels I follow, a bunch of Twitter accounts, and a handful of websites and mainstream news organizations. I can just go straight from that. And day in and day out, I could be making 5 videos a day talking about how awful Israel is. And there's an audience for that. Conversely, I follow plenty of Telegram, Twitter accounts, websites, podcasts, where every single thing that happens in Gaza is the fault of Hamas. It's propaganda, anything that possibly makes Israel look like they may have even made a misstep. And there's an audience for that as well. So if you want to do that, and there are people who have done that, no doubt, I think it's pretty easy. I don't morally, that's not me at baseline, but morally I think that could be, I would have a challenge doing that. But look, to big picture, there's things that I would like to see done here that both Israel and Hamas could do, and they're not. And it's incredibly frustrating that we're still here because we've gotten into this narrative war of just debating the details of like how many pallets of food came in today compared with before.
Oh no. Avi Bitterman called the fuck out. It is fucking exhausting, isn't it? God, especially since now I've been reading a lot more about, right now what I'm reading about is the Ottoman Empire under the Young Turks and their way of responding to Zionism and the internal debates over it and all the rest of it. God, reading about that stuff is just so much more refreshing in a way that like you actually feel like you are getting a good grasp of things because it's all out there, like the documents are out and like it's all happened, whereas there's so much more, it's so much more shadowy when you're doing this kind of stuff, like, and also just like the brain rot around it is a lot less present. Yeah.
The war and what's the control percentage for how many.
There was a call out here that I thought was good. This idea that there were only 69 journalists killed in World War II versus 242 in Gaza, which also, not to mention all the obvious things about like the definition of a journalist has obviously broadened quite widely since last time we were around. Also, I don't know how many people in World War II had like a military media section of the army where you would have soldiers doing journalistic work at the same time. Hamas has admitted to doing this in the past. But also, the way that they count 69, I think, in World War II was over a very narrow definition of people who were killed actually, like whilst they were reporting in the field. And it was only Allied journalists. They didn't mention Axis journalists as well. But it also doesn't mention journalists who were killed outside of that, like journalists who were killed in the bombings of cities or journalists who were killed in the Holocaust, right? Like, I think there were at least like over 1,000 Jewish journalists who were killed in the Holocaust. But yeah. Whereas this obviously is just all journalists, whether they were collateral or murder or accidents or mid-reporting, or if they were soldiers, like anything. Like it's all just thrown into that one. But it's bizarre that Amnesty are, going that way.
Children that might feed versus are starving. Like those are the that's the focus of everything right now in Gaza. It's wild that we're at that point. But big picture, and what I still don't, there's so many aspects of this that I feel like you bring them up and we just move straight past it to, well, what about the children, right? Or what about Hamas is bad? And yes, got it. Hamas has a card to play here. Like, they are not just sitting there without blame. And I don't understand why this isn't brought up more. Like, they are actively holding Israeli hostages today, as we sit here right now. So on the one hand, they're lamenting that there's a famine and that they're trying to do what they can by the Palestinian people. They have in their possession something, a lever they could pull. They could release those hostages and say, we will release them, and there we go. No excuse now for Israel to continue military operations and blockade the Gaza Strip. I got it. It's complicated, and there's more to it.
This is just, people will try to do mental gymnastics around this, but it is actually kind of that simple. If you still don't think Hamas should surrender, should give up power, give up political power, and give up the hostages, if you think they still shouldn't do that, and your rationale is like, oh, because if they do that, they won't be able to defend the Gazans against getting kicked out and sent to Libya or whatever. Like, even if you believe all that, and you don't want Hamas to surrender, that's because you don't think there's a genocide. If you think Hamas shouldn't give up, like, that's because you don't think what's happening right now is genocide. If you literally think that as soon as Hamas gives up, then what's going to happen is they're just going to send the people in Gaza over to a different country. Well, it's like, okay, you can oppose that all you want, but you think what's happening right now is genocide. Like, is it better that they all just die? Like, what the fuck? Like, Hamas can't stop either of these things happening. And if you want to make the Nazi comparisons, like, go right ahead. Really, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. So if the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was like, if they stop, then they'll just get sent over to fucking Madagascar or some shit, as opposed to Treblinka. Like, yeah. I think like I feel like most Jews would have taken that deal if they could avoid getting killed to flee instead. But again, it's just like it's all just like fucking, what do you call it? Like it's just memes to these people. Like they don't give a fuck. They don't care. There's literally like no rationale whatsoever to justify Hamas like still carrying on whatever the fuck they think they're doing.
But we can't just brush aside that they have a significant card to play and they're choosing not to. Conversely, with Israel, how about international journalists? I understand during the beginning of military operations. Personally, I don't like that. I'm more in the camp of let's get as many journalists near the front line as possible. But what are we doing at this point? Like, I got it that it's a risk to the journalists, and maybe their journalistic integrity will come under question if they have to embed with Hamas. No problem. Put that on the organizations. Put that on the AP, on Reuters, on Washington Post. Take your pick. Whoever. I'm so tired that everything coming out of the Gaza Strip can't be trusted. Full stop. Done. End of story. There's no journalists there to back anything up. That has led to some of the most ridiculous claims coming out of the Gaza Strip that we never really get any clarification on. I don't know that adding 5, 10, 15, 30 journalists in there would do it, but it seems like a place to start, right? So here we are, coming up on 2 years into this conflict, and some of these things that seem like, why not? And they're not being done. And I know that I understand you'll get into the comments and you'll see people explaining exactly why what I just said is so stupid, because there's so many simple reasons why that can't be done. I guess we're just going to continue doing what we're doing then, because this is the path we're going on, and there's not going to be any change for what it's worth. I've had a lot of people recently ask me, well, how can the U.S. let this happen? I got news for you. The U.S. doesn't care. I'm sorry. Don't shoot the messenger. Like, this is not a priority issue for the United States. It's not close. There are some very loud voices in the United States where this is a priority. But if you look at the actions of our senior leaders, going all the way up to President Trump, what's happening in Gaza is not top 20. And I don't think, at all. They clearly don't know.
Believe it or not, there's still loads of people that don't want Hamas to surrender. Not talking about Islamists, obviously. It's like there are a few steel men I could give for it. Like, but again, it's all just like it's all mental. It's like Hamas's internal logic makes sense, right? Because if Hamas can keep fighting, that means that the humanitarian crisis keeps going on. Again, they're not forcing Israel to make these decisions. They're not forcing Israel to push the GHF and to say that the PA has no place in a future for God. Like, they're not convincing, but Israel will do that. And Hamas can just keep on using that crisis to keep undermining Israel. And that means more countries recognize a Palestinian state. That means more pressure comes on Israel. That means Israel becomes more isolated. Hamas can keep that up forever, really, because it's literally just benefiting them. If you take them at their goals and you take them at their priorities, none of which involve keeping their civilian population safe and alive, none of that is actually influencing Hamas. But they are getting influenced by the amount of political gains that they're getting from this. Even when the entire Arab League is against them, even when their own population in Gaza is increasingly against them, more so than ever, that doesn't matter, because the things that they want, their number one goal is not for Palestinians to live. It's for Israelis to die. It's for Israel to die. Like, that's what they want. And on those terms, like it's completely rational for them to keep going. But why a secularist or someone who thinks they care about human rights would want them to keep fighting? It doesn't make sense to me. You have to just be, there has to be some like glaringly blind spot going on in your brain if you think they have a good reason to keep on chugging, unless I'm missing something.
Nobody views this as something that's going to impact their ability to legislate or even impact their ability to get reelected, which is really what they all care about in the first place. If they did, you might see some sort of changes, but there's nothing, right? It's just hands off, just do whatever, which means that we're just going to continue to see the same thing that we're seeing today, which is chaos. Now, when I'm talking about these conflicting narratives and just a different story every few hours, I don't know what you do with that information. Like, we don't have that in other conflicts. In other conflicts, there tends to be at least something a thread you can pull at to kind of get an idea. A couple examples here. Just a few days ago, there was an Al Jazeera reporter killed by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. And to tell you how this could play out, if you wanted to just say, hey, everything Israel does is bad, you had plenty of ammunition there. Right away, a bunch of international organizations ran with this story. It was all over the headlines everywhere. There were countless TikToks and X posts and Instagram reels of Israel just deliberately killed a journalist, of Al Jazeera nonetheless, one that people have seen his face all across the world. And that ran for a couple hours and no doubt continues today. But if you gave it a couple hours, then Israel came out and said, yeah, also the dude was a member of Hamas. And we have pictures of him with senior Hamas officials, which as a journalist, he's probably going to do that. But then pictures of him celebrating October 7th. Pictures of him stepping on the head of a dead Israeli soldier on October 7th. Like, okay, all right.
Was that actually him? Was that actually him in the picture with his foot on the soldier's head? I thought it was, it was POV and he's a journalist, but maybe I thought he was using someone else's picture. I know that this was him. 9 hours and the heroes are still roaming the country, killing and capturing. God, God, how great you are. Heart, heart, heart. October 7th, 10-4. But where's the stomp on the head? Was that, I know because fucking the Hasbroids will have put it in my replies. Where are they? Make yourselves useful to me. Wait, where's Adine? Where's that fucking nutter? I didn't know that was his boot. He's a Nobel Prize winner, obviously. What? Isn't this the guy who, where the fuck are, I don't know where they are. Oh, you'd think that would be in my replies. It's actually not. Did I block people for sending me pictures of that? Because it's annoying. Oh. You should watch Sam Aaron. Thank you. You do get people, it's easy to poke people into defending the shit that even the IDF doesn't defend. Hard disagree. Propagandists are war participants. Bro, do you have any idea how many people would fucking die if this standard was applied with any consistency? Like, what the fuck? The whole purpose of IHL is to protect people who are civilians. And one of the ways that you do that is by not allowing militaries to be in a position where they can stretch and contort definitions that just include fucking every other cunt who says something. Like, digital militants, mate. What if I see this guy in an orange jumpsuit for that tweet? What's going to happen? This digital psychological warrior here with all of his war posts.
Right, so maybe like journalist with an asterisk, right? Like, seems like there's a little bit more to that story. Dude sounds like he was straight up a full-blown Hamas supporter, according to that information. Is it somewhere in between? Where does it sit between? I don't know, because I'm going off the same information you're going off of. And I don't know that everybody is giving the full story. You just got to take someone's word for it, I guess, is how this all kind of shakes out. Another example is and when it comes to taking somebody's word for it, by the way, I get the argument that Hamas is a designated terrorist organization. I hate them. They're bad, okay? If Hamas goes away tomorrow, great. Wow. I think that would be a net win for the world.
The first line of defense.
They are holding hostages today. That is awful what they are doing.
Who's this guy? Isn't this the guy who, let's see, May 2025, journalist 47, according to obituaries shared by a relative of his family. Well, that's a big no-no if you're Hamas. You're not supposed to do that for this reason. Let's see, what do they say? This is from Journalist Protection Center. This is where they log the dead journalists, okay. Targeting by occupation aircraft. Okay. Oh, he was in Voice of Al-Aqsa. Well, wait. Al-Aqsa TV is used by Al-Qassam brigades. I don't know if Voice of Al-Aqsa radio is. Is that different? They met their fate, advancing and not retreating. The martyred Qassam leaders. So their family. This is my understanding is that you're not supposed to do this. Hey, Hamas doesn't like it when their members do this. Sure. Okay. Thanks.
I'm not blind.
No, Tomorrow's Pioneers was Al-Aqsa TV, not Voice of Al-Aqsa Radio. Careful. Just because they sound similar.
Trusting anyone or anything. Full stop. Like, it does not do us any good to get into this game of I trust this group of people or this organization or this country a little bit more. Ipso facto, everything they say is true and everything they say is false. It doesn't work like that. There's no country, no news organization, no reporter, nothing that is 100% fully honest all the time.
Well, I think of one. I'm joking.
You have to approach all of it with some skepticism. Even the sources here of course, the sources here in the United States, you have to approach with skepticism. So, no, it is not as clear-cut, for me at least, that when Hamas says one thing and Israel says another, that 100% of the time it is exactly what Israel said. Personally, and this is a bias of mine, no doubt, I tend to believe Israel a lot more than I believe Hamas, and it's not close.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that every single thing they say is true, which on that note, by the way, another thing, this is just spiraled out of control. This is turning into a little bit of a vent video, not the normal content here. Israel is an incredible U.S. ally. They've been a U.S. ally for a long time. That does not mean that they can do no wrong or that we can't be critical of their actions. Like, grow up. What is this ridiculous internet argumentation that if you say, hey, maybe Israel should have had a better day after plan in the Gaza Strip, which seems like common sense right now, that somehow that is anti-Semitic. Like, get right, come on. It's any country.
You're never free of it, eh? You're never free of it. It's like me whenever I make a video criticizing Israel. It's like, obviously, because I think, same as Preston, I think I trust like Israel's word more than I trust Hamas's, 100%. And also by extension, just like the way that Hamas controls what information, it's not just Israel controlling it with not allowing journalists in. Hamas controls information as well. Like they keep themselves secret. They hide. Like they hide their activities. Of course they do. But yeah, because I've got that position, then every time I shit on Israel, and if I, God forbid, use a Gazan civilian as a fucking source, you guys are like, the comment sections of my videos doing that, like they will absolutely fucking mauled. Just because the left-wing fucking white-ass non-binary brigades have an issue with it. Just because they're like a lot more vocal and there's a lot more of them doesn't mean that there's not the same problem on the other side.
Country in the world makes mistakes and takes actions that we look at and say, that's not good, or that could have been done a different way. And it's not all of a sudden, singling Israel out because maybe they haven't done things perfectly in the last few years. Like, let's be grown-ups. You all are a mature audience. I know this is kind of a bottom of the barrel Twitter, Instagram type argument, but it's getting ridiculous. And we do see that creeping out into higher levels of discourse. Like, what are we doing? What does that accomplish at all? And look, Israel at times throughout this conflict has done things that have been beneficial to the United States and other things that personally, and I have said this on this channel, I think are detrimental to the United States. My view of this conflict, how I've been looking at it from day one as any conflict, is what does it mean for the United States? I'm an American. I want what's best for my family and my fellow citizens. Like that is my priority. When looking at Ukraine, Russia, when looking at Israel, Hamas, when looking at Israel, Iran, any one of these. Sometimes it's a little more clear-cut than others, but in this case, there were situations where Israel was going after some of our mutual enemies. Hamas doesn't like the United States, but never really doesn't really pose a significant threat to the U.S. Hezbollah, however, great. Knocking them back a few steps, wonderful. I like that Israel's going after the Houthis.
Oh yeah, not only has the Lebanese president claimed to have dismantled 90% of Hezbollah's infrastructure, think south of the Litani or all over the country, I can't remember. He has also made in pretty clear terms to Iran that he is going to he is not going to stop resisting Iranian influence in his country. He is very, very firm on that now. Good morning, Lebanon. The Iranians came to visit and were informed of new reality. We will not tolerate any more external interference. The message came from the outgoing Northern Command General about the mistake not to be repeated and the assassination that occurred shortly after illustrated Tehran's headache. Thank you for those wonderful words, Google Translate. Oh, the containment policy which allowed Hezbollah to grow. I see. Zamir boasted of more than 240 eliminations in Lebanon since the ceasefire. Reports in the south of the country of the elimination of another Hezbollah operative. 240 innocent families, I believe. Yes. And their goats. Lebanon is ready to cooperate with Iran within the framework of sovereignty and friendship based on mutual respect. Well, good luck with that, buddy. We want Lebanon to remain secure and stable for the benefit of all Lebanese without discrimination. Again, I need to, it's quite hard to find answers to this, but it'd be interesting to see just like how Aoun plans on having an arrangement that actually doesn't disenfranchise the fuck out of the Shia population, because if Hezbollah are gone, there are lots of people in Lebanon who will just blame the Shiites for everything that's happened in the country, like all of them, regardless if a Shia was doing nothing, or if they were in Hezbollah because of coercion, or if they were there because of just like financial needs, like, or because they depended on them. Like, it's just, there's not going to be much distinction made. Remember, Shiites don't need to be Hezbollah. Like, they don't need to go in that direction. When the Amal movement were a thing, or were a much more present group in the civil war, the Shiites initially opposed the PLO. They initially opposed them. They supported it when Syria came in to deal with them. They supported it, actually quite a lot of Shiites supported it when fucking Israel came in to defeat the PLO. So they're just a group that's in Lebanon that's constantly been caught between a rock and a hard place, and one of those hard places, that rock, was Hezbollah for a long time. Maronites don't need to be phalangists. Well, apparently, yes, they do actually. If you don't, your blood becomes incompatible with the rest of your body, and you die.
I think that's a good thing.
That's a true story.
I like what Israel did to the IRGC. I think that was a net positive and helped the United States more than we can probably imagine in taking out a lot of Iran's air defense systems. That one was a huge assist that I don't think anyone really saw coming. But at the same time, and we've talked about this in previous videos, the continuation of the war and the way that they are executing the war in Gaza, I think, is probably a net negative for the United States. Because one of the simplest recruiting methods for Islamic extremists over the course of the last 25 plus years has been, look at what Israel is doing. And the United States backs Israel, the US is the problem. Like, that is just a slam dunk. You see Al Qaeda and Islamic State, anytime they're like, you know what we need is a little recruiting uptick, they eventually come around and say, hey, Israel and the U.S., they're backers, go get them. So it's so easy in this case when we're watching videos day in and day out, whether it's an accurate video or a stolen video or an AI video or something in between. The fact is, people see that and they view that as accurate. And it does not take a genius to go from what is happening in Gaza to piece that together to some degree of support from the United States. I mean, it's not quite the case that every single munition dropped or every single bullet fired is, authorized by the U.S. That's a bit of an extreme position. Israel does have autonomy. They are acting in what at least some of their leaders believe is in their best interest. But for people that are at risk of getting radicalized by something they see online, you really think they're going to dig through those details? Or do they just need that high-level painting of this is the U.S.'s fault? We've already seen it to a degree. Small scale, fortunately, but I think that is a problem for the United States. I think being tied to Israel's hip, no matter what, is not good for the U.S. I don't think there's any country in the world that we should be tied to 100% full stop. There has never been a country in the history of mankind in the history of the United States, where every one of our priorities line up exactly 1-to-1. It doesn't happen. It doesn't make sense to pretend that Israel is this exception. We do have some priorities that line up, but not all. And I do think there are times where and I think right now is one of them, when so much of the focus is on the humanitarian aspect and people not getting food, and the pictures coming out are about...
The new chief of staff decided to fire Yehuda Vash, but is waiting for the defense minister to approve. Well, isn't the fucking defense minister like a total cunt? Haven't him and Netanyahu... Wait, it's Israel Katz as the defense minister, but no chance. No fucking chat. I mean, that guy should be gone. That guy should be so gone. He should be in jail, but is it worth it though? Would the defense minister actually want to keep up into a fight with the chief of staff? Oh God. Noah Samson's got his Twitter account back and he's just absolutely spurging out in the most ridiculous fucking way. Oh no, yeah, this is where I got the tweet from. He retweeted Mohammed Al-Kurd saying that the guy who celebrated October 7th and shared pictures of a fucking boot on the head of a dead Israeli guy. Celebrating, oh, they're still going, they're still killing and taking hostages. Amazing. We must applaud the immense bravery of these Israelis that are saying no to baby killing, all 12 of them. Oh, okay. $2 million views dunking on a clip where we have no context as to what specific issue he's referring to. These people are impressively stupid. Oh, really? You have an aversion to out-of-context clips, Noah Samson. Interesting.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron.
Yeah, so the problem here, fucking Dan, is that it's not about general policy, which would include same-sex marriage. It's all about Israel-Gaza. He's only saying that Kamala and Trump would be exactly the same on Israel and Gaza, not all the other things, which actually takes this clip and makes it 99% retarded instead of 100. That's what's happening here. Thank you for the context. If you think there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans on Israel-Palestine, even not to mention excluding just the war, even if you say it's just Israel, just the war in Gaza, you're dead behind the eyes. Like there's nothing happening between these fucking ears if you think that, or you just don't care. I guess like to you, for example. Israel going into Rafah when there are 1 million people in there with no evacuation plan is the same as going in there when there is an evacuation plan. Apparently that's exactly the same to you. Which is a good position to have, I guess, if these people's lives are literally just fucking fodder for you to make money off of. To use as fucking, to hold up like rag dolls and use them to smack people who disagree with you across the face. Okay. The value of Dan doing this, though, again, it's Dan's being dishonest when he does it in this way, but whatever. Both sides. It's just as well because like it at the very least it did reveal the fact that now we've got everyone saying, yeah, actually we are going to admit finally that Democrats and Republicans are significantly different on 90% of issues, just apart from in their opinion Israel and Gaza, and they are different in Israel and Gaza as well. You have to be so cynical to think that they're exactly the same 1-to-1. He keeps on doubling down on that as well. He's not saying almost the same, he's saying exactly the same. AB. Uh-oh. I raised 100K for Palestinian children. I continue to talk about the genocide consistently on stream. I don't think you understand that H3 isn't my show. Call it a cop-out. I don't give a fuck. I don't care that any of y'all think about me. I care about the people of Palestine. I'm not concerned with appeasing an audience who is racist to the point of making up that I got plastic surgery to look less Arab. Every time I disagree with Ethan, it's your army of shitheads who come after me. I'm done being used by y'all. Any disagreement I have with Ethan, I will discuss off air. I'm done giving y'all clips. Damn, dude. Bro. The only action you could take to even begin to work against the harm you've caused by enabling your pro-Israel propagandist boss. Dude, these guys are so fucking cooked, man. What the fuck? How shagged is your brain? Is to quit your job. Oh, just quit your job, dude. This is not politics. This is not a political statement. It's nothing to do with politics. This isn't about trying to achieve a political goal in the real world. It's not what this is about. This is about building a social club and making it as exclusive as possible, because the more exclusive it is, the more fucking you get the right to bully other people and like morally fucking self-aggrandize at their expense. That's all it is. What are you trying to achieve by AB? By kicking, by... Fuck me, man. Fuck me. Go work for Millhouse's pod. Yeah. Yeah, just go and join the people, the side of the internet that actually openly celebrates the killing of civilians. Go and join fucking Millhouse and fucking jizz yourself every time Hezbollah fires some rockets at an Israeli fucking kibbutz in the north. Or some town that's like a quarter Arab, a quarter Druze, and half Jewish. Yeah, go over there. Go over there and fucking piss yourself with joy whenever that happens. Posting Queen in Yellow, let's go. Just pure, unbridled Zionist historical revisionism.
I mean, you know what happened one day before the Nakba? I don't know if people don't really talk about this. One day before the Nakba. People don't know. What happened one day before the Nakba?
Palestinians were living at home?
What?
I said Palestinians were living at home?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Well, sure.
Yep.
And you know what else happened? Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan,
Iraq,
all invaded Israel to kill everybody there.
Damn, he's one country short. He missed out Jordan. To kill everybody there? That's a stretch. There's not really much evidence that was their goal. There's some statements. There's enough statements that would be enough for... He missed Iraq, not Jordan, I'm sorry. There were enough statements made by particular leaders that people like Noah would use if it was from the other side. Didn't the Nakba start in 47? No. The first expulsion happened in February 48. The fighting started in late November 47. November 30th, 31st, something like that. That's when the fighting started. The first expulsion was Kisera. Sisera? I remember. I've seen it spelled with a C and a Q. Sisera? That first expulsion was to do... I can't remember. The context of that first expulsion was kind of weird. That wasn't like... that was before Plan Dalit. Plan Dalit started going in at March 48. March 48 was when they properly started like expelling people along the Jerusalem corridor. Caesarea, the coastal town, yeah. Although I think that expulsion in particular didn't really have anything to do with the war. All I remember reading was that it had something to do with Jewish immigration, but I don't know. But it doesn't matter. After February, that was like an outlier in February, and then in March, that's when they properly started like doing it in quite high numbers. That's when Plan Dalit went into place. It's pronounced like Kaiser, Kaisera, like that. Kaisera? Or just Kaiser? Kaiseria. It's named after Caesar. Caesarea. Caesar. Caesarea. Caesarea. Okay, Caesarea. Okay.
They unilaterally.
Oh, wait, are we actually suggesting that? Oh, that's because these guys are revisionists. They think the first shots came from the Lehi. These guys think the first shots came from the Lehi. That's not true, though. Bro, the fighting started, but when did the siege of Jerusalem start? Wait. 30 were babies. This is Ilan Pape. I love it how the same people that will still hold you to the they'll still nail you to the cross if over 40 beheaded babies. When in fact it was actually like 40 or 38 people who were under the age of 18. Ugh. But that's also true of this. It wasn't 30 like 1-year-olds, but again, if they're going to hold that standard for 40 beheaded babies, then for this as well, I guess you can just write off something that someone says for the rest of their fucking life if they use this. Man, Noah, what are you doing? This guy's a fucking Twitter user. What are you... Sexual atrocities. This is true. This did happen.
It was the invading fucking Arab armies that told the Palestinians to leave and come back when the war was over.
Uh-oh, he hasn't read the... Hey, they're using Benny Morris. Hey, if it's okay to use Benny Morris, then everything I've said there for the fighting that happened before those events that they just took off from al-Husseini's agents, that's Benny Morris too. Bro. So we're just fighting revisionism with revisionism now. Just to be clear, I don't really know. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, never mind. Bro, the simple fact is that like Israelis and Palestinians, like pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, there is always going to be fucking revisionism done in this war. No one tells the story of this war properly. Like this is such a, really, did this fucking terminally unemployed fucking loser really just actually look for the earliest attack in the 48 war, or did they just look for a random fucking Lehi attack before May? What a liar. Why did Ethan say that stuff? Ethan doesn't know. Ethan's a fucking drama streamer. Like, I don't know where he got that, but that is like the standard. Those are the talking points, right? Like the 6 villages, but actually the Arab radio broadcast did go out, but they weren't the main reason for people leaving. Save for in 6 villages. The reason so many people left in the 48 war compared to how it would have been in a more typical war between two sides was because the Palestinian Arab movement at that point, like the national movement, was just destroyed. Like after the Arab revolt in the 30s, al-Husseini's movement and the militants in the region and the national movement was just so severely fucked. Like a bunch of the leaders were put into exile, people were jailed, like loads and loads of men were in prison, loads of people were disarmed. Like they were basically destroyed from like before the first shot was fired. They had no fucking chance. So the way that the demoralization took place was it just like it just cascaded and expanded so quickly. Yeah. The revolts of 36 to 38, yeah. Yeah, the Arab Revolt, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the repercussions from the Arab Revolt, the Arabs never recovered from that 10 years later. And like the whole Arab civil society at the time of the 48 war was just in such a catastrophe that pun, catastrophe. But that's why people left so quickly, because they were so demoralized, like right from the get-go. Even before any military expulsions, about 70,000 people from the middle and upper class just left on their own. Like they just left. No one told them to. No broadcasts, no fucking military. They just left because they were like, fuck this. Yeah, we're just getting the fuck out of here. Because they had houses and like they had maybe second houses or family houses or places they could stay in Beirut or Cairo or something like that. But yeah, Noah is just fighting revisionism with revisionism here. So, but we can't really hold it against him. There's a reason this poor guy's brain is just so fucking dusty, you know, and it's because of the terminal turbo AIDS that he's been like contracting and spreading around the woman population. So I heard rumors in a video game. If we're gonna make unhinged fucking personal attacks, why not, eh?
Are showing children.
And because he's white. That's probably.
Discussion is around, wait, are enough children getting food? You want to know what a losing argument is when talking about this conflict? Debating how many starving children is enough to really get concerned about. There's no winning side of that argument. All right? That's where the discussion has gone. And to continue on with these examples of, like, what do you do? Because to be honest, there's a part of me where I just get tired and I don't want to do it. Say what you want about that. Say that's the right move, the wrong move. I don't know. The problem here is that when you look at a storyline that's coming out, you want to say, here's what happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. There was a big one recently. We had the former U.S. Special Forces officer, I think, Aguilar, I believe was his name, working for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. He came out and he said, war crimes, left and right.
The Green Beret guy. And then the people in the GHF said that he was a disgruntled like employee that got let go for underperforming or some shit. Yeah. Oh God.
By the IDF. I saw it all day, every day. You're not going to believe it. And that was a crazy story, right? Like, it's not just that we're hearing this from Palestinians. We're not even hearing it from international volunteers or whistleblowers in the IDF. This is an American Special Forces soldier, Green Beret, saying this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. That needs to be discussed, right? But if you give it just a few hours, or maybe it was a couple days, all of a sudden the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation came out and said, hold on, we fired him because he wasn't a good employee, and he begged us to come back, and then he threatened us.
Who do you believe there then? Because there's who do you believe there? You don't need to, that's maybe not a good example. You don't need to listen to either of these two people to know that the GHF is dog shit, right? You don't need to listen to either of them. You don't need to listen to either of them. We even spoke to one of those guys the Warthongs. He had been talking to people in Gaza. There was that anti-Hamas guy in Gaza who was talking to Warthongs about his experience. We've got like a secondhand story about someone going to get aid from the GHF, and it's just like, yeah, like it's just this guy was anti-Hamas. He has no interest in supporting them, but it is just like you go there and then like someone will stray the wrong way and then there's just like bullets flying over your head. Yeah, it's like everyone agrees from all ends. Whistleblowers in the IDF agree. Civilians in Gaza who support Hamas, who oppose Hamas, like they all agree that the GHF plan was fucking horrible. Okay.
Us that he was going to expose.
You don't need some Green Beret whistleblower to tell you that.
To random stuff if we didn't hire him, and it just went. It went from there. All of a sudden, people were going after the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation for actually they're not good, and then going after Aguilar saying actually he lies a lot. And I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Aguilar's since gone on the podcast tour at this point. But I think it kind of plays into what I said earlier, where anybody who wants a story saying that Israel is bad, that's your guy right now. 100%. But I've also seen plenty of people coming out saying, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up. He wasn't actually here at this time. Or this doesn't, like, I don't know. What's the better move? Is it to present the story as we know it when it first comes out? Because then it feels like the right thing to do is to follow that up 24 hours later and say, actually, we have a correction. Because that information wasn't entirely correct. There was a significant piece here we were missing. So then you issue the correction on day 2. Well, on day 3, there's another piece of information that maybe veers it back in the other direction. We know how media works and how people's attention spans work. And nobody's interested.
Wait, what did he say?
Right?
Who
Nobody
said that?
wants
I'm joking.
the 7th update in a row that contradicts the other ones, right? And personally, in terms of making any videos or updates about this, it's exhausting. And I don't know what the time is where you say, enough, I feel like I have enough of that story, now we're going to present it. This doesn't happen in other conflicts, not to this degree. There's details that we get wrong. There's minor aspects of stories we get wrong and can come back and correct. No issue. Happens pretty regularly when looking at Russia and Ukraine. There's a report of 4 aircraft were destroyed. Wait a minute, 2 days later, we got the clarification. It was only 2. Like, that happens regularly. Not here. There's so many contradicting stories day in and day out that a lot of people at this point, it seems, latch on to whichever piece they want, and that's it. So there's no opening to present, well, hold on. And I'm not talking to you all. You guys are a great audience, very nuanced, and are regularly bringing up these pieces of the gray between the black and white. But I don't know. My gut says that I'm probably not the only one.
Hamas got caught impersonating World Food Kitchen workers. Sure, boss. Why not, eh? I don't care. I don't care if that's true or if that's not true. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if to look at, because it's going to be one of those, bro. Fuck that. Well, World Central Kitchen confirmed it. Okay, why not? Why? Why not? Eh?
Losing interest, maybe, is the way to put it, because it's so exhausting, day in and day out. But I don't know exactly what the move is here. I didn't want to just stop making content about this at all, because I do know there are a lot of you. I've gotten a lot of really, humbling messages from so many of you around the world, to include quite a few viewers, not just in Israel, but in the West Bank as well. And it means a lot that you come here looking for news about this conflict that's happening right there in their backyard. I don't know how to help with that.
Where does WCK confirm this outside of the Times of Israel? Do they? Did they tell CNN or anything? Because CNN's obviously just saying, oh, Israel claimed this. They said it confirmed to Kogat on Twitter. Oh, World Central Kitchen on X. I see. Bro. Or did Kogat say that World Central Kitchen told them? Bro. Oh, sorry, we have to do the obligatory Times of Israel screen freeze. Okay, Twitter. Ugh! Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib posted it. Uh-oh. He's putting a target on the backs of health workers? Aid workers? That piece of shit. Hang on. I haven't looked at his Twitter ever since the Jubilee appearance. I can't get over how fucking bad it was. I can't do it. He cucked out hard. WCK. So apparently it's here. What do you mean cucked out? He was asked why his family or why people were expelled from the 48 war, and he just did the same thing. He was like, oh, there's radio broadcasts. Whoops. I'm like, okay, that's just that's just not okay. That's not true. Where are they talking about this? Is it from the 12th or the 13th? Or is this story today? If it's today, I should be seeing it right now. Where are we saying Hamas? Kogat? Oh! WCK was contacted by Israel's coordinator of government activities in the territories and confirmed the vehicle and persons of interest were not affiliated with WCK. We strongly condemn anyone posing as WCK or other humanitarians, as this endangers civilians and aid workers. The safety and security of our teams are a top priority. Wow. Naughty boy, Hamas. Naughty, naughty boys. It might not have been Hamas, it might have been gangsters, mind you. 5 armed individuals. Armed terrorists, likely Hamas affiliates. Well, if Grok says it, what can you do, eh? What can you do? This is the video. As you can see, these are terrorists. Terrorists. I haven't listened to enough Hagari to do this anymore. Today, I'm going to show you how these aid workers are aid workers of terror. Terror. Fuck. No, this isn't about the attack from last year. This is about a recent development. Whatever.
When it seems like as we go on,
it looks like the World Central Kitchen, but it's actually the World Terror Kitchen. Damn.
it's less about presenting information and it's more about a he said, she said. That never ends.
Uh-oh.
And the minute you think you've actually got the details of something new comes up. There was last night, I think, the IDF released footage of what appeared to be a dude with an AK-47 getting out of the back of an aid vehicle wearing an aid worker's uniform.
Oh,
like that's a problem, right? Seems pretty important to dig into that. I haven't even begun to go down that rabbit hole. I don't know what the argument is going to be against that, because it's just, look, maybe this is me just accepting defeat in the information war and saying they did it. I don't know exactly to whose benefit that is when the information piece just wears you down and you say, I don't even know how to approach this anymore. But
it's the fact that that happens, but it's not even anyone's goal, right? It's just like the activity of the propagandists is like it, whether they want it to or not, like anyone who actually wants to get to the truth of the matter, like it just demoralizes you. It's just, I don't think no one needs to try to make that the outcome. It just does. It's demoralizing.
That's a little bit of the feeling at this point. I think there's a lot of things that Israel could be doing better right now. I would love to see the conflict wrapped up. I'd love to see the hostages returned.
I'd love to see Netanyahu stop being such a stubborn fucking retard about the Palestinian Authority. I'm just like, you're just putting, like, you've got the entire fucking Arab League saying, get Hamas out. Hamas, leave. We don't like you anymore. We never did, actually. Get the fuck out. Bring the PA in. Start negotiating for final settlement of the conflict. You know, like, Abbas is kind of like nearing the end of his life. Maybe he is in a position right now where he'd actually accept something, you know? And Bibi's like, no, no. It will be an Arab force. Like, shut the fuck. Bro. What? Yosef Haddad, Prime Minister of fucking Gaza. Fucking Fatastan. Jesus Christ. Imagine being Israeli and not knowing the difference between the threat of the West Bank and the threat of Gaza. The key is education if the PA would agree to educational reforms. Has that even been fucking suggested? Have they even suggested that? I don't think they have. Has Netanyahu even said, yeah, we'll sit at the table with Abbas if we just agree on some things? What the fuck? No, let's just give it to an ambiguous Arab force. And again, stop pretending it is anything other than the fact that Netanyahu wants a divided Palestinian population. That's all he wants. He doesn't want an improved education system. He doesn't want anything. He wants a divided Palestinian population. To think that the PA can't be saved, can't be reformed. Bro, the Israeli government has people in it who are fucking settlers and terrorists. And you're out here like, oh, the PA. Abbas never made a counteroffer once, right? Yeah, right. Times have changed. I don't know if you noticed that.
Love to see no question of starvation in the Gaza Strip. Wouldn't that be great, just as a humanitarian principle?
Yeah.
We're not there. I don't know that we're getting close.
Bibi really cares about education. That's true. Yeah. As an educated, erudite man himself, as a man of the books, if only the PA would start teaching their kids that Al-Husseini concocted the Holocaust as an idea and gave it to Hitler, who was otherwise just a simple man who wanted to put the Jews in Madagascar. Yeah, that if only Abbas would teach his kids that, right? Fuck me. His father was a historian. Okay. Wow. Got him.
Feels like we use the term forever war here in the United States a lot, talking about just kind of our experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is kind of fitting right now. It feels like there's a forever war happening in Gaza. And the longer it goes on, the less I actually know, less I actually feel confident about what's happening. But that's enough rambling for me tonight. I wanted to get something out there, just kind of talk through my thoughts on it, because it's a mess, man. It's a mess. Hopefully there's peace soon. That's the best I can say right now. I am going to try to keeping an eye on it. When there's clear military developments, 100%, I'll jump into that. I'm not trying to say that I'm avoiding the conflict or I'll never talk about it again, anything like that at all. More just, a little peek behind the curtain of the absolute chaos that is trying to decipher what the hell is happening in Gaza. But anyways, as always, appreciate all your support. You guys are awesome. And if you lasted this long, thanks for sitting through that long rant. Hope you all have a wonderful night. We'll see you.
What do we think, guys? Do you think I should be inspired by this to just keep on chugging? Just keep on knocking them away? Probably. Because at the end of the day, the reason I wanted this job was because I liked the idea of being able to teach people things and learn things and being in an environment where I can do it like all the time. And I still do. I still like that part. Obviously, the fucking endless war of attrition against my mental health by these people is kind of annoying. And also just the general space and the overlap with personal life and everything else. That's kind of annoying. But man, it's not like it can be quite demoralizing when fucking dusty-brained idiots like this are the authorities on the subject to so many people. But in a way that the world's always been a bit like that, like the world rewards charlatans and fucking nutcases and people who offer like easy problems with easy answers, that kind of thing. Like it's very normal. It's just the way the world's always been. But damn. Actually, you know what? Like, even when I get kind of bored of streaming, and like the fact is that because there's all this people I should stop opening my mouth so much as well on this stuff, because I've got a bunch of people every time I mention something about how fed up I am with this fucking space, then I get like all these messages like, no, don't give up, don't go, like you're such an important part of my learning process. Like, okay, whatever, great. And then there's like 5 people saying, yes, kill yourself, woohoo. But it's like, honestly, yeah, Spider being the majority of poor Spider. What will Spider do? At the end of the day, though, there is nothing more inspiring to me than the fact that it would make these guys happy if I stopped. That does motivate me quite a lot, actually. Just every now and then you give in to sheer fucking spite. And regardless of how isolating it is to be in my position, like, it doesn't shake my confidence, really. Like, I know full well that I understand this conflict better than all of these fucking LARPing degenerate losers combined. I don't need anyone to tell me that. I don't need any fucking reassurance on that. It's just sometimes it gets a little bit like, whoa, there's this environment is very nasty. At least they don't have my address anymore for the time being. You know, maybe if they get my address again, I'll chill. How bad do you think Ethan's statement on the Nakba was? It was just like standard, like pro-Israel version of the story. Yeah, it was quite bad. The thing is that in this environment, compared to it was more truthful than this response, right? It's more truthful than this response, which is to fight with just more dishonesty and revisionism. So, I don't know.
They can never defeat our champion. Sorry, it's such a radioactive place to be, though.
Whoa, thanks for the 1999 EW. You. Imagine Hassan having co-hosts that would disagree with him. It's just, it can be overwhelming at times, but remember, you are getting your morality purity tested by people who celebrate when civilians get targeted. Like, that's the world we live. Like, it's ridiculous. When you put it in that way, that's exactly what's happening, right? These people would happily watch, like, half of the world's Jews fucking deported, killed, or thrown into camps. They wouldn't try to make excuses. They wouldn't be like, oh, we have to think about the context. That they would celebrate it. They would be happy that it's happening. And they're going to morally purity test, like, what, me? Fuck off. Become an Oasis tribute streamer. Well. Listen, chat, you guys are going to be the ones that save me, okay? Don't kill yourself. You're my Wonderwall, huh? You're going to be the one that saves me. Oh, shit. I need a meme generator. How do you... I tried doing this the other day for... How do you get this meme? But I just want the text to change. Not an overlay. I want the text to be that Snapchat font.
Let's finally, once and for all, definitively, reach that goal.
But I just wanted to say, no, don't kill yourself. You're going to be the one that saves me, haha. Is that so much to ask? Can someone do that for me? Because I'm boomer. Thanks for the £10, Consciousness Inc. Appreciate that. Did you do your bonger duty and go to their tour? Well, I went to the gig, not to the tour. What the fuck? You think I'm going to follow them around? That's so expensive. Did you ever feel the pain of the morning rain when it soaks you to the bone? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I was there. That line doesn't really make any sense, does it? WillyMac video? WillyMac video. Shoe on Head video. Ezra Klein video. Whoops. Slight F in the chat there, guys. I'm so sorry. The shoe video is awful. I don't even know the original story there, so I have no idea what's being referred to. Yeah, well. Okay. Ezra one's great, but long as fuck. Yeah, I'll probably watch it. But this is nice short slop. And, you know, it's going to be in my life anyway, so why not? Might as well make something of it.
Not as a known doxer and harasser. If you go on his Twitter account at any time, you could see him doxing people. He's probably the most famous for being the one who claimed he called CPS on Ethan and Gila. He's constantly encouraged and defended people doing it. He literally opened up a CPS merch line because he thinks it's so funny.
Got a hat. I did CPS. The CPS logo with the two skulls, of course. Two skulls. Not a reference to anything in particular.
He knowingly defames people. In my last video, I pointed out that Bad Empanada
That's me!
Constantly claims that Loner Box's dad was part of a militia group that killed a bunch of civilians. No evidence for it. His response is to give the most forced laugh I've ever heard. And then he just doubles down on—
What is it with fucking tankies and not being able to be a human being? Like, why? What is this? Like, do they just press a— oh no, I haven't done it. What a human— oh, a human would laugh at this one. Like, why? Why do they always cackle? It's so weird.
Militia group that killed a bunch of civilians. No evidence for it. His response is to give the most forced laugh I've ever heard. And then he just doubles down on everything he made up.
He complains that I called Loner Box. That I said that Loner Box's dad participated in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, which he absolutely did, by the way. Loner Box has never disproven this. Until he disproves it, it's true.
So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that when my
Are you fucking kidding me? People watch this guy and think he's like a clever person. That's incredible logic, isn't it? He hasn't provided evidence for this negative that I made up? Interesting. Compelling. On a completely unrelated note, I wonder if he did this before or after his daily lashes. For those of you who don't know, Bad Empanada, every morning, this boy wakes up and lashes himself 40 times. Because he's upset that he's not as much of an Arab as I am. It makes him really sad about how white he is. And unless he can prove otherwise, what am I supposed to say? I can't go that high. Too much testosterone as a teenager.
Loner Box has never disproven this. Until he disproves it, it's true.
So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that when my dox gets found, Bad Empanada immediately posted everywhere. Uploads a video blasting my name, my bride's name, the address of her wedding, all over the internet. It's also come out that he's swatting people, filing fake police reports, all while plugging his Patreon. So I figured if he's making money off of my dox, I should too. So thank you, Exter, for helping me cope. Do you have a big, fat, bulky wallet that's worn and beat down like this?
No.
Is your friend or family member living with the same burdens in life? Well, not anymore, because Exker is making the smartest wallets in the game. I've been using Exker for about a month now, and this thing is slick. You got this high quality leather, a place to put a picture or some cash, and at the click of a button, you got access to all your cards. It never gets old. I haven't lost my wallet the entire time because I've been using the Esker Finder card. It's literally shaped like a credit card. It fits seamlessly into my wallet, and like all great wallets, it comes in a variety of different colors and designs. So no matter who you are, you can find the one that suits you. Exter also sent me this travel pack vacuum kit. This little thing's the vacuum. I have this big pile of clothes. I squeezed all of these clothes in. It barely zips up. The vacuum attaches here and boom, it's like 25% of the size. It will fit much better in your suitcase or backpack. From wallets and key cases to backpacks and card draggers, Exter does it all in a stylish and convenient way. So make sure you use code WillyMacShow at partner.exter.com/WillyMacShow 2025 to get up to 42% off your order. Thank you.
Guy's such a married ass random fucking average Joe, isn't he? God.
Exter for sponsoring this video. So where were we? Oh yeah, Bad Empanada fabricating entire background stories about me and my wife.
A certain slop tuber who does nothing but make videos in which he attacks pro-Palestinian people and de facto, as a result of that, helps to further Israel's genocide in Gaza, has been outed as having been honeypotted by Israel. Israel is literally assigning slop tubers.
By the way, no one helps Israel do crazy shit more than this guy, just so you know, okay? As far as like proportion of their reach, like, again, what's Netanyahu's biggest weapon? What's Netanyahu's biggest weapon for telling people that they have to deny Palestinians a state, they have to be strong, they have to be forceful? It's not like racial superiority. They don't use that argument very much. It's not about like blood and soil. It's not about any of that, right? It's mainly, their main motivation is fear. That's how you get Israelis to vote right wing. You convince them that there's no one in the world that will keep you safe, that you've got this bit of land in the world, that's the only place you've got, and if you can't defend that bit of land, you're fucking dead. You're all fucked. You're surrounded on all sides by everyone who wants to kill you, and if they succeed in pushing you out, if you flee, you'll get fucking you'll be a victim of anti-Semitism somewhere else. That's it. That's all it is. No one helps to push that message more than fucking lunatics like this. That's it, right? If you want to convince an Israeli that they have this one place and they have to fight to the fucking death for it, civilian collateral be damned, these are your guys. These are your guys.
Government assigned Israeli wives.
Can you explain how your father helped Israel in the massacre according to your tweet? Yeah, if you go inspect element on a tweet, you can write whatever the fuck you want, Yale McConville. Get some fucking media training. That is a fake tweet. I never said that. It doesn't even make sense to anything I've ever said in any of my videos. What are you talking about? No, my dad did not help Israel. The fuck? My dad hates Israel.
Really good at their job, because me and my girl started dating 8 years ago when I was still a nobody on YouTube.
So the slop tuber in question is WillyMac show. He's suddenly making pro-Israel content constantly. He's suddenly making nothing but videos attacking pro-Palestine people.
I covered Assad before all this. It just turns out a war starting in the Middle East didn't make him any better at covering the news. So guess what? I was able to make more YouTube videos. He never addresses my actual points. It's just character assassinations for why I should be doxxed. That Empanada then doxes another YouTuber with the justification that he's a Nazi and that it's for journalistic interest, and then he says that's why it's important to dox me and my wife because she's Israeli.
You're actually allowed to reveal personal information about people, especially their real names, if it's within journalistic interest. You know, if there is journalistic reason for doing so. And exposing a clear conflict of interest in this guy's content and his personal life.
Oh shit. If I quit and sell all my stuff, do you want the couch and the photo? Oh god. That's such a good tweet. Solid. Excellent tweet. Banger.
Is journalistic interest. It's why, for example, I can tell you that the YouTuber Zoomer Historian, a neo-Nazi history YouTuber, is this guy. I can tell you this because it is within journalistic interest to do so, even though he did not release his information himself publicly. Just like how I can tell you that WillyMac show is William
journalistic interest, like what? Your interest as someone who's not a journalist. Okay.
Conville. And he is getting married to a Yale. Now, I am not going to give you the full name of the person he's getting married to.
He literally just scrolled down and showed her full name. I reported the video and he added this little blur, but it still doesn't cover her name.
She is Israeli and she was assigned to him by the Israeli government. They've taken down this page, but as you can see, it is freely available on...
Is that claim backed by journalistic interest? She was assigned by the Israeli government. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Yes! Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Wait, oh god, would it be so much to ask? Oh, would it be too much to change it to Y-O-U-R to spell it wrong? To make it more I just think this looks so funny. We have to contribute to this discourse somehow, okay? This is the thing, right? Remind everyone that you're a human being. Put a bucket hat on him. Okay. Where's this video? Okay.
Google, they, for some reason, as the guy who is a public figure, decided to just publicly announce in public his wedding.
How is this allowed on YouTube? He does this thing where he constantly tries to justify his reason for doxing me. He's like Ethan doxed Denims when he sued them.
This guy has no right to complain about revealing his real name to be doxing. Because WillyMac show went on the H3...
disgusting as well how this dribbling fucking slimeball manages to convince his audience that there's a complete reversal of cause and effect. Oh God, he's like fucking Hamas. That's what he does, right? This guy's been doxing people since like 2021. Flagrantly. All the fucking time. But for some reason, he sees... Like, no one else set the tone for this more than him. You understand that, right? All this doxing that's going back and forth now between Ethan, fucking Destiny, Hassan, but like all this doxing shit that's going on by them or their audiences or behind the scenes, whatever the fuck. It's all, like, no one does it more and more flagrantly and more cynically and more maliciously than this guy. And he did it first.
Podcast, which is a podcast that frequently doxes people. In Ethan's recent video talking about his lawsuit against 3 young women, he included unredacted...
It's funny because he's using legal cases as an excuse for doxing. That's a bad thing. But that's literally the excuse that he uses. The only difference is that he doesn't pursue his legal cases. He just says, I need your dox so I can do a legal case. But then he won't do the legal case. He'll send a fucking warning letter and then nothing follows up. He did that to me over a tweet. He's like, oh, I need to dox you because I need to get you to take this tweet down. I'm like, bitch, the tweet's still up. The tweet is still up. You wasted a few £100 on a fucking warning letter from a Scottish legal firm. Because you were just that fucking horny for my real name.
Legal filings that he made that include their real names and their real locations.
That's just how legal filings work.
Here's a video clip of Ethan Klein doxing a random Instagram commenter on his show. Ethan goes through the guy's Instagram, brings up pictures of his family members.
Commenter commented from their...
Destiny is just as bad as BE at that point. Listen, fuck Destiny, okay, personally, but also, I'm sorry, if you think that these two are comparable, you need your fucking skull checked. Like, this relativism is so fucking stupid. Like, you understand that someone doxing for whatever, like, not all... It's just a fact that not all doxing is equal. For example, if you are Jewish, okay, would you rather get doxed by some fucking shitlib that you're fighting with online or fucking Hitler? I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how many... You could probably do the maths on this about how many fucking civilians this guy wants to kill for his ideal world, or for how many people this guy wants to put in fucking re-education camps, okay? You understand that when this guy doxes someone and literally puts their address out and says things like, this person is like defending and celebrating babies who get fucking killed. This isn't just a regular person. This is someone in the real world. At the same time that you and people around you are saying that anyone who crosses this arbitrary threshold that we've set deserves to be targeted as a military person. At the same time that people have literally been fucking murdered by vigilantes who think they're stopping the genocide by targeting 2 random fucking Israeli, like, low-level staffers, one of whom has a public record which only shows them trying to do fucking tech startups with Palestinians in the West Bank, right? That person gets fucking shot for spewing the exact same rhetoric that this person does, and you think this is, like, equal. Fuck off. Actually, fuck off. You can condemn, like, people like Ethan or Destiny for going overboard with a lot of the stuff they do, and I think they do. There's definitely things both of them have done that I do not defend at all and would even just, like, openly shit on. No one is a worse offender than this guy. And if you don't admit that, I'm not taking you seriously. You don't deserve my time or attention. Like, fuck you. If you don't admit that this guy sets the tone for it and does it worse than everyone else, then you're just full of shit. You've got something, there's something else motivating your fucking decisions.
Instagram, brings up pictures of his family members.
Commenter commented from their Instagram account with their full name talking trash to Ethan. It had loads of pictures of them and their family on it. I didn't get sued. I didn't comment on your video with my full name. At the end of the day, my crimes are marrying a Jew and going on a podcast. He's nonstop lying about me and my wife, saying she was in the IDF. His fans are saying she murdered babies. He's saying propagandists should die as he's calling me a paid propagandist. They're saying we're valid targets. He posted a photo of what he thinks is my wife in the IDF, but they're actually just pictures of random teenage girls. I asked my wife what this was, and she thinks it's the Israeli Girl Scouts, so he's just posting little girls on Twitter. My wife didn't serve in the IDF. She came over here at 3 years old. On top—
You're personally aggrieved. What the fuck? Personally aggrieved. I think I can still be fairly objective in the sense that someone who puts out my fucking address puts an entire ideological foundation for why people like me should be killed and tells people, oh yeah, these are not just like concepts, these are real people in the real world. By the way, here's his address. At the same time that people are getting fucking murked for these perceived crimes. I don't know. I don't think that's to do with being personally aggrieved. You can say both are bad, but if you're not going to admit that one's worse, then I just don't take it seriously. Something else going on there. Weird.
Top of it, he doesn't even know her politics on that situation. He's just being racist. But the worst thing he did was post the date and address of her wedding the week before it took place. He does it multiple times throughout the video, showing an archived page of our site, because we did take it down to try and hide it. But nope, there it is. The time, the date, the address.
Yale and William McConville are getting married very soon. Yale, who is Israeli and Israeli government-provided wife.
So now our wedding is being messed with, and they are wasting the time of our venue, the hotel, and 2 police stations. It's costing me thousands of extra dollars in insurance and potentially closing down the entire building, and my bride is coming up to me and asking me if we're about to be double homicided at her wedding. I'm like, no baby, these people don't leave their mom's basements, but she sees the news. She saw 2 low-level staffers at the Israeli embassy get shot and killed. She's worried. So I'm being told by the police that I should go online and see if there's any direct threats. And I see a video made by a guy who hates me, showing all of my information and giving a hypothetical where I'm a valid target because Destiny's a hypocrite.
Stevie said anything involving this bad empanada guy or anyone that supports him is justifiable ammo. Anything is justified against bad empanada and anyone that supports him. Let's apply those standards. Why are we saying this about Bad Empanada? Well, it appears to be because Bad Empanada doxed WillyMac's wife. So, would Destiny be saying that those who dox people, those who make calls to violence or allusions to violence, should be fair game, and all of their supporters, all the personalities that back them up, all the chatters that back them up?
This is essentially a Destiny snark community. This guy's
Hang on. This isn't him saying that... Okay, if I had to guess, and I think I'd probably disagree with Kramer quite a bit on this, I don't think he's saying that, like... This is like a buyer logic argument. That's what he's saying here, right? No, this is taken out of context. Yeah? That's my guess. We'll see.
Against Bad Empanada and anyone that supports him. Let's apply those standards. Why are we saying this about Bad Empanada? Well, it appears to be because Bad Empanada doxed WillyMac's wife. So, would Destiny be saying that those who dox people, those who make calls to violence or allusions to violence, should be fair game, and all of their supporters, all the personalities that back them up, all the chatters that back him up?
This is essentially a Destiny snark community. This guy's narrative for the past 6 months is that I'm covering for Destiny despite me making 2 of the most in-depth videos criticizing him. Their evidence behind this is I said Destiny is better at covering the news than Hassan and Vosh, which is somebody who has made videos on all 3 of these people. I think that's objectively true, but I digress. But most importantly, it's that when these 2 do something stupid, I make fun of them back. The truth is, Bad Empanada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers. So when I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle to fuck with me. He literally gets a donation that says, I understand what we must...
Was it Queeman's viewers? Queeman does have some fucking really retarded chatters. I don't know if they're doxers, though. Okay.
Do. Wink, wink.
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him. No? Is that not the standard? That's what he's laying out for me here. Now, I have principles. Yeah,
it's a buyer logic argument. He's not saying that you would do this himself.
I don't think it's no bad tactics, only bad targets. That's not me.
As he's literally showing my docs.
But Destiny is very clearly laying out that those are the standards that he believes in. Those are the standards he wishes to be enforced. Is if you're a doxer, if you call for violence, anything is justifiable against you supporters.
Order taken.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying, Max, actually. I just explicitly said otherwise, actually, Max.
He's got a shit-eating grin on his face. He knows what he's doing. This then gets retweeted by his friend J-Stock, who pushed the...
Look at this. It's like the jokes write themselves. I've got someone called Hamas fan in my chat saying I cover for genocide. Like, I don't even need to ban you. Like, you're just doing it to yourself. That's what these guys are. I don't know. Personally, I feel like I'd know this would be the case because this happened to me. I don't really want to go too far into like the Queeman thing because I just don't pay that much attention to his content. Apart from whenever I debate him, like there's a very alarming number of people who are like bad empanada glazers in there, and I don't know, like I don't know what he's doing in his content to get that. Maybe they're just like drama people who happen to like him. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if that was me, I'd be a little bit concerned about why that's happening. Like to have that level of like political fucking insanity going on in your chat, like, yeah, it's weird to me. But I think some people just don't really, I do wonder whenever I see him like so flagrantly lying about his activity and his intentions in his videos, I do wonder if he just exploits the fact that maybe a lot of his audience doesn't know about how far he goes with the fact that he sets people up in a way that like so many people, like the umbrella for the amount of people that are like physically military targets in his worldview, whilst also doxing and like in no uncertain terms, like directing people to do things to them. I do wonder like if he just manages to conceal that. Chud's chat is all racist, pick your poisons. Yeah, but I know why that is with Chud, right? Like I know why Chud's chat have like if someone wanted to be like, oh yeah, maybe not I don't know about the racism because I don't watch Chud that much, but if it was for the trans stuff, I would know because Chud pushes like pretty like rhetoric that isn't very nice to trans people. I know he does that with the AGP shit and I guess like constantly shoehorning in like they them, even if it's like a very obvious like binary trans woman or trans man. I know why that audience would get attracted by him. I don't know what a Bad Empanada fan gets from watching Queeman, other than the anti-Destiny stuff, I guess. But that was honestly where the first rift started with me with left-wingers, was like I was growing an audience and then a very fucking weird amount of people in there were just like, yeah, they were just full on fucking tanky / terrorist supporters. And when the Israel-Palestine debates came up as well, or when I would cover that stuff, you would see like people debating about defending Hamas's actions, or is there such a thing as an Israeli civilian? Like I remember like seeing all these conversations emerge in my Discord in like 2022, like way ahead of any of this. And it was because I was covering things like left-wing perspectives on Islamophobia and shit. Like, for some reason, you had to push for one thing, but like cut a line on the other one.
Exact same narratives about me. I'm obviously very unhappy about this. It's affecting my real life, but instead of anyone actually acknowledging this, they do what Bad Empanada did and try to hypocrisy hunt to justify their actions. They're like, why aren't you mad at Destiny? He quote tweeted your docs too.
Why aren't you mad at Destiny himself?
Destiny is defending my already viral docs that's already in the hands of all the people who hate me. We're acting like context and scale don't matter. It was actually kind of nice to see someone with a big audience who I've criticized in the past stand up for me and say this is wrong. But look at this comment. Willy refuses to acknowledge the obvious, that Destiny is the biggest proponent in spreading his docs. No, it was actually Bad Empanada who did that. Do you know how time works? They hate Destiny so much they're ignoring the very reality we live in. That's what I don't get at all. Is he perfectly fine with his docs being spread around as long as the person who's spreading it is condemning it? At this point, my docs is already spread, the toothpaste is out of the bottle. What bothered me most in this moment was the narrative that I deserve it, or that it's part of some greater Destiny justice. If Queeman pulled up—
This is where Yeah, this is where I had this problem as well. Was when Bad Empanada was putting my address out back when I lived at that address and directing his audience against me. When that was happening, it's like, yeah, you guys didn't know about that until after. You guys didn't know about that because I was like, what if that means I have to put my address out? Like there's not really any way to do it without showing someone where to find it, right? And to condemn the person. If he's like, well, my docs is there and this person's connected to it, so what do? Do you just let them shut the fuck up about it? But that's how it works though, right?
My docs and only said Bad Empanada sucks for this, I wouldn't care. It's the dog whistle call to action that's the problem. It's so obvious. Yet I'm seeing respected commentator Augie call me a hypocrite because I said
Queeman's response to WillyMac.
Bad Empanada
47.
Okay,
maybe.
Doxing is wrong.
This is from a month ago. Willie says, you should delete this. It's just doxing and a shit thing to do to someone.
Let me see if there's a... Did you move because you were doxxed? No, that was just a very fateful... Oh, I see. 15 minutes. There we go. Okay.
Whose worst crime is...
No, I didn't move because I was doxxed. That was just... luck was on my side. I just found a really good offer to move at roughly the same time, so... But he didn't know that, did he?
Annoying on the internet. So you have that situation there. So there is twice replying to JStock's docs, but then he got upset about fucking his docs being shared.
Yeah, holy shit. It's as if context matters. It's as if me calling out a tweet that already has 100,000 views doesn't add any negative effect. He pearl clutches and gives this big performance about my quote tweet.
I showed you 2 times. Here he is doing it a 3rd time just a few days ago before I even did this stream. And I actually had to like tell him, I was like, dude, delete this shit, right?
But on this same stream, Augie shows the uncensored link of JStock's docs. He also replied under JStock's docs on Twitter. So what are we talking about? Are we gonna call Augie a doxer? No, because they don't actually care about this. He's just being performative to justify what's happening to me. Augie acts confused throughout this entire segment.
Literally days after he threw a hissy fit. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't really make any sense to me. It's like, what the f are we talking about here? I mean, what argument are we making here? This is just crazy. It makes no...
This is the first time I've ever seen what this Augie guy looks like. I don't know anything about him. I just remember the name kicking around drama spheres.
Sense.
I know why he's confused. It's because he never plays the original clip that made me mad in the first place. He just summarizes as they criticize Destiny, and that's why Willie's mad.
Too bothered by this, but instead he was bothered by some stuff that Queeman and JStock were saying. And basically what they were saying was, it's kind of hypocritical for Destiny to get upset at, you know, WillyMac for getting doxxed when he has a history of doxing people and is currently right now calling for their doxes, right?
So he never plays the context and then acts like the reason I'm mad is because they called Destiny a hypocrite. Nothing about my wedding or my bride. How is that possible unless you're being bad faith? I'm not even sure if Augie knows what a dog whistle is. He's like, unless Queeman pulls up Willie's docs and then says, I love doxing Willie, it's all fine.
This isn't really a point against WillyMac. It was mainly a point against Destiny. I don't think at any point Queeman...
These are literally children harassing adults, isn't it? No, it's worse than that. These are all adults.
He was like, yeah, and he got doxxed, and I love that. You know? I don't think he ever said that, right?
Bro, if you're this stupid, make life better for everybody and just quit. Destiny has recently doxed JStock and Queeman. His motivation behind this is that everyone they associate with him ends up getting doxed and harassed, so he's doing it back to them. The victims I know are Destiny's girlfriend, Dan Saltman and his family, me and my wife, Hutch and his family. Augie pulls up Destiny's employees saying she was swatted.
I was also swatted. Now, why would she be saying that she was also swatted in a reply to this clip? Is she saying that JStock and Queeman had some part in her getting swatted? Or that their communities had some part in this?
Yes, obviously, but it's all just a coincidence to Augie. Augie pulls up another example of a Destiny viewer saying they're getting threatening letters sent to their house, and Destiny's like, I don't believe them, but even if that happened, it's still not that community's fault.
A couple months ago, because I'm a fan of Destiny in the JStock server, someone in his community sent a letter to my home. I've moved since then. Thanks for telling us, by the way. To my house saying I defend Destiny because I want to rape my wife and my patients. I'm gonna
I defend Destiny because I want to rape my wife and patients. Oh, okay.
Saying, I defend Destiny because I want to rape my wife and my patients. I'm going to put an X to doubt on that one. And even if it did happen, right? Who's responsible for that?
What about the guy dog whistling that I'm a valid target and getting a dono saying they understand his orders?
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him.
I don't think creators are responsible.
Yeah, that's not a very... It's one of those things where, like, I don't understand how some people can give the context of a clip, but they'll still make the same message about it. It seemed like he was doing like a buyer logic argument. It's very obvious. It doesn't even seem like that's what it was.
For every one of their unhinged viewers, but it is not normal for a community this small to have so much doxing coming out of it. I've made videos on communists, Nazis, misogynists, feminists, scammers, and traffickers. People with millions of followers, yet this tiny little community is where all this doxing takes place, and it's just out of their hands. Dude, they're obviously feeding into it, but Augie knows nothing. He can't even recite me goofing on them accurately. J-Stalk has criticized Destiny for creating a metaphorical rape machine, partially because he had sex with BPD girls. Then when these girls call him out
for President Sunday's line, isn't it?
For being abusive, everyone thinks they're just crazy. J-Stalk then had sex with the same BPD girl.
Everything Destiny's saying here is true. Actually, it's not true. Actually, everything Destiny's saying here is complete bullshit. Destiny says, and to think that this was the same guy, J-Stalk Jewstalker, who spent the last year saying having sex with mentally ill people equals rape. Crazy, huh? No, you retard.
Oh.
That was never the argument that you have sex with mentally ill people.
It was sending videos without consent, wasn't it? Or recording in Cherry's case, apparently. I thought that was the... Am I wrong? Bro.
That means you're raping them by default. The argument is that you don't give a fuck about their consent because you'll share their images, videos of them doing all kinds of sexual stuff. You'll share that with anyone.
No, Augie. J-Stalk actually specifically said it's not about sharing images.
I think that the main talking point is that Destiny distributes people's nudes. And, like, it's like a weird
I think that's not the main talking point. I think one of the a massive talking point here is the infinite rape machine, okay? How does the infinite rape machine work? It's a massive talking point, which you'd know if you're a part of if you watch the Sunday video. It's not just about nudes, bro. It's about a system that let this happen for so long.
And what does Sunday say? Part of the machine is Destiny.
What the fuck is the... I remember Sunday talking about this, but I think it was in the context of him justifying blowing up fucking Pixie's shit with the Aaron DMs, because otherwise the infinite rape machine can just keep on churning. Like, fucking hell. Really? Is that why you didn't even bother to check whether or not she was doing anything? Or you just wanted to make up a fucking excuse to get ahead of the curve? Okay. I wonder.
Targeting mentally ill women.
And the victims are also selected, either for mental illness, allowing them to be easily construed as hysterical or deceptive when they complain about their treatment.
So when it leaks that J-Stalk is having a secret relationship with the same BPD girl and she crashes out on him multiple times, it's funny. I'm giving him shit. I'm allowed to talk shit back to these people. I talked to Augie about the same exact thing a month ago and told him if he wanted to find it, he could just watch the ending to my second Destiny video. But he didn't watch it. He'd rather make stuff up. Bro, you're sitting at a computer right now. Feel free to use it. Augie ends this hour-long segment on me, summarizing that the only reason I'd be mad is because I'm stupid or because Destiny controls me, feeding into the narrative that got me doxxed in the first place.
It's hard to, like, logically understand why he's posting this shit. I mean, the two options is literally just he's, like, brain dead retarded right now, or he's controlled opposition.
Really? That's all you could think of? Well, let me give you a third option. Our wedding is having to prepare for fake bomb threats, and my bride is worried about us and our family getting shot. Augie never once brings this up as a possibility for why I'm frustrated. It doesn't cross his mind. Seriously, if that's the extent of your analysis, you need to quit. In my last conversation with Augie, he told me...
This is why, just so you know, why there is something particularly... And again, people... I know a lot of these commentary spaces maybe have this ethic where they separate the politics from the conduct or whatever again, but it's like separating the politics from the actions here, it doesn't make any sense, because like literally if your entire presence on the internet, the entire reason people listen to you is because you're the one who convinces people that anyone that we can shoehorn into the Israeli state genocide defending apparatus can just be fucking killed. And then that's why you probably don't want your wedding to be doxxed by that person. Like, that's why it's especially insidious if it's coming from someone who thinks that, well, one person is a propagandist for the genocide, according to WillyMac would be. And then the wife is an Israeli government funded or provided asset, an ex-IDF as well. Remember Noah was saying that she was IDF? Yeah, if you've got someone like that posting where you're going to be on a particular day, yeah, that's fucking horrible. That's so... And you know for a fact he wouldn't give a fuck if anything happened. Like, him and that audience wouldn't give a shit. Yeah, read what they were saying from Noah. Willy's claim is that he got doxxed in Queeman's Discord and then it pipelined to BE. Yeah, but I don't think there's any receipt for that, is there? I don't know why he's making that argument, like where the proof is. Hey, what did I tell you guys? This is a high performance tweet. Look at that. 25 minutes. It's popping. Excellent. Well done, guys.
Story about how he quit drama for a year because a guy named Salvo was doxing and harassing him and his family. So where is that same sympathy when it's happening to me and my wife? He shares the same empathy meter with Ian.
You know, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up.
The most reassuring news I got was when my wedding planner told me that she talked to the venue and they told her that the riffraff doesn't bother them because they've done celebrity weddings and that they're in a Jewish neighborhood. So they're used to getting calls like this. In one sense, very reassuring because it means our venue wasn't spooked, and in another sense very depressing because it means people are just calling and harassing this place because they're in a Jewish neighborhood. I don't know what should happen when it comes to Destiny or a Snark community doxing each other and others, but what I do know is Bad Empanada needs to be banned. He nonstop slanders people, doxes people, and harasses them. He recently swatted Kraut by falsely reporting him to the Austrian police for hacking his alt Twitter account.
Oh, this is being talked about now. Huh, I knew about this. This is fucking mental, man. The excuse he gave for this as well. Holy shit.
I don't think they were ever hacked at all.
Basically, he accuses me of hacking. Bad Empanada accuses me of hacking. Specifically, he accuses me of hacking 15 of his banned Twitter accounts.
His evidence of Kraut hacking him comes from a tweet where Kraut says he's archiving his accounts. That's literally it.
This here is the central claim. He claims, I got illegal access to 15 of his 22...
Like what, Wayback Machine? Hacking is using the Wayback Machine. We managed to get an archive file containing everything he tweeted with 15 out of 22 suspended accounts. Oh no, I'm being hacked. Okay.
But rarely banned X accounts. Well, what did I tweet? I tweet, yeah, we managed to get archive files containing everything Bad Empanada tweeted with 15 of his 22 suspended accounts. Well, how did we get this? We went to Wayback Machine. And
this is a thing you can do. Yeah, it's Wayback Machine. Yeah. Assuming people have archived the stuff, then yeah. Hang on.
Typed in his accounts.
So f***ing obviously is not you hacking him. He's saying that tweet is evidence that he was hacked.
Yes.
Bad Empanada actually just uploaded a video on why he thinks his police report was justified, and in it, he just reads his complaint.
So this is probably the most serious thing that he did, in that he publicly implied that he had hacked my social media accounts and obtained private information.
In other words, this guy just wants any excuse to get people's private shit, right? He just will make any excuse, and his audience will believe it because they're all fucking like bedwears. Yeah.
That is otherwise inaccessible from doing so, and that he was going to go through it and share it.
Hey, no neck, he's talking about the public tweets you posted. Oh yeah, this tweet where Crouch says he's going to screenshot the unhinged stuff I say, yeah, that's evidence he's going to hack me. Please believe me, audience. Like, how stupid are his viewers?
An archive file containing everything Bad Empanada tweeted with 15 of his 22 suspended accounts. Now, you can't really get an archive file of someone else's Twitter. The only way you can get the Twitter archive file is by having access to the account, so that's very suspicious. case, isn't it?
Or he could just go to your public Twitter page and screenshot all your tweets. He's so desperate to sound like a victim here when he's the one who falsely swatted Kraut.
He didn't want me to think that he had engaged in potentially criminal activity. Why did he make a public post implying that he was engaging in that activity? Public posts that clearly the Vienna police who investigated the case thought were suspicious enough to warrant an investigation and an interview.
This is the thing as well, is like, is he dumb or is his audience dumb? I don't understand. Like, that's such an easy answer. The answer there is that, yeah, of course they investigated, because maybe it's not the same in every country, but it is the case that to an extent, if you make a complaint to the police, they have to investigate it. And I don't know if Vienna does it in particular, but sometimes they actually have to do it like properly. Like they have to open a file and all that shit, right? Like, but I don't know, I guess, because I think a lot of these people who go into the whole like populist, like far like radical anti-establishment, or like they hate everything about the system that they live in. I wonder if they just are so ignorant about how things work in the world that they genuinely believe it. It's like that a little while ago when I saw Noah Samson trying to say that his friend's fucking law firm that he worked for was making a profit rate of like 20,000%, because they did the classic thing where you calculate your wage and you calculate how much the company makes and be like, oh well, the difference must be the amount they're exploiting me for, right? Like that's stupid. Like I just read 2 pages of Das Kapital and I think I can figure out how this is working. Or the people who are like, oh yeah, I sold like 20 fucking Big Mac meals in 1 hour. That means my wage must be like $100 an hour. Like, yeah, maybe they just don't know anything about how anything in the world works. I don't know.
Case thought were suspicious enough to warrant an investigation and an interview.
What Bad Empanada is not telling you is that the police dismissed his complaint as having zero merit. He's essentially reading his own complaint and then acting like that somehow makes it more legit. It doesn't. This is only a small portion of how stupid this police report is. In short, the police closed the investigation because it was a massive waste of time. But this still allowed Bad Empanada to get all of Kraut's personal information. When the police closed the investigation, Bad Empanada wrote an email threatening Kraut to stay silent on it.
Hi, Joseph. I did not swat you. You gave me legitimate reason to believe that you were hacking my accounts in an attempt to divulge my private information and posted very public threats against me. I'm relieved to hear that you apparently denied that you were really engaging in this behavior. I will not apologize for taking basic measures to protect myself, like filing a police report. When you publicly made such statements, I would prefer to not have...
I hope you're doing better now than you were at that time.
To talk about this publicly, as you will note that I have refrained from doing up until this point, because I legitimately never did any of the things you claimed I did to you and have no wish to embarrass or divulge any personal info by releasing any of the files I received from the public prosecutor's office on this case.
That's definitely not a threat. I did not even intend to make a video about this. As far as I'm concerned, the matter is done unless you make it into something far bigger than it actually was by mischaracterizing what actually happened. I did not engage in this legal process for the sake of finding your personal info like Ethan Klein is doing. He's such a fucking liar, man. Oh, he's such a fucking worm. I did it because you made public statements that implied you had committed crimes against me. Again, what? By accessing archived tweets. Okay. I, of course, might respond to your videos again in the future, but just as when I did so previously, I critique you on your work, perhaps with some petty insults thrown in, not with any intent to harm your personal life. God, he's such a fucking liar. Oh, God. Thing is, why does he think it's convincing anyone when he sends it in a private email? I don't get it. It's just such a strange... It's such odd behavior. It's so strange. I have no issue with you as a person. I just think your videos suck. He sounds nervous in this. I don't know. I don't know if it's because maybe there's something in Vienna that means you can get fucked for wasting people's time, like wasting police time.
of the files I received from the public prosecutor's office on this case.
Or in other words, stay silent or I'm gonna post all of your personal information I got from the police. Crowd has vented a bit about this, so Bad Empanada has already started lying about the facts. Crowd is currently going around claiming that I swatted him. In reality, I reported him to the Vienna police because he was openly posting on Twitter about he was stalking/doxing me for months. The prosecutor thought the evidence I provided was suspicious enough to warrant an investigation, especially one about him illegally accessing my data. Crowd told me that the Austrian police are obligated to investigate every report, and the investigation came back saying Bad Empanada had little more than circumstantial evidence, that his accusations of violent threats can both in objective and subjective manner not be proven due to there not being any violent threats, that the accusation of libel or slander is not detectable. This video is so embarrassing by him. He is non-stop lying, and from what I've seen, Bad Empanada has no evidence. He's just wasting everybody's time to get a dox. Seriously, how is this guy not banned from everything? There is some good news though. Bad Empanada is apparently on the run. I thought it was just a meme when he posted, "Today's stream is delayed as I am fleeing to a different country." But it turns out this might be real as Ethan is monologuing his next move to track him down. Bad Empanada is on the run. He knows we're closing in. We suspected he had fled back to Australia, but upon further research and verification, he's actually fled to Uruguay. This information is probably shocking for him to hear as he went to great lengths to obscure his escape from Argentina to Uruguay. Bad Empanada, if you ever...
See, now I wonder if a commentary community, like a commentary YouTuber might look at this and think, well, because he's somehow finding out which countries this guy's going to, then he's guilty of quote unquote the same thing, even though obviously in this case, the guy is actually like
decide to return to
quite clearly broken laws against people. Not just looked at archived tweets and we're going to call that doxing. But maybe people see this and they think it's all just a bunch of guys like doing the same thing. I don't know. Weird.
To Australia will be immediately notified and a torrent of lawsuits will follow. You are easy to get in Australia, which is why you're doing everything to avoid returning. Why am I telling you this? So he looks over his shoulder every day. We are coming and we will win. You can run from us, but we will catch you and we will ruin you. Have a nice day.
Bad Empanada chimed in. Does it feel good to be hated literally everywhere you go? I mean, first of all, Bad Empanada, you're outcast from society. Like, we live in Los Angeles, California. You are on the run.
I mean, you know you're a piece of shit when even Hassan pulls up Bad Empanada's video of him doxing me, and even he's surprised about what's happening.
Just like how I can tell you that WillyMac show is William McConville, and he is getting married to Yale. Now, I am not going to give you the full name of the person he's getting married to, but I can tell you she is Israeli, and she was assigned to him by...
Bestest Kib, to be honest. This is Drama Slob Empanada content? Yeah, I don't really fucking give a shit about this.
Like, I appreciate that he stopped watching immediately, but why are we acting like it's just slop? I'd argue it's a bit more ill-intended than slop content. Hassan is a guy who thinks the subreddit LSF posting his stream clips quantifies as stalking and harassment.
If I was a smart person, I wouldn't be getting ritualistically humiliated by socially maladjusted freaks that are agoraphobic on a daily basis in a mass harassment campaign online. But I do that for a living.
But Bad Empanada posting my personal info, it's just drama slop. Then he watches them again a few days later.
Bad Empanada is a good example of this, where I think he's like a crazy person. He is chaotic good, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Please explain.
Like, think about how little little time I spend like shitting on Bad Empanada or whatever. Because like, I think he's coming from, like, we have different methods. We have different tactics. We have different techniques.
His tactics are doxing, false police report.
Bro, you're such a fucking coward. Like, the only reason that Hassan likes Bad Empanada is because he's too retarded to challenge his own critics. That's all it is. Hassan can't challenge his own critics, so he needs someone else to do it for him. And I guess he thinks it's like very impressive that every now and then, amongst a fucking torrent of bullshit, there's like 2 or 3 citations next to it, like the Finkelstein method, you know? Like, that's like, Hassan he should understand that if Bad Empanada is ever in power, like, you're going in the gulag, bro. You're going in the gulag. He's literally said that you don't want the same thing. Bad Empanada is against coexistence. He doesn't want Israelis and Palestinians to share the land and have truth and reconciliation and nation building. He wants evictions and expulsions and re-education camps for all the Israelis. That's what he wants, and he'll say it fucking openly. That's why I think the last time Bad Empanada challenged Hassan was because Hassan had spoken to those guys who did that documentary, the Israeli and the Palestinian who did a documentary about the West Bank, and they were very far left, they were very anti-Israel, but they were also like one-state solution people, right? And to Mr. Empanada, that was like disgusting because it was like humanizing to Israelis or implying that they have any like right at all as equals in that region. You guys do not want the same thing, man. Or at least Hassan just kind of pretends he wants the nicer thing, the nicer sounding thing. Yo.
Methods. We have different tactics. We have different techniques.
His tactics are doxing, false police reports, false CPS reports, slandering people constantly.
But overall, we're working on the same side.
Hassan is literally saying he supports what Bad Empanada is doing. Like, Hassan clearly knows at this point who Bad Empanada really is. He literally had a one-on-one conversation with him where Bad Empanada said these people deserve to be harassed, meaning anyone who mildly disagrees with them.
Be mean to them. If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a f**k them.
Yeah.
Each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it.
He knows the guy he's supporting is doing this and purposely promotes him anyway. A week passes and they're talking out about my docs and peddling lies about my wife to discredit valid criticism about them. They're just trying to assassinate my character.
You're just doing investigative journalism. They're saying Bad Empanada unearthed that. Is that true? I think Bad Empanada or somebody unearthed like the WillyMac shows getting married to like an IDF lady or something, which makes sense. He was the
IDF based
guy who did the big expose on like you with the Al Ali bombing, hospital bombing, right?
Yeah. He's a
Are we what really for correcting Hassan on the Al Ali hospital bombing? Wait, do we have the video? Oh, hang on. Never forget, okay? Oh, where's the fucking video? I don't think I'm gonna find it. The one where it's got like the speculation in progress meme. What, the JDAM? The called on JDAM detector? Yeah, God forbid you make fun of someone for that. I'm not gonna find it, am I? Fuck. It's too old. Is it here? Oh, this one's streamable?
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
Even Vosh said, wait and see. I know, God. I was off that evening. I wasn't working. But someone told it to me. The person I was hanging out with that evening told me about it, and I was like, yeah, that would be quite big.
A prediction or
if they airstrike a hospital, just flatten the building and kill 500 people. That's quite...
speculation.
That's quite a
it
big
can
claim.
sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes.
Guys, all right. That does not get old. You'll never guess who else said something like that. It is Israel who intentionally struck the hospital, massacring over 500 defenseless, sheltering refugees and injured people receiving treatment, including women and children. There's no other actor with the capability of causing such damage. Hamas, remember, it was a car park with a pothole in it. Hamas does not have any weaponry even remotely capable of having carried it out. Their rockets are makeshift and notoriously weak, carrying explosives that are not even capable of leveling a small house, let alone a massive hospital. with the power to cause a blast big enough to kill so many people. Well done, buddy. Well done. Birds of a feather, eh?
Brilliant political, probably one of the best minds
He
in
just cares
politics
about
right
the
now.
truth. So yeah, compromise.
Like, man, I just keep forgetting. You could justify anything as long as you're more pro-Palestine than the other guy. I want to end this.
Why do these guys think they can like look down on people intellectually when like half of what they do is just attacking people's fucking personal lives? Isn't he married to an IDF? Yeah, wow, that guy's great. That's great political commentary. Unlike me, you know, academic to the bone. Fuck, man.
Video with a story. When I was at my most overwhelmed figuring out all the new logistics for the wedding, Ethan Klein actually hit me up and offered to organize security for it so everyone could have peace of mind and enjoy the day. He had no reason to do that. I don't know Ethan. I've made videos on him in the past, but he reached out anyway and lent a hand when he had no reason to. What got me was a text he sent me saying, "I got you, bro. Don't worry, your wedding will be perfect." It was, so thank you. Subscribe to the channel and buy a wallet. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Dranko Bex, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tis McFitz, Christopher H, Sentinel Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amura Melbay, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharon, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Tiffany 2 Trill.
Okay, wow. So Ethan paid for security for WillyMac's wedding. That's actually quite cute. Wow. Give me a lump in my throat. Okay, Queeman response to WillyMac. Apparently the first 13 minutes is all I need. Okay, yeah, I guess he didn't really occupy much of the video, but that clip that WillyMac used was not saying what he said it was saying, I don't think.
Bad Empanada is a known doxer and harasser. If you go on his Twitter account at any time, you can see him doxing
editing.
people. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that when my dox gets found, Bad Empanada immediately posted everywhere. Uploads a video blasting my name.
Okay, wait, sorry. People in chat saying that Destiny quote tweeted and that's what spread the dog. Again, like, you're so fucking dense. So you understand that there's a difference between the cat already being out of the bag and it's like, okay, either I'm going to support this person and the price that we pay is that a few people who are on the guy's side, like, oh, what? Are we worried about what? He does that and we're worried that Destiny's community are going to go to WillyMac's wedding to cause shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, no, at a certain point, you have to talk about it. You have to... Do you not understand what amplifying docs info is? Yes. Do you understand what people using methods is that means that you can't call it out ever? Fuck that. Like, I don't know. Fuck. Again, it doesn't seem like WillyMac has an issue with it. So at that point, he's like...
My bride's name, the address of her wedding, all over there.
Okay, yes. Okay. For everyone, yeah. If you get doxed, then just let them just, I guess, just take it, you know? You can't really... what else can you do? Because otherwise, it's like people won't believe you if you don't show proof. Like... Or you have to reference it vaguely, in which case it doesn't have the same impact. Because people are like that. If people see evidence, they're probably going to act a bit differently if they see receipts.
Internet. Truth is, Bad Empanada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers.
What? Huh? Dude, surely people are going to point out how insanely dishonest this is. What is he even pointing to there?
I've made videos on communists, Nazis, misogynists, feminists, scammers, and traffickers. People with millions of followers, yet this tiny little community is where all this doxing takes
in the stream, but just want you to know I've learned so much from your content. As a left-leaning half-Jew and rep in a lefty union when 10/7 hit, your content did a lot to keep me sane.
Whoa! Thanks for the $25. Appreciate it. You're watching the whole version. No, he said the first 15 minutes or 14 minutes was the relevant part, right?
This place.
What? What?
Where is the doxing?
What doxing is coming out of these communities?
Are we just Keffels now?
Are we Keffels posting now? What are we doing here, dude? This is fucking insane, bro.
You know, Willy's flaws and all, his mishandling, I will happily take his side. Yes. If Willy's got evidence, he's got to come forward with it, at least to satisfy them, but I don't care if he does or doesn't.
You have to skip 14 minutes. That's not what he said, is it? What?
Decided to take a look at it. I dug into it to see what truth, if any, there is to WillyMac's allegation against Queen and his community. The user who found and posted the link to Willy's wedding announcement page mentions Queeman 0 times.
That is not what he said. So I have to watch from... Okay. Oh yeah, because he's not really... This is all clips. Is this all like a... Wait.
Jay still swing it all. I'm not gonna let
We still have music. We still have like intro music. Okay, hang on. Let's go here.
You don't know.
Okay, this looks like
WillyMac
yeah, this looks like he's getting
released
on it. Okay.
a video last night. Okay. It's a video mainly about Bad Empanada and Bad Empanada doxing WillyMac's wedding. Now, Willy claims Bad Empanada is not the one who doxed his wedding. I take a slightly different definition of doxing. I think pretty much any reasonable person takes doxing to mean any instance of someone publishing a collation or piece of PII that is obscured from the public, generally, or isn't directly linked to the content creator for the purpose of harassment. Now, that is what Bad Empanada did. 100%, that is what he did. Now, did he originate the docs? No. The docs originates with a Kiwi Farms post by a completely anonymous account, as far as I can see, that has 2 posts, neither of which mention me. I don't know how I'm supposed to have any control over that. I don't know how I'm supposed to take any responsibility for that. Obviously, this person might watch my content, but there's no way for me to know. There's literally no way for me to know. And even less, there's no way for me to take action on it. Because clearly they don't use the same profile picture or account name or whatever everywhere. So there's nothing I can do about this. Despite what WillyMac probably wants you to believe.
As someone who studies body language for a living, his body language is that of a liar and a manipulator. You can see how he looks... Okay, I'm not taking anything seriously you say ever again in my entire life. Maybe. What? Never mind.
This Bad Empanada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum.
I just want to know the facts. That's all I want to know.
This guy's unhinged viewers. So when I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle with me.
So, I saw that video last night. And WillyMac's basis for ascribing this to me now is a clip that takes place, and purely you can see this from the video.
He said the first 15 minutes not to skip. That's what I thought he said, you gaslighting fucking freaks. Ugh. Is he gone? Has he evacuated the scene? Oh no. Wait. The first 13 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Bad Empanada is a known doxer and harasser.
He didn't appear on my screenshot.
If you go on his Twitter account at any time, you could see him doxing people. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that when my dox gets found, Bad Empanada immediately posts it everywhere. Uploads a video blasting my name, my bride's name, the address of her wedding, all over the internet. Truth is, Bad Empanada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers.
What? Huh? Dude, surely people are going to point out how insanely dishonest this is. What is he even pointing to there?
I've made videos on communists, Nazis, misogynists, feminists, scammers, and traffickers. People with millions of followers, yet this tiny little community is where all this doxing takes place.
What? What?
Where's the doxing?
What doxing is coming out of these communities?
Are we just Keffels now?
Are we Keffels posting now? What are we doing here, dude? This is fucking insane, bro.
Willy's flaws and all, his mishandling, I will happily take his side. Yes. If Willy's got evidence, he's got to come forward with it, at least to satisfy them, but I don't care if he does or doesn't.
I decided to take a look at it. I dug into it to see what truth, if any, there is to WillyMac's allegation against Queen and his community. The user who found and posted the link to Willy's wedding announcement page mentions Queeman 0 times.
Where's the proof? No fucking proof. But you know what, guys? Queeman's an asshole, so fuck him. Queeman's mean to me, so fuck him, dude. That's the standard that WillyMac show is creating right now.
there is no evidence at all that this person is in any way affiliated with Queeman. It is completely made up, to be clear. 2 seconds, by the way. 2 seconds of Googling.
Nicholas Diorio has now officially blocked me on Twitter for being slandered by WillyMac.
Why about probably 6 of you are in this?
These fucking commentary spaces. I have no idea why WillyMac thinks or decided to say that Queeman or a Queeman viewer, whatever was behind the original doxing. It's a very strange accusation to make if you don't have evidence. I don't know if he thinks posting evidence would compromise something, or I don't know. I mean, I can ask him. WillyMac. Ugh. Can't find what you're looking for? Oh, is he not on Discord anymore? Did he block me? Does he not like me? What the fuck? Or did he delete his account? Or interesting. Okay.
Stream. I just wanted to briefly talk about this WillyMac show drama because it's what's been requested upon me by.
Do you think he has no reason to believe it at all? Seems like it's worth asking before trying to discredit the claim. What do you think I'm doing? I'm literally saying I don't know if I can't see any evidence, and I didn't see any in the video. That's just a fact. Like, I don't know if he's doing the thing where, and again, this would be a valid argument. I don't know if you'd apply it to Queeman. I don't know anything about his community. I don't know enough about, I don't care to look at these fucking things. I like talking about politics, mostly. If I wanted to make an argument that I hold Hassan responsible for a lot of like deranged shit that happens to me, even if Hassan doesn't do it himself, say like doxing, then I would say that the way that he does it and the way that he encourages harassment and things like that is that he outsources it. Like he has a way that he can basically take all the worst excesses of people who defend him and promote them and amplify them in a way that never actually connects them personally to him. So what he can do is he can take people on Twitter like that fucking Gato dipshit or like even Zay Squirrel and people like that. And he can basically just reward their behavior by retweeting them every now and then. And they, in the background, are constantly doing all this unhinged shit. But every now and then, Hassan will just kind of like reward their behavior by retweeting them. And then those people, those unemployed fucking losers, basically just get to live on this drip feed of fucking dopamine hits of getting reposted by Hassan, right? And he is kind of implicitly encouraging that behavior because there's no fucking way he doesn't know it's happening. Like there's no way he doesn't know that these people that he's amplifying engage in this behavior. And then if it comes to amplifying people like Bad Empanada and just being like, oh, you know, I don't really agree with their methods and all that, but they're a good force and we have the same goals. I'm not going to call them out. Like all that kind of shit. If he's just going to keep saying that and pushing that message, then it's like, you've taken all the bad things about him and then just treated them as like an agree to disagree kind of like acceptable divergence. But ultimately it's all okay. And we are actually going to reward you regardless of whether you do this behavior or not, right? So I think that's him basically like, and he doesn't even need to be aware that he's doing it, but he is outsourcing like the harassment and all that shit to other people. And they get rewarded whether or not they do it. So that's how I'd apply that to Hassan, even though he doesn't actually do the doxing himself. But I don't know how I would do it with, like how you'd make the argument with someone like Queeman. I just don't know enough about his stuff to do that. Maybe I should stop. Yeah, I don't know.
everyone.
Your friend is making doxing allegations against somebody who you have also publicly feuded with. I feel like that's probably something you should at least look into. No?
I think the commentary community can probably handle this one on their own.
At least watch the fucking video.
There's really not much I can say or do.
Do you think it's appropriate for Nick to...
The question is, do you believe that Willy has a credible reason to believe that the same source came from Queen's community that he chooses not to disclose, or do you think he's lying? I don't know. I think what happens is that sometimes what people do is that if you're getting attacked by a whole bunch of people at once, then you're going to form like defense mechanisms. So let's say you're someone who's living out in the fucking wild, okay? And you hear a noise in the woods, and that noise in the woods is actually a bear that's going to kill you. Then from that moment on, every noise in the woods, you're going to treat it like a threat. You're going to treat it like a bear, okay? And you're going to get the fuck away, or you're going to like... Or if you've got the means, you're going to like attack it, right? So that's kind of why people become conditioned very quickly to have heuristics to identify threats. It's what people do, right? It's often a very big issue with like trauma survivors, is that they do this as well, is that they might have someone who has like hurt them in their life in a very like traumatic way. And then people who do things that are unrelated to the trauma that will behave in similar ways, or they might even say a trigger word or something, and then they will treat that person like the threat, even though they're not. Like you'll just see it everywhere. And that's like a very bad coping process. Even though it's also, in a way, it's like a defense mechanism. We're kind of evolved to behave in that way to a degree. So maybe you can be in a position where you get all these attacks from all these communities and all these fans, and maybe Queeman or someone in Queeman's community said something, or there are these overlaps that just make you draw that connection, even though it's not as strong as it feels emotionally, like in your brain. Like a really bad offender for this was Keffels. Keffels got legitimately, seriously, horribly attacked by a lot of people in all these different spaces, like especially Kiwi Farms and the right wingers and all the rest of it. But then anyone who so much as like gave her a slight indication that they were like that as well, maybe if it was just like, even if it's just like a lack of total loyalty, then she saw that as a threat, and that's why she acted the way she did. Like 100%. It was very obvious to me that was how she was behaving. That meant that she ended up lashing out at people like Dylan for nothing, you know? And I think it's the same. And you have to really stop yourself. You have to really, really stop yourself from doing the same thing, don't you? Like you... We also know she lied about a lot. Yeah, I know. Why not actually ask Willy? I mean, I'm trying to. I don't know if I got him on Discord or not. I can't find him on Discord. I don't know if he ever added me. Maybe he was just on my Discord server. So what's a boy to do?
Go on, bearing in mind that Nicholas has watched a bunch of WillyMac's videos recently and even like defended it. Yeah.
I wish you both luck in your forever war.
I had a back and forth with Nick, right, in his Discord. He's basically saying that he doesn't owe us anything to respond to interpersonal community drama. And I think that framing is completely dishonest, and I think it's completely cowardly. A YouTuber with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, who gets hundreds of thousands of views, who you've
Oh, I can find him on Twitter. What am I doing? He's on Twitter. Dickers wants to correct me. Okay. Let me watch this first.
Previously said is kind of like a gateway to normies into drama.
When I see Willy's video, I see like entry-level video that gets you to Ryan Beard's video. Willy's not like internet people, and he's not terminally online. He's just like some fucking guy who makes commentary videos. I just think that Willy's like a turbo boomer too. And again, I think that's also being removed from this conversation.
Just dropped a video with one of the most dishonest, malicious segments I've ever seen, where he straight up lies about Queeman, tries to paint his community as doxers, doesn't show any proof, and then makes segment about Augie.
Basically what they were saying was it's kind of hypocritical for Destiny to get upset at at WillyMac for getting doxxed when he has a history of doxing people and is currently right now calling for their doxes, right?
So he never plays the context and then acts like the reason I'm mad is because they called Destiny a hypocrite.
Where he completely misinterprets his point too, which I think is on purpose.
So he plays the clip of me saying, I don't think Queeman has celebrated your dox. I don't think he's made arguments supporting you getting doxed. And Willy plays that clip and he's like,
seriously, if that's the extent of your analysis, you need to quit.
And that's supposed to be like the mic drop in the video. But he forgets to actually respond to what I'm saying. Why is what I'm saying stupid?
I've been tired of dealing with it for 6 months with no retribution, so now we do the retribution.
Stevie said anything involving this bad empanada guy or anyone that supports him is justifiable ammo. Anything is justified against bad empanada and anyone that supports him. Would Destiny be saying that those who dox people, those who make calls to violence or allusions to violence should be fair game?
Wink, wink.
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him. No? Is that not the standard? That's what he's laying out for me here. What is a way I could have phrased that point? That Destiny's standards...
Destiny has recently doxed J-Stock and Queeman.
...leave his own supporters and fans open to being doxed and harassed.
His motivation behind this is that everyone they associate with him ends up getting doxed and harassed, so he's doing it back to them.
Self-defense doxing, is that what we're doing now?
Wait, is someone pretending to be Dickers? No, he's in my fucking Discord, isn't he? Oh wait, no, I thought I had this. The streamer Dickers was already in my... Oh, is there someone pretending to be... Okay, whatever. Fuck me.
How could I have phrased that to where WillyMac could not have accused me of dog whistling in the way he did?
When I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle to fuck with me.
How is this a real video, dude?
Willy acknowledges that Destiny has doxed J-Stock and Queeman, and he says that's okay because everyone that hangs out with Destiny gets swatted and doxed by their communities.
The victims I know are Destiny's girlfriend, Dan Saltman and his family, me and my wife, Hutch and his family.
Best solution is to have both call in to find the imposter. Yeah, do that, please. I can see one Dickers in my waiting room. Or do you mean Queeman and WillyMac?
Evidence that they've done any of this doxing or okay with it?
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him.
I don't think...
Nice clip, by the way, where Queeman is clearly saying that that's what Destiny's position is, not that he supports that standard of morality. But again, this is Willy's dishonest fucking editing right there.
In the clip, I explicitly state that I'm not okay with doxing. Now, I have principles. I don't think it's no bad tactics, only bad targets. That's not me. Anyone knows this is my position, that I don't agree with no bad tactics, only bad targets. There's not a wink and a nudge. There's not a, oh no, but actually we do. No, I don't. Unequivocally. Like anyone that has watched any of my content would know.
You're supposed to trust Willy. Just trust him, guys. Why?
Willy claims that it was my audience that doxed him initially.
At the end of the day, my crimes are marrying a Jew and going on a podcast.
But I had no idea until the Bad Empanada dox was viral that his girlfriend or wife or whatever was Israeli or Jewish. Not to mention, of course, my audience that doxed him initially.
At the end of the day, my crimes are marrying a Jew and going on a podcast.
But I had no idea until the Bad Empanada dox was viral that his girlfriend or wife or whatever was Israeli or Jewish. Not to mention, of course, this was weeks after WillyMac.
Did she leave Israel when she was like 2 years old?
Okay.
She might have been 3, actually. I don't know. Careful. She might have been forming memories at that point, her memories of the Holy Land and her utter supremacy over the entire region, including Syria, Lebanon, Saudi.
That this clip happened. So the idea that it contributed in any way is absurd on the face of it. On top of that, one of Destiny's dox attempts on me is in both of his videos.
For those DMs about you saying like, hey, I wish this person, has this person been doxxed yet?
Just feeling like Queeman, I'd kill him if I could. I'd choke the fucking house into it. Bro, I swear to God, if I quit streaming, I'm gonna go on an assassination mission, okay? These people are gonna start disappearing one at a time, okay?
And in his second video, he plays a portion of the non-consensual cherry audio and shows all the KF posts of where to find it. So the idea that I am getting blamed for leaving a video playing on autoplay that Destiny has already quote tweeted to 200,000 people. The idea that I am getting blamed for that when I censored it in the upload.
This whole community that's apparently so dox hungry and so vicious, as soon as they found out that Willy was deeply upset by this Queeman clip, JStock deleted his tweet, Dickers deleted his tweet, and even the fucking Clipper
got throwaway to censor it on Twitter, even though I usually don't control the people that fucking clip my shit at all.
Even that guy removed his tweet and re-uploaded it censored. And I'm supposed to look at these people as malicious doxers? Sure.
They're like, why aren't you mad at Destiny? He quote tweeted your docs too.
Why aren't you mad at Destiny himself?
Destiny is defending my already viral docs that's already in the hands of all the people who hate me.
I'm sorry, Willy. I don't know if this fucked Willy or not. Well, I guess now I don't care. Now I just say, fuck it. If your docs, your docs. I'm not gonna let that slow me down.
We're acting like context and scale don't matter.
What? Are you fucking trolling? Okay, so if context and scale do matter. Look, my docs is already out there, dude. Like, what do you expect? Okay, well then why the fuck are you mad at Queeman and JStock then? Their tweets are after Destiny's tweet. 200,000 people saw your docs because of Destiny. Well, you know who else has been fucking doxed recently? JStock.
Did you see Destiny's kid is a Nazi? Yeah, that's amazing. How old is he? I don't know, we've all been there, I guess. Or at least some people have. I don't think I was ever a Nazi. I did believe a couple of weird things for a few months.
Queeman.
I'm at a loss over this Willy video right now, to be honest.
This is fucking insane. This is fucking insane.
I'm at a loss over the Oreo's utter cowardice.
I'm just blown away by the lengths at which efforts are being made to hang this all around Queeman's neck.
That is what Willy's doing. He has been fighting with us for months and only now attempts to even remotely engage with anything anyone said in one of his videos. Because, why? Because he found an opportunity to shut down criticism, obviously.
And that's why WillyMac Show doesn't want to debate people or engage with people in a conversation, because he can do stupid shit like this, where he can deceptively edit the video.
They hate Destiny so much, they're ignoring the very reality we live in.
But listen to that language. Willy's using Destiny's talking points here.
Willy does not care about this doxing incident, okay? This is pretense. Purely pretense, because it's a safe way to swing at me, to swing at JStock, to swing at Augie, because we put pressure back.
Now, obviously, I know that Willy really values people being able to hop on stream and back their arguments up. As he said, he was so positively about Destiny. So I'm hopeful that he's going to hop on stream with Augie at some point and talk about this and back up his arguments.
Willy's not dumb. Willy's not an idiot.
I feel like Queeman's being sincere.
He knows what he's doing.
Willy's malicious.
He can get away with that because nobody likes Queeman.
You're prescribing a doxing allegation.
The whole JStock and Kelly thing is a drama within itself. What, are they fighting as well? I don't know, man. Okay, wait. There are like, there's a thing that happens now when this is unless there's evidence for this, you can say it's Willy's fault to a degree. It's that there are like in this whole thing I've seen in both of these videos, there are two things here that are clear examples of people going unbelievably beyond the pale, and we're not talking about either of them. Have you noticed that? Like the way that these kind of things just get to, for some reason, the spats between these other people just gets to overshadow. So obviously, if you're Queeman and you feel personally attacked by WillyMac accusing you of having a doxer in your community, which again, even if that were true, and Queeman responded by banning the person, then is that Queeman's fault necessarily? Like, I think there was one person in my entire history as a streamer who came out of my community who actually tried to dox someone, but they got banned. They didn't, no one, I don't think anyone even heard of it. I didn't amplify it. I don't think I made it to Kiwi Farms or anything. Dark Viper. But there are two things here that happen that are just like universally like unacceptable and are like far worse than anything else anyone's ever done here. And it's this. One is BE doxing a wedding of people, a wedding with people who he deems military targets. Okay, that's quite beyond the pale. And then the other thing I guess that happened is Destiny trying to get Queeman's docs to slay him with his bare hands I feel like these two things are like the offenses that you would want everyone shitting on and talking about, but I guess we're like distracted by the fact that Willy put out a claim about Queeman's fucking community that is seemingly unsubstantiated as of now. I feel like these two things are kind of like the worst things, you know? The fucking red triangle terror target brigade from the human hemorrhoid and a duel to the death in the super gay weight twink titles championship. I think these are kind of like the two really bad things here. And the death threats. See, Gazippy, you got a problem because you're literally looking at the words on the screen and crying. Yeah, I have a problem, all right. You were an orbiter of this guy. Gazippy, I'm sorry to burst your little bubble here, but it seems like everyone involved in this, Chud, Queeman, me, WillyMac, Nick DeOrio, like everyone at some point kind of like was a bit of a Destiny fan. Like that's kind of all that's, we've all been there, okay?
To his community based on nothing. It's crazy.
Willy's malicious, and he deserves to be called out.
Quit. In my last conversation with Augie, he told me a story about how he quit drama for a year because a guy named Salvo was dying.
Apart from Bad Empanada, he's never been there. You know, he's never been a Destiny fan. So really, he's the best human in all this.
And harassing him and his family.
Wow. So now WillyMac show is just leaking conversations that we've had.
First of all, I never told him that's why I quit the fucking internet.
Because what actually happened is a couple months ago, Augie and Willy had a private call
where I had called him trying to ask him to debate Queeman because I wanted to set up a debate on my fucking channel.
Where Willy was venting.
And he's rattling off, speaking like 1,000 words a second, talking about
some of his frustrations, his fears, his worries about getting aped all over social media.
How their communities have just been a giant fucking pain.
Okay, I really resent the fact that I have to sit through like a 15-minute fucking trailer. That's really annoying, but for what it's worth, it seems like definitely the usage of that clip was quite poor on Willy's part. You'd need more evidence for the idea that the docs came from Queeman's community. Do I need to draw any other conclusions? Is there anything else to say, or? Oh, and also that like this is kind of like a bigger issue. These things. I feel like I would be hammering on these if I was like a drama person. If I was a drama curator, I'd be like screaming both of these from the rooftops because these are both fucking mental. You're safe. What is that? How English people say good? Safe. Fucking hell, man.
In his ass.
Aped and torn asunder.
And he's obviously giving me all of his reasons why he doesn't want to debate him.
And Augie, in an attempt
to relate with them,
to commiserate and empathize.
I'm like, yeah, I know what it feels like to have communities go after you. And I mentioned like the Salvo thing and stuff like that to sort of let him know that like, yeah, I get where you're coming from.
He doesn't say, I quit the internet because of this.
But then when he started explaining more and just going off, you know, I start pushing back and questioning. I'm like,
oh, well, what are they doing? They're harassing you? What's happening?
Well, how these communities really engage in this sort of way.
Augie tried to sort of push back and ask a couple of questions.
And he gets nervous.
Willy freaked out.
And he's like, dude, are you recording me?
Are you recording right now?
And I'm like, what the fuck?
Are you recording me right now?
Yeah, but I'm like, dude,
you try to set me up?
Yeah, I'm your fucking friend. I'm not gonna record you.
Because he fears that I or Chad or someone is in everyone's ear trying to turn people against this guy.
What do you think? I'd be like taping you to give it to Queeman?
And that's why all of a sudden people are talking shit about him.
And I flip my camera on and stuff like that just to prove that I'm not recording him.
Okay, Podium Baby, you are an absolute fucking retard. You are such a piece of shit. If you're thinking that PV accidentally leaking people's info because of an administrative error means that anyone who amplifies it outside of that, like with any intent whatsoever, fuck off. Actually, fuck off. Like, you're such a moron.
Of his own embarrassing actions.
But that's the level of paranoia that we're dealing with here.
Not because for a long time his videos have been swept for, despite being utter dog shit that fail to make any argument through the entire runtime of something.
Even when I'm talking in private and Willy is privately expressing to me how much Queeman and J-Stock have run a train on him mentally.
Not because he has no understanding of the principles he espouses and simply adopts them because they're convenient for the groups that he's in.
Even in that moment, he thinks that I'm out to get him at the same time.
But because I must have, and this is a Destiny narrative too, I must have me, a sub 10k, hard stuck, sub 10k, 500 viewer max.
Hard stuck, oh no. Listen, it's difficult when you're a streamer. It's difficult when you're a streamer, okay? Don't get yourself down. Anything can happen. If you're not going to be your own biggest fan, okay, what's the point? Hello, Hutch. You want to find the "We Need to Escalate" clip from Noah Samson? Well, just go into fucking... What'd you call it? Go into... I'll give you the site. It's called Filmot, isn't it? Lonerbox Live. No. It's time to escalate is what he said, right? You get much better memory when you use this tool. Lonerbox Live. Search auto subs. It's from here. Is it? You want the very first instance of it? I believe that was way back, wasn't it? That's here. This is what you do. You go into Filmot and you Google, you look up, it's time to escalate in quotes, and then you get all of them there. The clip would be this one, right? March is the earliest one? Yeah.
Stop. It's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
Wait, what? Tell us what to do, you fucking cowardly cunt. Wow. Based. This guy. This guy. It's fucking bedroom revolutionary. It's time to escalate, boys. Ugh! Disgusting. Anyway. That's cult of violence, that is. That's some rough shit. Isn't it kind of amazing that that shooting happened at the embassy? It wasn't even at the embassy, it was outside the Jewish fucking museum or whatever. The fact that that happened and the guys who spread that exact same rhetoric and made those calls and make all those same terribly loose connections between the genocide and I guess like having a connection to Israel, no one really mentioned, no one spoke about that, did they? That just kind of went under the rug. The fact that it's kind of like the equivalent to how Christchurch was inspired, like that same rhetoric, that same put people in a room where there's only really logically one door to go through, and then just act surprised when they turn the handle. Like, no one really spoke about that, did they? Christchurch named people. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the rhetoric that inspired Christchurch. They did not name people. What are you talking about? What? Oh, you're talking about the shooter. Oh, the shooter who said Candace Owens. Are you fucking joking? What? There's someone who had a really good argument about that, actually. And it was Vadim. He also said PewDiePie. Yeah, go figure. Go figure. PewDiePie. The argument isn't about who they named in their manifesto. The argument is about whether or not their rhetoric aligned with people who were amplifying that rhetoric. Because let's say, for example, Lauren Southern did this as well. She used the same defense that you did, you fucking freak. She said, oh, I've never made... Well, he actually, according to the police report, made his decision to carry out a shooting before my Great Replacement video went out. You know, that was Lauren Southern's argument. Lauren Southern's argument was that her Great Replacement video went out, the viral one, went out after. Now, one, that wasn't true. She had made other videos in Rebel Media talking about it. They just weren't as well known. But, okay, let's assume that he never actually even knew who she was. Does that still not put blame on her for spreading a theory where the only logical conclusion of the world that you're building is that you should go and kill people? Isn't that the issue? Is being part of a media ecosystem that amplifies that rhetoric? Isn't that the thing to be concerned about rather than just like who was named in a manifesto? Like, are you a fucking child? Like, that's not how the world works. You can condemn rhetoric. You don't need to wait until their name appears in the manifesto to condemn the rhetoric, do you? I wonder. Where was the Christchurch video here? Is it gone? It might be, oh, it's gone. For some reason, he got rid of it, even though it was probably the only good video I've seen him do. I watched you cover her on that and you cover the boat incident. That's how I'm aware of it. But we are reaching for Noah on that specific incident. Does he constantly do it? It's not on that specific incident. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, does he constantly do it? What? Does he constantly dehumanize people and act as if they're culpable for genocide? Yes. Yes, he does. We must applaud the immense bravery of these Israelis that are saying no to baby killing, all 12 of them. This is just from the last couple of days. Yes, he absolutely does put people in that world. Again, you put yourself in Noah's shoes. You believe everything he believes. What would you do? I'm just saying, there's a reason he took that out of his video. There's a reason he fucking panicked and scrambled to take that little clip out of his video. He also doubled down on the sentiment. He said, yeah, the escalating is actually necessary. And if you're going to say escalating is necessary, but you're not going to say what the escalating is, really, in the middle of genocide, you're not going to give people direction, it's because the direction you want to give is criminal. That's why you do that. It's so obvious. People just have a different lens for that because I guess they just think like far left extremism, or I guess like, it's not even far left, it's just fucking terrorist extremism. It's extremism that's like sweeping for theocrats, for fundamentalists, not particularly left-wing people. And just people just don't think it's that bad. They don't think it's that bad.
Streamer. Control the entirety of H3 Snark, Kiwi Farms, Commentary YouTube, the Destiny Community Cast-Off, Hassan Piker and his entire community. I, somehow, am the epicenter, the divergence point for these communities where everything comes together.
There's an effort to smear Queeman as some sort of doxer so that he can act like he's not worth talking to.
I'm hearing Destiny compare me to Hamas.
This is just like the Israel-Palestine shit. When Israel does this shit, like, you know that like, you guys are going to get attacked now by terrorists if you do this. Like, yeah, it's already happening. Like,
hysteria that is beyond parody. And for what? Because I was just the first guy saying, hey, maybe people are going a little bit too far and excusing actions against people that are against their own principles. And now apparently I'm the guy who's no bad tactics, only bad targets. After months of fighting on that, after hemorrhaging viewers for 3 to 6 months over arguing that exact position, but somehow they're
wow, it is. Hang on.
Of fighting on that after hemorrhaging viewers for 3 to 6 months.
Oh, actually, that's not really hemorrhaging viewers. That's hemorrhaging gains. So, you want to see what hemorrhaging viewers looks like? Hang on, let me give you a seat. Let me pull you up in a little seat here. Why fucking Social Blade not prick? Yo. Hell yeah. Get him out. Listen, by the way, I don't feel like this is a loss in the slightest. Fuck these fucking idiots. But you want to see a hemorrhaging. There's a good old fashioned boof. I'm surprised it wasn't more, to be honest. It probably would be more if I started uploading to this channel again. But damn. ContraPoints lost like well over 10k, didn't she? Obviously, Ethan lost more. They were bigger channels, but 3,000? Yeah, it's not the biggest loss. I mean, that's a good old-fashioned hemorrhage right there. Boof. Get them out. I want more of them to leave. There are more of them there. They just haven't remembered to unsubscribe. What caused it? It was after Hassan started amplifying all the Bana Panada shit. And then these people were suddenly like, oh no, this guy thinks this war crime might not have been ordered by the Israeli government. Oh no. Damn. Okay, I guess we'll just and I heard it from someone who thinks that like that every Israeli is a military target. Sorry, every Israeli Jew. Okay, let's go. Jump ship.
Over arguing that exact position, but somehow they have found a way to just manufacture this desperate smear.
To be honest, I'm glad that this happened because I've seen his nature. You know what I mean? Because he's clearly malicious now.
It just seems very bizarre that Augie was trying to get both Queeman and WillyMac on stream for a debate.
But I think it's clear that Willy will get very nasty with you if you perturb him in any sort of way.
Now all of a sudden, Queeman's a terrible, terrible doxing guy.
But, you know, he has shown that he's capable of doing this really to anyone that upsets him.
So ask yourself, why is it that Willy only engages with a single clip where he can cry victim in a completely incoherent way with the rest of the arguments in the video about doxing and his wedding and his bride? Why is it that that is the only thing Willy engages with? I think the answer's pretty obvious.
Queeman is literally the Chad emote. I think that's taken it a bit too far, isn't it? He's like, he's not. He's like he's like in another life he'd be in a boy band, right? Like, is that not more like, what's that show that didn't, like, One Direction, didn't they go on a show? Whatever the fuck that was. Okay.
I think the answer's pretty clear.
Wait, what? Oh wait, the trailer's over. The trailer's done.
I think we should get
Young Bob Dylan. Yeah, maybe.
Straight into this. I think we should start talking about this. So.
Okay. Yes, we will start talking about it after the 15-minute trailer. Okay. Looks like WillyMac definitely abused that clip. And has so far not displayed evidence of Queeman's connection to the wedding doxing. Okay. Oh. You've said that will make a number of people turn on you. No. Wait, what? What have I said that would make people turn on me? Is there more I can say that can make people turn on me? No way. Chance of a million. Why are all the streamers in your chat? Because I'm covering big streamer stuff, apparently. I guess that's why. I don't know. Don't miss for the forest for the trees, guys. Because, for one, you've got... Because for one, you've got a literal fucking terrorist putting a target on the back of a Jew, standard, and the other, you've got we might potentially be deprived of the. They're gonna have to find another fourth Jonas brother. Is that these are both really really egregious. These are both like very very fucking insane fucking oversteps, not acceptable, etc. Like that's the main takeaway I got from all that, both of those videos. One is seemingly more funny and you can joke about it. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Because I've never in my life joked about Bad Empanada's doxing stuff, have I? There we go. Look, okay, here we've got the twink bastard child of Child Logic, and his fair features are under severe threat. And we've also got the fucking human catheter bag and his army of bedroom cumsock revolutionaries, one of whom might actually muster the energy that day to get out and shoot a Zionist. And that's quite bad. That it? That good? Whew. But yeah, shit's quite wild out there. I feel like it hasn't really... It's ironic because a lot of it hasn't actually reached me that recently. I feel like I've been left alone for the most part. I don't know why. But yeah, it's all good. Not complaining. Ooh. Hmm. Mina, thanks for the tier 4 sub. That's so generous of you. God, for 15 months. Shit. The transition from poll to IRL suits you. Well, thank you so much. It's very encouraging. I might do more of it. Uber, thanks for the $5. Loaner box reloaded. Well, true. YOLO swag, thanks for $9.99. Buy a puka shell necklace with my dono. What the fuck is that? What? Kazippy is mad about both sidesing. It's why I don't trust any of you, okay? Maybe there's like extra layers to this drama that I haven't got a fucking hold of. I'm sorry. If you don't think the worst offender in this whole fucking sphere is Bad Empanada, you're a fucking retard, okay? That's it. I think Queeman has every right to have a particular interest in Destiny threatening him directly, like go off. But as far as you're just like standing back and looking at the totality of behavior from all of them, bruh. Both sides. I'll actually purity test people on it. If anyone wants to cover like that whole fucking love dodecahedron, yeah, make that concession before you say anything. Wait. Cancelo, thanks for $4.99. Not gonna lie, chat, they cloned Loaner Box. You don't know about that. B, he has competition. Yeah, you're fucking retarded. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. But again, I guess it seems that quite a lot of his behavior just gets concealed because people don't really want to publish the details of themselves being doxxed and threatened. And that's a conflict. That's like a dilemma that you're in. Like, is it worth more people knowing? Jane Socks, thanks for $10. Already got TTS on that one. Spider, thanks for the $4.99. Wear a Durag next stream. Also check DMs. Okay. Churro Bandit, thanks for the $19.99. Sup, Learner, glad to see you stream. Oh, thank you. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. This isn't true. All you have to do is cross the Mexican border, and over there it's Aqua. I mean, remember when that was the discourse of the week? When it was shit like that? God, the world was so much better place, wasn't it? Pre-October 7th. Can we go back to that, please? Can we go back to that? Return, yeah, true. Gay for Frito Lay, thanks for $20. You know, in my World War I readings, writers often talk about praise the endowed woman. And a behind two, like an elephant, I want to play hot hand with her. Like, what changed in 100 years for the beauty standards to shift so much? I have no idea. What? Okay. Is that because of Pippa Middleton? Is that because of that coverage? Okay. Sure. Jed Corpse, thanks for the $9.99. Shivam Ray, thanks for the $4.99. Hassan and people like him, low-key, wanted Trump to win just so he can be unhinged about Israel and gives them material to virtue outrage about. I don't know. I think some people are just so ideologically like fucked that they do see, like, they're so maximalist that they don't see a difference between groups like Democrats and Republican. I think that is actually like an authentic perspective for people to have. It's not correct, but it's real. Gabby, thanks for tier 1 sub. Oh, James, thanks for $4.99. I'm here to say sorry to my friend Daniel. Okay. K9 Rescue Thought. Interesting name. Thanks for the $9.99. Hello from Music City. I rarely get to catch you live, but thanks for getting me through deticking a trio of stray puppies we found today. Any name suggestions for the litter? 2 boys and a girl. Liam, Noel, and Cunt. Ew, thanks for, or Bucket, you can say. Thanks for that's a cute name for a dog, isn't it? Thanks for the 1999. Ew, they can never defeat our champion. Sorry, it's such a radioactive place to be, though. Consciousness Inc. Thanks for the £10. Let's finally, once and for all, definitely reach that goal. I guess we did, yeah. Ew, thanks for the 999. Let him boom, get him his meme. Leon, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Hey, Loner, love watching and participating when I can. Hope you find your mojo again soon. My mojo. All right. Nat Thiad, thanks for the $5. Thanks for being normal, measured, left-leaning creator. I hope you decide to stay around longer than you've been alluding lately. I mean, you know, every now and then I might have like a little crash out, but I don't know. I think if I can't actually see myself properly quitting, okay? Like, there'll be changes and I might like take steps back or just cut my hours because I can do that. I've got the best job in the fucking world. Fuck you. But also, yeah. It's probably my fault for talking in that way when I'm just a bit down or jaded or bored. Like, yeah. Best job in the world, man. Best job. It's also the hardest, okay? And you should give me loads of money for making it worth it. But, you know, it's a pretty rough space out there. It's a pretty rough ride. People are mental. Teeny Tiny Tony. This is a person who used to be in my community, but I don't know if I've seen them for a while. Oh no. Have they turned against me? Shit. Daniel Trochez. Pronunciation. That's a tier 2 sub. Dilute Mule, thanks for the 777. Missed you. Are you going to stream less now? Probably more regular than twice a week, but we'll see. I am really enjoying reading off stream though, and compiling notes. That's a lot of fun. Been learning so much about pre-World War I Zionism and the Ottoman Empire. It's fucking mental. It's so fascinating. Specky Twat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Bald Phoenix, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Oh my god, that's so generous. 5. 5 wankers. I'm gonna start a new goal. Is the panel still happening? Yep, and I'm a fucking Mongo and I haven't looked at any of it yet. Oh god. I'm an absolute dipshit. Do people think I'm actually going to kill myself? What the fuck is this? What are these replies? Whick, are you all right? Chill. They understand. Thank you. Please don't quit streaming. Dark loner. Super sad. Wait, what? Yeah, some people... Okay, I guess. That's okay. I'm just going to have to play Oasis songs intermittently all the fucking time to get you guys familiar. Get the anthems going on. The real fear is Spider continuing to crash out. They don't know you got a bucket hat. I know, right? I love my bucket hat. So cute. Yeah, but poor Spider, you know, it's his living. Again. It's not my fault that he's made that his living. But did you see Oasis recently? Yep, I did. I saw them in Edinburgh. Murrayfield, banging. Is Learnerbox not talking about Israel this stream? Well, I did earlier, yeah. You're seeing them in Toronto? Hell yeah! Okay, we do need to break so I can go to the bathroom. Where were you while we were getting high? Nice one. Guys, why do you want me to read this fucking Hassan Puff Piece article? You even archived it for me. That's so sweet. Thank you. I won't say who because it's DM'd. I'm not like... Like, it's a fucking joke. How many times did I say, like, this guy, like, politics, revolution, it's a brand, okay? It might not be to his audience, and they're really retarded for not noticing that, but it's a brand. That's all it is. It's a fucking brand. I don't care. The American fucking mainstream Democrat media or whatever the fuck, they can hang themselves with this shit. Like, that's what they're doing. Good luck. I mean, it's consensual. It's consensual gaping, so well done. Makes you happy. Ooh. From the Paris Commune to this. It's really all been downhill since the Paris Commune, hasn't it? Wait, is that true? Has socialism, communism, revolution, did it ever pick back up after the Paris Commune got fucked? And those poor guys couldn't defend themselves. They were fucked. But honestly, I think it's just been downhill ever since. Yugoslavia. I haven't looked into Yugoslavia, but let's face it, it's going to be one of those things where people say it's based and it was the one good socialism, but actually it was horrible. It's just definitely Rojava. Say I generally hear good things about Rojava, and I've said good things about Rojava. Bro, you're gonna look into it. You're gonna find out it's fucking dog shit. That's all. I'm joking. I would never use such heuristics. Toto. Yes. Yes, that guy. Yeah.
Nasif, the closest point to the border is that area where's the antenna or the tower over there in the hill. That's a community called Dovev. That's the border. You see the curve. That's the border, and nearby there's a chicken farm and Dovev itself. Both were hit by anti-tank missiles. They didn't hit tanks, they hit community, homes, civilians. Electrician was killed there, fixing electricity. People, synagogue was hit in Dovev. You see here, this is a kibbutz Bar'am, also hit so many times by Hezbollah from Maroun al-Ras. This is Maroun al-Ras. You see that village, the highest peak, that's called Maroun al-Ras. By the name Maroun al-Ras, it's supposed to be a Maronite homeland, Maronite town, with people live there, Maronites, but it's not. People who live there are Shia Muslims who support Hezbollah, who Iran, with the intelligent officers sitting in it and managing all this region. So that's Maroun al-Ras, showing you who are the original people who were living here in this land and today are not. Below it you have Yaron, it's another town, and you have Yaroun and Binjbel back after.
That's Binjbel.
Binjbel is there.
That's what they call the terror town, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You see Maroun al-Ras and Binjbel, you continue a little bit with the slopes. Furthermore, you see Binjbel. You see that tower far away, there's like tower.
Yeah.
That's a Maronite town called Anibel. And nearby another town called Dibel. So there are three Maronite towns here in this region, Dibel, Anibel, and Ermesh, who are surrounded by a Shia Hezbollah stronghold that using them as a human shield, firing missiles from their towns toward North Israel communities, asking for response of IDF in order to destroy Christian homes and churches and get Israel in troubles by saying that they are attacking Christians. People of the world should know these atrocities by Hezbollah by terrorizing Christians and using them as a human shield. And they will do it more and more during the war. They already infiltrated Mount Lebanon. They dig tunnels in Mount Lebanon, storehouses of ballistic missiles to fire from nearby Anaya of Saint Charbel in order to actually make all of us here stand with them against Israel. If you don't, as Maronite, get rid of this threat in your area, in Mount Lebanon, your area will be...
Yo. Hey. Okay. Oh, fuck, I gotta talk to Whick. Can't be that late. Only 3 minutes. Okay. Sorry, dude. Sorry. Okay.
He's alive, gang. He has not died. We were worried about you, buddy.
Sorry, I was just going to the bathroom. Okay, let me get my fucking camera set up. Okay.
Okay, we're live, by the way.
That's okay. You're live as well. Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah. We had a fourth guy coming, but about 10 minutes ago, he was like, I can't do it anymore. And he backed out. And so here we are. But it should be an interesting discussion now that we're all here. Once you get your camera set up, we'll get right into it. $2, I guess, already. From Esoteric Dichotomy to say, we are pro-Ukraine chat, down with Putin. True. Okay. Welcome. One and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we are going to be discussing tomorrow's summit, the Alaskan summit between Trump and Putin. Much has been said regarding this. Trump has come out and said that he suspects Putin is finally ready to make a deal. What does that mean? What kind of deal do we think is going to be made? Should any deal at all be made without Zelensky present, or can it be made? Is Putin simply just playing Trump again for a fool? We're going to talk about that, what we expect to happen, what we hope will happen, and what will probably happen. We got some great people to talk about it with us. Why don't we start by introducing yourselves? We'll start with Dylan, and we'll just kind of go around. Tell people who you are, what you do, why they should listen to you.
Sure, my name is Dylan Burns. I'm a streamer from the state of Maryland, Go Blue Crabs. And I also go and I do embeds with the Ukrainian military very regularly, like 6-8 months out of the year. I'm over in Ukraine. So I've been trying to do my best to understand the war and talk about it. So if you want to understand the war or want some opinions on domestic political news, you can find that at Dylan Burns Television.
Check him out, gang. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Loaderbox, who are you? What are you doing? Why should we listen to you?
I'm Loaderbox. I'm a streamer and video essayist occasionally on youtube.com. I also tweet sometimes and I do debates and I like foreign policy.
Based. Well, welcome here. We're glad you're here. And we'll see how this goes. Not Dylan Burns. Lactoid TV. How are you doing? It's a shit
What's
show
up,
today.
Wick?
We're coming in
Check
hot.
out
Okay.
How you doing, Wick? Yeah, I'm Lactoid. Find me at Lactoid TV. Basically, most places. I'm here in the Lion's Den. I think I might have a little bit of a different position than the other panelists here and most of your audience. So, but we'll just roll with it.
I guess we'll see. Well, I guess let's just start up, open the discussion. What do we think is going to happen tomorrow? Do we think that Trump is going to be able to get anywhere with Putin? Why or why not? Open floor. Let's discuss it.
Well, first off, let's use Trump's measure of success. He said there's only a 25% chance of failure tomorrow. So he says waters are good, waters are fantastic. So, you know, he's always been right when it comes to the timeline on this war. So I believe him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What do you think, Loner? What's the odds here? Is it 25% failure rate, or what are we thinking?
I think it's probably a bit higher than 25%. I think Trump, for whatever reason, just doesn't care or doesn't know that Putin's demands are kind of like not workable. If you have any ethical stance on the conflict at all. I don't know, like the last thing I read was that Putin might be offering like financial incentives to Trump at the Ukraine summit. So it's just like, yeah, I think it's probably likely to fail. Trump has no idea what he's doing. He also has an incredibly weird soft spot for Putin, and he's going to get taken out for a ride again.
What do you think, Dylan? Is Lactoid? What do you think, Lactoid? Why am I calling you Dylan?
Is it the beard?
I
know it's new.
that. I don't know what it is, but I need to stop that right.
Oh, short hair Dylan and long hair Dylan.
Lactoid, tell me, what are your thoughts? Do you think it's a 25% failure rate? You've voted for Trump, correct?
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with how he's been handling this?
With no.
Ukraine and Russia.
Not particularly. Or I guess not as much as I think I could be if he was harder on Ukraine. It seems like he's reversed course. Kind of initially he was harder on Ukraine, and then he sort of reversed course, and has been putting a lot more rhetoric on Russia. Although that might be just strategic coming up to this. I don't know. I think that he does like to be seen as the peacemaker. He does like to be seen as getting deals done. He really emphasizes peace deals that he either had a hand in or is at least optically seen as having a hand in. Right. So like the most recent one, Armenia and Azerbaijan, he's been really playing that up and putting that all over social media. It's really important to him to be seen that way. In terms of the actual percentage chance of peace being reached tomorrow, I think 25% failure rate is highly, highly optimistic. I don't know where I'd put it. I'd put it higher than that. I think there's a good chance that I think one of two things is going to happen. A deal is going to be made, which I think is like the lower percentage chance, or some kind of deal that Trump believes to be a good deal in the situation is reached, which he then presents to Ukraine, and Ukraine says no. And then Trump uses that and say, look, like Ukraine's not playing ball. They're not negotiating. And we're not going to give them more money, and we're not going to put more effort into their war machine. So, I mean, either one of those alternatives would be good to me. I guess there is the third alternative, which is he just gets really upset and says like, "Oh, we're going to double down, and we're going to give even more money." I think that's like worst case scenario, but I think that also has a pretty low chance of happening. But again, exact percentages are going to be tough.
Okay, I guess my thoughts on this is that Trump and Putin, or Trump specifically, I don't know what he expects to happen, but does anyone here know what Putin's demands will be tomorrow? Do we have any idea? What do we think that Russia wants? What do we think is going to be offered up by Putin? Where's his starting point?
It's changed a lot in the reports from the White House. Originally, what Steve Witkoff told the Europeans is that the proposal was going to be that the Ukrainians pull out of Donetsk and Luhansk, and the Russians pull out of Kherson and Zaporizhia, and they do a land swap. And there was a lot of rhetoric around land swap. Trump talked about land swap in the media, land swap this, land swap that. Then within 24 hours of them telling Europeans that started to change. And within 48 hours, Steve Witkoff informed the Europeans that the only offer on the table as of right now is that the Russians are demanding that the Ukrainians withdraw from both Donetsk and Luhansk, and that for a ceasefire, that means Zaporizhia and Kherson frontline could possibly be frozen for the time being. This is not an abandonment of any other demand. For example, the capitulation of Zaporizhia and Kherson to Russian occupation. This is not them walking back on demilitarization as a key demand, which they've been making since the first days of the war to limit Ukrainian armed forces, or neutrality. So I suspect to see something that's basically in line with what the Russians have been asking up until this point in order to get a ceasefire, probably not a peace deal. Whether that ceasefire lasts for long, whether it's going to be 6 months, 12 months, years, or it actually transitions into a peace deal, it's impossible to say at this point, but I just simply don't think that the structures are in place to make a peace based off of that likely.
Yeah, how even likely is a ceasefire in this situation? Trump, I believe, has said that he wants the fighting to come to a stop in hopes that at least this meeting can lead to at least a temporary reprieve in the hostilities. But do we see that as any sort of realistic kind of thing happening? I just don't know.
The Russians would need to get something in order for there to be a ceasefire because they have the momentum now, and they have for a little while. But the land gains continue, and just recently, I know the war is kind of like tit for tat, but generally speaking, the Russians are making gains. And just recently, they made a relatively significant gain north of Kursk. So just coming into this negotiation, they have a pretty big piece of land that's been captured. I think I actually agree that Russia's probably going to come to the table with the list of demands that they've had. I mean, as reported by the Kiev Institute of Sociology, we have the following demands. Ukraine must significantly reduce its army and limit armaments, permanently renounce NATO membership. Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk all come under Russian control, and Ukraine recognizes that, along with Crimea. Ukraine then moves towards the European Union. It's interesting how that is within the Russian conditional plan. They concede that Ukraine moves into the EU, and then the US and Europe lift all sanctions against Russia. So, I mean, this is their maximal goal. I don't see Russia giving up any of the land that it's currently taken. I could maybe see some deal where they surrender Kherson on the other side of the river, and maybe some sections of Zaporizhia up north. But I don't think they're going to surrender like the potential of all of Donetsk and Luhansk. I think that's absolutely kind of line in the sand situation when it comes to this negotiation. So, I mean, we might see that. We might see some kind of offer of, look, we can make a deal now and then figure some kind of split out with those two territories, but then complete control of the other two.
Do you think that's a reasonable ask, Lactoid?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable ask.
What do we think? Other side.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sure.
Wait, we think territorial. Wait, what do we think is reasonable ask? Like territorial concessions from Ukraine?
Yeah. For
Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk.
all of Donetsk, all of Luhansk, and then I think a good compromise could potentially be the currently occupied parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia.
So, and Ukraine has to recognize this.
Yeah. I mean, in order to, unless there's going to be some future war about it.
I mean, so we've just like told the entire world that it's like it's okay if you'll get rewarded if you take territory by force that's not yours.
I mean, I guess you could frame any peace deal this way. Like, were we rewarded by, you can just go in and change government by force? To some extent, sure. There's going to be some, I guess, perception that comes with military success.
I believe since World War II, we've kind of agreed as an international community that it's not a good way to do things this way, right?
Not necessarily. No? There's been territorial conflicts since World War II, including territorial conflicts started by NATO.
Ones where an aggressor has captured territory and the rest of the world has been like, yeah, that's good. And the defender has to recognize it, like just for the sake of getting an end to the war. When? Which is a good comparison.
Kosovo.
Kosovo was. How is that? How is Kosovo comparable to? Did Kosovo aggress on Serbia from?
No, Kosovo was created from Serbia because of a unilateral NATO invasion, despite the fact that the UN deemed it to be illegal.
What was happening?
So there was an ethnic cleansing campaign happening. But if you want to appeal to some kind of justification for military action, Russia's going to appeal to its own justifications for military action in the East. Whether or not there's valid justification, I think, is perhaps the part that needs to be argued. But I didn't see that as your original point. It seems like your original point was, if there's any kind of military conquest, is this a good thing to reinforce?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Kosovo, but Kosovo was not military conquest by any means. Kosovo and Kosovar independence was on the table and demanded by the people in Kosovo all the way since the 80s. It's not their fault that every time they tried to raise the issue, they got repressed and shot and imprisoned as political prisoners, and even with people student movements getting shot and killed. They were subjected to total state repression. And then when that violence escalated, then that's when NATO came in. But Kosovo was a group of people that were seeking independence fairly across the board, and they were not given any possible avenue to try and bring that issue forward to the nation. And then obviously before NATO bombed Yugoslavia, there was the Serb army was about to go on a new offensive into the area after people were already fleeing in the hundreds of thousands. So to compare that to an act of aggression that gets rewarded by the international community vis-a-vis Russia, that's completely not comparable.
So I think it's comparable in the sense of a one military power taking unilateral action and then being rewarded for it, right? So, and that is what happened. If you want to talk about, the people there wanted independence, right? You're kind of referring to what the people there want. And then therefore that could justify some other power going in there. And, despite the fact that it's illegal according to the UN, another power going in there and, kind of giving the people there what they want. I think Russia's going to make the exact same argument when it comes to Crimea. Russia's going to make the exact same argument when it comes to Donetsk and Luhansk, right? I think the argument gets tougher when we're talking about Kherson and Zaporizhia, but those territories, Russia's going to make different arguments regarding that. Sure, there's going to be some element of, them claiming that the people there want it. But I think there's also going to be strict geopolitical water supply into Crimea, et cetera.
Yeah, but the difference is that NATO and America weren't claiming Kosovo for themselves. It was for the Kosovars. And second of all, there is far more evidence that Kosovars wanted to be independent from Serbia versus the idea that any majority of people in Donetsk or Luhansk wanted to be joined with Russia, not least of all through annexation.
A lot of the data comes from around the time of Minsk I and Minsk II. And you're right that those polls indicate that they wanted autonomy and separation from control from Kiev. This was, they basically one of the demands of Minsk II was that Ukraine federalize, and Ukraine refused to federalize. They refused to put that into their constitution in accordance with Minsk II, and they also refused to recognize elections in Donetsk and Luhansk. They just absolutely refused to follow those terms of Minsk II. And so, yes, if you look at those pollings around those times, you're going to see most of those people, we don't really want to be part of Russia, but we also don't want to be under the control of Kiev. We want to have our own kind of independent entities. And this was the initial demand made by Russia 3 months after the 2002 invasion in Istanbul, for example. The initial proposal given by Russia to Ukraine 3 months after the 2022 invasion did not involve Luhansk or Donetsk going to Russia. All it did was simply enforce Minsk II with obviously the added exceptions of recognizing Crimea and the fact that Ukraine has to disarm and can't join NATO. So those were, I guess, some of the additional demands, but it did not involve any kind of land swap.
It was also
only
that
after
in this time
Ukraine
that you're
refused that
okay.
demand.
Yeah, but it's also not to mention in this time when there are Russian troops and military installations in eastern Ukraine. I feel like that's not the right time to be giving like federal autonomy to a region. And also, Minsk II was also
They
contingent
agreed.
on.
Did the Ukrainians not agree to Minsk II? They agreed, and then they reneged on their agreement.
Didn't Minsk II also involve a recognition from Russia that they had soldiers in the east of Ukraine?
They said they would withdraw their soldiers, and their
But
soldiers
they obviously
were there,
couldn't because
and
they
didn't
denied there were
withdraw
soldiers
them.
there. Yeah.
No, hold on. My
Besides-
understanding is Minsk II required certain heavy, pieces of heavy weaponry be removed for a certain amount of feet behind the front line. That was my understanding.
It was armed
not
groups
that like
and
Russian generals.
fighters and mercenaries.
So the Minsk II said that Russia could have soldiers in Ukraine, Russian soldiers, in the part of the Russian Federation's army, not part of local militia or foreign volunteer.
I do want to kind of get back to the summit specifically, but
Yeah,
this is a good foundation.
I wanted to get back to the summit. We're all going a bit off on Kosovo.
Yeah.
If you want my honest opinion about the odds of success, I think it's tremendously low. Steve Witkoff didn't know what was even being offered to him by the Russians and then misreported it. Whether or not the Russians lied to him and he got manipulated that way, or whether or not Steve Witkoff misunderstood them after he relied on another Russian translator I have no clue, but he didn't know what it was. And so I think a lot of this early talk about land swaps and a deal, and I think Putin truly wants peace, started to get deafened once, Russia continued to assert the same positions that they've had before, which have been unworkable. And so Trump has reeled in his position from we're negotiating these land swaps to these aren't really even negotiations. They're more like a feeling out process, like we're playing footsie under the table with Putin, and you can't do that over the phone. I don't know why we need to have Putin come over to the United States and Alaska for a feeling out process if it's no longer negotiations. So it seems like exactly what they expected from this changed very rapidly. They didn't put a lot of time into organizing it. It was very haphazard. And so putting aside just the dotting the I's and crossing the T's on the details of it, it didn't seem like it was particularly executed that well. As for abandoning the defenses in the Donetsk region or abandoning the last part of the Luhansk region, this is not a workable proposal for the Ukrainian side, not only because it would be met with immense fury from the public and for those in the armed forces, but also because in the Donetsk region, there are still a lot of, quite frankly, defensible, high located on the heights positions that they've built over time. And while I drive over there, I can see very clearly them preparing for the defenses of key cities like Kramatorsk and Slovyansk. And so I don't think that they are interested in giving it up without a fight, especially since the Russians, again, have yet to relinquish claims on territories like Kherson and Zaporizhia. And so why give up land that is defensible when the Russians have yet to indicate that they're not even going to invade you for the other land they still claim to? And what the Russian foreign minister just said, hey, it's in the Russian constitution. We can't take it out.
Go ahead, Lactoid. Do you want to respond to that?
I mean, you
wasn't really
this,
directed at Lactoid, but sure.
Yeah, I didn't really feel it was, but you do see both sides. I think Ukraine pulled the same thing where they were saying, look, it's in our constitution now. We can't give it up. Whether or not this is going to actually be an impediment, I'm skeptical. It seems like in order to get some kind of peace deal, Putin would surely be able to convince his parliament to do that. And I think it likely is true on the other side as well. So, I mean, I don't, unless, and if that's not the case, then now we have a very kind of difficult situation where you have a president in Ukraine that is beyond his term, right? And so potentially lacks legitimacy, who's now negotiating at the kind of world stage when he doesn't even have his own parliament behind him. And in that situation, I don't really know what can be done, right? Because who do you send to do further negotiations then? I don't know.
Well, I mean, the Russians haven't been willing to negotiate with Zelensky when he was within the 2019 to 2024 term before its extension due to the Electoral Commission's policies on martial law. Or before, so I don't really know if him, like, for example, if they had an election tomorrow and Zelensky won, do you seriously think Putin would start treating him as a legitimate leader? I don't think that is really, whatever your position is on Zelensky lactoid, I don't think that is either an impediment or not an impediment to peace. I think Putin, quite frankly, just wants a better dancing partner that's going to be more conciliatory towards his demands. But the Ukrainian people, broadly speaking, don't want that type of a dancing partner in negotiations. So I just don't think, even if they had an election and Zelensky was replaced, that he would be replaced with like somebody who would be conciliatory in that way. Like pulling out of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions for a ceasefire, not a peace deal, so the war could reignite later after you've given up these defensible positions, is an astronomically unpopular position in Ukraine. When you poll people, like the position that they have is largely speaking like, we'll be willing to do, like maybe we can do swap for swap, but maybe we'll recognize Crimea, maybe we'll swap this for that, but they want something for something. Them giving up territory, not for a peace deal, but for a ceasefire that might break down. It's just, it's not a question of whether or not it's popular or legitimacy. It's just something that no Ukrainian government would see as tenable.
Yeah, here's a question for you, Dylan. Actually, I'm very curious. Because you've spoken to the Ukrainian people, you've been there, you've seen the region and things like that. Is there any deal that Russia could offer the people? I guess, what are the Ukrainian people actually willing to give up? Like, you talked about how they don't want to give up these defensible positions for a ceasefire, but is there anything that you think that the Ukrainian people would be like, okay, well, I guess since you're twisting our arm, we could do X, Y, or Z? Or do you think that there are a lot of them, or most of them, are in it to just like, we need to just press back as much as we can, as long as we can, do or die, to the last man type of deal? What do you think?
It's more like a spectrum, and it changes on where you are. Like for example, some people would think if you're Western Ukraine, like the stereotype is you're Western Ukrainian, you're the person who's like, yeah, ruhu ra war. Or if you're in the Donetsk, you're like on the other side of the spectrum because you have seen the worst throes of the war. But sometimes I'll find the exact opposite, where there'll be some people from Western Ukraine who are like, I don't give a fuck about Donetsk. Like it's like this, like all the way over there. And on the other side, I'll find people who are in Kramatorsk who have had to leave their homes 3 times during the last 12 years, who have set up their families for the 3rd time in Kramatorsk, which is now the de facto capital of unoccupied Donetsk. And they don't want to move again. They have no interest in moving again. And any deal that would see the rest of Donetsk given up, and for some people, any deal that would see occupied Donetsk officially given up, is not tenable. From what the general public, if you were to look at the broad swath of information, what the general public seems to be of the position of is that they're not willing to give up anything that Russia hasn't taken, and they're not willing to officially recognize the annexation or occupation of everything that's in territory, and that they would be willing to do basically some amount of, look, we'll make a deal where you give us back some unoccupied territory, and then therefore we'll have to make peace with it, i.e. Zaporizhia, Mariupol. They feel that if they're getting some of their land back, then maybe they can make peace with it. If they can get some of their people who have been displaced back, then maybe they can make peace with it. They give something, they get something. For example, if you recognize the Russian language in some official capacity, or you make all these concessions to the Russians, the way negotiations go in the Ukrainian mindset is you get something in return. And they simply, from all the proposals put forward by the Russians, don't get anything really in return. And even when you talk about the one thing the EU thing that Lactoid mentioned, which is, at least if that's true, which we really don't know, but if it's true, it is something of note. That's also an economic union that multiple members inside of it doesn't even agree that Ukraine should be inside of it. So even if Russia was to give it the thumbs up, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go forward. I hope it would. Or Russia couldn't just go back on its word. Definitely if, again, it's a ceasefire and it breaks down in 6 months and says, look, it failed. Obviously, they're too Western. This is the problem. It's not like Putin's beliefs have changed fundamentally. His essays are publicly available. People can go read them. As for... I do want to just say that, like, the early 3-week deal, the deal that was offered by the Russians 3 weeks into the war, I hear Hassan mention this. I hear other people mention this sometimes, like creators online, as this idea that Boris Johnson went in and tried to, like, basically bully the Ukrainians into not accepting peace and continuing to fight and stay on. But the big thing that ended it was the disarming clause. It wasn't even necessarily like neutrality status, right? Neutrality status is technically already in the Ukrainian constitution. So that being the big stopper is not even necessarily the case when stacked with the odds of a full-fledged Russian invasion. The big stopper, again, was disarming. The Ukrainians see an army invade them twice in 12 years while lying about it multiple times, and they're just not going to take the argument of, how about you give us your gun and we won't come back a third time now that you've given us real trouble. So that, I just don't think the offer early on was ever feasible. I don't think the Russians have ever offered a feasible peace deal or ceasefire deal.
What a
Could I say a couple things?
You can, and then I have a broader question for everyone here, but go ahead.
Okay, very briefly. So, regarding the Minsk II agreement that I was just chatting with Loner Box about, there is a section that he was referring to right here, Section 10, pull out of all foreign armed formations, military equipment, and also mercenaries from the territory of Ukraine under OSCE supervision, disarmament of all illegal groups. So, I mean, fair enough. My concern with this is when it says foreign armed formations and military equipment. Western forces were supplying Ukraine with military equipment as early as 2014 as well. And I'm not going to deny that the Russians were sending military equipment into the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic.
Well, and soldiers and tanks and just Russian, like the Russian army invaded.
No, so this is like I think a contentious point. I think we disagree on this. My understanding of the situation is that the primary aid that Russia was providing to the people there was in the form of military equipment and advisors, and surely that happened. I think America was doing the exact same thing for Ukraine in 2014. There's been a shift in language. Initially, this is what Ukraine acknowledged. If you go back and look at earlier sources, since the 2022 invasion, they have shifted the argument to say that, well, Russia's actually been invading us since 2014, and this is really just like a conventional land war. Russia just sent in a bunch of troops. Given the fact that we do have those polls that Loner Box was mentioning, showing that most people in those areas, specifically the areas that are the DPR and the LPR, wanted increased autonomy from Kiev, that this happened in direct response to Euromaidan, and the Ukrainian quote-unquote counter-terrorist operation that launched attacks, and the fact that most of the civilian deaths that were occurring were happening in these areas. It's not surprising that the people here would be sort of galvanized against Kievian rule at this point, and why they would want to have their own elections, why they want to have their own autonomy. The Russians, of course, helped with that, but I reject this assertion that actually this is just like a conventional Russian invasion, as opposed to a sort of
I didn't say it was a conventional invasion. I said the Russian army invaded. I mean, it's not like rebels can just spawn T-90 tanks out of existence.
They gave them tanks,
and it's also not like rebels can instantly learn tank knowledge out of nowhere. It's not like they can know how to command all these different systems immediately, when a lot of the early rebels, to be quite frank, are people who would really just know how to man small arms. Where did they get the training? Where did they go to train? Who trained them? When you say military advisors, that also extends to military trainers. And again, there is plenty of photographic evidence showing equipment that can only be owned by the Russian armed forces, as well as people in Russian military fatigue with the flag patch removed, intervening at key points in the war where the front line changed significantly. There was a period where Donetsk city looked like it was going to be taken back by the Ukrainian armed forces. That period was short-lived, though, as a massive offensive was launched with resources and forces that were outside of the capacity of the rebels by themselves. I'm not saying that there aren't anybody in the Donetsk region who are, pro rah-rah, like we want to separate, but it on its own, even when it just comes to personnel, could never hold back the Ukrainian armed forces. It's just as we can see, even if you're given all the equipment in the world, if you don't have the personnel to hold the position, I know that's a position you hold, Lactoid, then it's pointless. And so I want to have an explanation as to why Donetsk City was about to fall, and then the situation changed so rapidly when a mass of these troops with modern Russian equipment, who all knew how to use them, started appearing across the battlefield and encircling Ukrainian military formations. So
Yeah,
all I'm putting forward is that our level of involvement is a little different than the Russian level of involvement. And from the Ukrainian perspective, this has been a continuation of Russian invasions for the last like 12 years.
Okay. So again, I know that's kind of what the narrative has shifted to. This wasn't the case for between 2014 and 2022. I don't think anything you've said is contradictory to what I've said. I had never at any point doubted that the Russians were involved in sending advisors and equipment. And the level of equipment that they were sending
soldiers
have. I don't think that they sent like any kind of significant contingent of soldiers to fight in the front line. I think that what it was they would send advisors, large amounts of military equipment. There were periods that this got larger. So, for example, there was that. There was a period where they had all these trucks that they were saying, we got to get in humanitarian aid. And I mean, there's some argument here that there is humanitarian aid associated with that, given the fact that the quality of life in these areas was so bad because of the cluster attacks and real quick, because of the cluster attacks and everything. But it's also probably obvious that the Russians were using this to sneak in military aid into those areas as well. That wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
Am I fucking mental, or did Putin not 1 year after Minsk II failed admit that there were Russian personnel going into Ukraine to resolve issues in the Donbass?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so
like in terms of military trainers and advisors.
It was after Russian special forces were captured in 2015.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Military personnel in the form of like trainers, advisors.
Trainers and advisors. You don't think any of them took a shot at the Ukrainians? Or
it's possible. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm saying that when we're looking at the conflict in terms of like substantially complying with Minsk II, both sides are technically in violation of 10 of segment 10 of the agreement, where they are, Ukraine's not giving up its Western foreign equipment and the advisors that they're having trained their military, and the LPR and the DPR aren't doing that either. And there's going to be varying levels of support that both sides are giving them. Now, one side, though, I think is actually more in line with the democratic will of the people living there, which is that, hey, we want the people of Donetsk and Luhansk, who wanted to have their own elections, who wanted to have their own form of government.
Why do you say that? You keep saying that. Why do you say that so authoritatively?
Because
definitely now, definitely since we're talking at post 2022.
Yeah, there's Western pollsters. Western pollsters, Zoyce from Berlin, did run a series of polls, and that was the #1 answer, which was, we want to have autonomy from Kiev. We want to be able to have our own elections, and Kiev denied them the right to have their own
I'll
elections.
let this go a little bit. I'll let you guys respond, but I
just want to be blunt when it comes to occupied Donetsk. Occupied Donetsk is a shithole. There's areas where you have no plumbing, so people throw plastic bags of shit out of the window. Plumbing doesn't work. They have to do water deliveries that are not always on time. You could get arrested for the most mild of critique of the government. The demographics are fucked. You don't think that you can get arrested for the most mild critique of the government?
No, I just think it's a little bit hypocritical. I think it's a little bit hypocritical, but keep going.
Well, I mean, yeah, Trump might arrest me, but that's not like.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the law that Zelensky signed, where it allows them to arrest people who are critical of Ukraine during the war.
Hey, do you think Putin would have allowed protests to break martial law and make him back off of his legislation to make it easier to be corrupt? Do you think that Putin would have backed down in the middle of the night? Because what I remembered him doing was the anti-war protesters were sent to draft offices. So I do think there's a significant.
I have no doubt that Russia also clamps down on freedom of speech.
There's a significant difference, and you need to acknowledge that significant difference.
Ukraine also takes people. We've already talked about this. Ukraine will also take people who are critical of the war effort. People will take people who are critical of Ukraine's war effort. Reports of torture and death.
Zelensky can suck both of my nuts. I'm gonna go back there in a month. There's tons of people criticizing Zelensky, ton of people criticizing Yarmak, ton of people criticizing Syrskyi as a butcher, ton of people critiquing the Ukrainian government. And in Ukraine, and as in the United States, war bloggers are not easily arrested. But in Russia, that's a lot more common. Even their guys, when they get a little too testy, like Gherkin and the other ones. But I just think there has to be an acknowledgement of significant difference here, that not all democracies are the same. Abraham Lincoln was a little bit of a tyrant, but that's a big difference between, one force and the other force when it came to the democratic principles. Since one force, ended up, wanting to own people, the other one didn't. There's some certain principles held by two forces that I feel like should be acknowledged. Lactoid, like if you were to say, look, it's not our business, that's one thing, but Ukraine is much more democratic than Russia.
No. So I simultaneously hold the position that it's not our business. That's fair. But I think certain things can become our business if like the humanitarian or pragmatic concerns get high enough. When it comes to this situation, I think you can probably point to like specific clauses in which Russia is worse than Ukraine. But I think you can also point to specific clauses in which like Ukraine is worse than Russia.
Worse than Russia? Okay, what clause is that?
I mean, right off the top of my head, Putin is undeniably popular amongst his people, and he just had an election in accordance with the Russian constitution. Zelensky, on the other hand, despite the constitution of Ukraine mandating an election every 5 years, does not have an election. So
do you believe
he is currently not a legitimate president under their own constitution? That's important when we're talking about who's like a more democratic force.
Okay,
not having an election when the constitution tells you to.
Do you think
this is like the what? But this is the only
And
thing you
speaking
ever
of Lincoln,
really bring up. And
well, I can bring up other things too. I got like a whole list of shit that Ukraine's doing.
Let's give it to Dylan to counter that. Go ahead.
I mean, I would say that an election in and of itself does not matter. An election has to be free and fair to matter. If it's not free and fair, then Bashar al-Assad was the democratic leader, elected the leader of Syria like 5 times in a row. So yes, Putin's popular. So is Zelensky. Zelensky still polls overwhelmingly popular with the Ukrainian public, and in most polling matchups, he still wins in a head-to-head election. I understand what you've said about the Ukrainian constitution. I also understand that, there is a mechanism by which in the Ukrainian constitution that the terms of the Rada can be extended, and there is a mechanism within the Electoral Commission. You didn't let me finish my sentence. And there is a means within the Electoral Commission by which they can extend the term of the president. The opposition does not want a presidential election or Rada election right now. The Ukrainian people, when polled, do not want an election right now due to a variety of reasons. And I can understand saying I wanted an election anyway, but I will not accept that because Ukraine's going to wait till after the war to have an actually free and fair election, as what happened in 2019 when Poroshenko democratically handed power over to Zelensky. That's going to happen when the election is over. I mean, when the war is over. That's not going to happen over in Russia. There's if you run against the Russian establishment and you actually go out there and start talking about, the Russian corruption, you start talking about what's going on in Ukraine. If you are a real threat to the power, you could just get shot. So and back in Ukraine in the early 2000s, they used to do that to journalists and stuff too. I mean, and there's still like problems with like corruption in Ukraine, but you have to acknowledge the gulf here, or we're not on the same level. Or we're just not on the same level. We're on 2 totally different planets. If you can't acknowledge that Ukraine is a much more developed civil society than Russia, and that if they were occupied, that civil society would cease to exist.
Okay, so I agree that both are inferior to American civil society, but I do reject this notion that it's like obvious that Ukraine is better. You brought up Abraham Lincoln, and I think that's an interesting example to bring up because we had an election in the United States during our Civil War.
I'll let you finish, but I do want to get back to the summit.
Sure. We had an election during our Civil War when half the country, the entire South, was occupied by Confederates, right?
What type of drones did the rebels use in that war?
Hold up 1 second. So when you're talking about, the only kind of election that's important is a free and fair election. And if we're referring to free and fair as you can't have an election if we're under some kind of conflict or if part of the country is occupied. I don't think that's true. I think that even a flawed election is better than no election. I think that, if we're going to appeal to polls, which, I mean, normally you guys shit on me for appealing to polls when it comes to like Crimeans or the Donbass. But if we're going to appeal to polls and say, well, this is what the Ukrainian people want, they don't want to have an election, then you should also just as easily be able to have a election under similar circumstances, perhaps mail-in ballots, figure some way to do it in a way that would be better than what the current situation is that they're not having an election at all. And I'm going to tie this back to the summit, okay? The reason why this is important is because going back to something you said earlier, Dylan, you're right in that, I don't know, let's say there was an election and Zelensky won, in the election. I don't necessarily know how much of an effect this would have on Ukraine's position and whether or not that could like resolve any kind of disagreement between the Verkina Rada and Zelensky. But what it would do is it would, I think, give much stronger credence.
Wait, what disagreement between the Rada and Zelensky?
If we, the potential
The
disagreement,
Rada doesn't want an election.
I'm telling no, you're missing the point. I'm saying going back, the potential disagreement if Zelensky's okay with some kind of land deal and the Verkina Rada does not approve it under their constitution, right? And so in that event, you had asked me earlier if Zelensky had an election, would that potentially change the scenario on the ground? I think one thing that it would do is it would give the Russians some level of reassurance that like a potential avenue for trying to disclaim the results of the treaty later on is going to be closed, right? Because I could see the argument coming up, which is like, currently Zelensky's in power in blatant disregard of their constitution. The election commission, whatever rule they want to promulgate, doesn't take precedence over the constitution of Ukraine, which is listed as the supreme law of the land. And the supreme law of the land has I think Article 83 has a specific clause that allows the terms of the parliamentarians to be extended during martial law. But it's very specifically 84, sure. It was 83,
No, paragraph
84.
4 of section 83, Article 83, paragraph 4. But go ahead.
Okay, so I was right. So there is a specific, but it specifically does not mention the president, right? And so then the question arises, well, is there anything in the Constitution that gives the president this ability? There's not.
Not in the Constitution. It is in the Electoral Commission, though.
But the Electoral Commission, their rulings. This is like con law like 101. In the U.S., if Congress passes a law, it can't go over the Constitution. The Constitution, it's Article I think 101. I could be wrong on that. It's in the early hundreds. Specifies that the president will serve a term of 5 years. That is the term. And so the fact that they're not having an election is in blatant disregard of their own constitution. Now, the Russians are maybe concerned that let's say that happens. Let's say they come to some kind of deal and with Zelensky. Well, later on down the road, Ukraine doesn't like the deal anymore. And they say, well, actually, that deal was made with an illegitimate president. We can't abide by that deal. That's not, we can only abide by presidents that are constitutionally elected in our government. Well, now what? I mean, technically they're right, but at the time, the Ukrainians, government was refusing to have an election. So what do you do? I don't know.
So
what you could do really is like just stop this fucking weird pretense of just being the first war ever where anyone has thought there's like a serious concern about a country not having elections while they're being invaded. Like no one has ever made this complaint. No one ever. I mean, I've heard a few people say like Hitler had more democratic mandate than Churchill, I guess, because Churchill never had an election before he became prime minister in World War II, and there were no elections until the war ended. But mostly those people are kind of like arguing in bad faith. I don't understand what this both sides is between Zelensky and Putin, who literally has to deal with fucking nationwide protests about electoral fraud when he wins elections, who had to change his own constitution in Russia to keep running for president. What is this? What are we doing?
Which was so you can act incredulous all you want. But that was done legally, firstly. You might dislike it. You might dislike the fact that Putin, like by Western polls, has like an over 85% approval rating or something crazy like that. He is overwhelmingly popular within his country, and he did have elections in accordance with the Constitution and won. Now, you can point to other specific things and say, well, like Russia does this worse. And I can point to certain things. Ukraine does this worse. It's not just the election. It's also the language bans. It's also the religion bans.
The language bans is worse?
Yes,
really?
yes.
Let's. Oh God.
Hold on. There is no.
No, like, give me a second. Wick. I gotta.
Can I?
You said we got to get back to the main topic. But if we go off on this, because this is important, if he says this, will we have enough time to catch back up? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we had enough time.
You can. If he says something, or either any of you, if any of you say something that the other person feels a need that they have to respond to, we'll allow it because so much of this is interconnected, right? I will just say this. The question I want to ask is like, what position or what role should the American government be playing in the negotiations here, regardless of what we think is going to happen? So I want you to keep that in your mind, but I'll allow it for the sake of the discussion. Finish up what you were saying, Lactoid, and then I'll let Dylan, Loner respond, and we can figure it out. Go ahead.
Sure. So not only, and when I refer to
We were
language
talking about
bans,
language bans, frankly.
yeah,
so
well,
go
because they're
ahead.
going to be responsive to this. Sure. I was having a grand old time watching a Lonerbox video earlier before this debate, and Lonerbox agreed that the 2019 language law was pretty bad. He conceded that was pretty bad. I hope that's still his opinion. Since then, that was of course before the invasion.
Did you watch the bit
Since
where I
then,
said
it's
it
only
wasn't a
gotten
language
worse.
ban? It's not actually a language ban, though, is
Well,
it?
you didn't call it a ban. You called it a language. That's why I said language law, in which it specifically prioritizes Ukrainian, and it puts Ukrainian restrictions on media that a certain percentage has to be in Ukrainian, and that certain minority languages are protected, with the notable exception of Russian, despite the fact that Russian is a widely spoken minority language in Ukraine. And the bans really started coming into effect after the war. I agree with that. But it's really gotten worse since the 2019 language law. Now you're seeing, like in Kiev, for example, when they're banning a Russian cultural language product, books, they're
He said
banning
language
books
ban, right?
that
I'm not
are in
shitting.
Russian,
He's
and they're
gaslighting.
banning I forget if the Russian Orthodox Church or the Orthodox Church in Russia. I know one of them is sanctioned by the Ukrainian government, the other one's not. The canonical one's not, and so they are banned. Right, a certain religion. I mean, very similar to like if we were to ban some kind of sect of the Catholic Church in America. Pretty, I think, horrific. And you can say like, well, this is no big deal. But I think if we're going to make appeals to like things like ethnic cleansing or like cultural destruction, I think that like restricting language and religion and culture is a problem. And those laws, at least on the books, are not present in Russia. They're simply not,
because
they
don't
are
need
present
to
in
be.
Ukraine.
Like again, because I guess what you missed out from my video was that
Because
also
they need to be in Ukraine?
The human,
Well, let
yes,
Lonerbox
and
finish.
you
Go ahead.
should have noticed if you watched my video that European human rights bodies agreed that there was justification for Ukraine, even though there were issues with the specifics of the law, that there was a justification for this country that has been under the thumb of Russian imperialism for over 300 years, where they have actually had the Ukrainian language banned and Ukrainian writers murdered and people suppressed and education systems overturned and people replaced by Russians so they could Russify the population. That in that context, it does make sense to want to promote your own national language, and that sometimes that will mean people who speak the Russian language like feeling sidelined, even if it's just the case that like they have to dub certain media in Ukrainian, or if you print a Russian newspaper, you got to print it in Ukrainian alongside it. Do you disagree that there's a principle there that Russia doesn't really have to deal with for the same reason?
I disagree with the principle generally. Like, I think that whether or not Russia has to deal with it, which I'm not necessarily sure is the case, because Russia does have large groups of ethnic minorities, especially like in the South Caucasus, and these areas generally have like rights to speak their language. So I don't think that when you're
it's not
saying
about
that, like,
having
oh,
minorities in the
Russia-
country. It's about the fact that you are literally just coming out of hundreds of years of your culture being
Well, that was
suppressed.
that was the second point that I'm going to get to. The first point is like, well, Russia doesn't have to, like, Russia's not in the same situation. I think on one hand they are, because there are like large groups of minorities that have like independent cultures and unique cultures, and those languages aren't banned in the same way. But then when you're talking about like the sort of, and I'm going to use this word directly because this is really what I think your argument hinges on, this sort of like land back reparations mentality of like, well, for hundreds of years, we were unfairly treated, which I'm not going to deny, right? Stalin was evil. For hundreds of years, we were unfairly treated. So now we're going to unfairly treat them, right? Now we're going to get back at them, and now we're going to oppress their culture so we can reinvigorate ours, because the Ukrainian blood is tied to the Ukrainian soil. That's really concerning. And I think that's where a lot of the claims of like fascism come, because I mean, this is a lot of the sort of mentality, which is like, well, we have to bring up a resurgence of our culture, even if that involves stomping on the cultural rights of our citizens, right? They're Ukrainian citizens who speak Russian, who now can't buy Russian books. They can't listen to Russian music in public. Then they're Ukrainian citizens that speak Russian.
You're
what about them?
Okay, conflating pre-2022 invasion and after is kind of thing I want to maybe avoid here, because first of all, like, okay, we'll give you one example then. Do you think that if they said that civil servants have to answer the phone in Ukrainian, but they can switch to Russian if the caller wants to, is that repressing Russians?
I mean, that specific one, they have to answer in Ukrainian, but they can switch if the caller wants to. I mean, if it might be like a slight repression if like the call is coming from like a overwhelmingly Russian speaking area, and that's obvious, but it would be like a pretty slight repression. I would agree.
Okay, I feel like when a lot of countries have either overcome imperialism or have even not even done that, you can say like France, like when nations form, like the idea of coalescing around a national identity and promoting a national language is not really that unusual. That's why some of these laws, which you call slight repressions, were not seen as slight repressions by the Europeans. There were some measures that were seen as a lot less necessary. That was Zelensky's position before 2022.
Put it mildly.
So. I don't call it, but you did say language ban earlier. That's why I was
no. You can roll back. What I said was the 2019 language law. I did not call it a ban prior to the war, and then I very specifically said, yes, it's true that the bans really started coming after the 2022 invasion. I was very clear about that. Yes, the bans, the actual like criminal enforcement of these, of restricting people from having books and speaking and music and all these things, that started coming in 2022 and 2023. I'm not saying that happened before the 2022 invasion, but you still see like a sort of again like prioritization of like Ukrainian identity, which of course is going to be unpopular again amongst the separatists in the East, like in the DPR and the LPR. I mean, what kind of messages to send to them of like, oh, we want to bring you back into this country by force, by the way. Oh, and by the way, we also passed this law in which the language that you speak at home is no longer, going to be favored in your area. It's no longer going to be the language of your community.
Okay.
I think that's kind of messed up.
I wanna give it to well, you can respond if you like, Lonerbox, but then Dylan had some things to say on it that he wanted to tackle as well. So.
Yeah, I wanted to do just before we forget about it. Going back to first of all, there were Russian regular soldiers in Ukraine, even from 2014 and as early as February. One of the first battles, actually, the Russians took back like 150 coffins of their own soldiers who were fighting right from the get-go. So that's just, there were actually regular fighters there as well. It wasn't just advisors. Second of all, when you were talking about Minsk and both sides violating by not withdrawing their forces from either side, do you think this is an equivalent? The fact, bearing in mind, Russia didn't even admit that they had soldiers in the country. So they were like, well, how, we agree to this, but we're not going to take anyone out because we don't have anyone in there. Like, do you think these are equal violations? The Americans and Russians not pulling out of Ukraine and Minsk too?
Well, part of the issue is I don't actually know, and you don't know. I mean, you mentioned, I guess, some story about 150 coffins. I don't know where that comes from.
It's from a Russian opposition politician. So
okay,
conservative
all right.
estimates.
So sure. So some politician said that. Even if that is the case, which I'm skeptical of, but even if that is the case, I mean, you can't tell me what percentage that is of the total fighters. You can't tell me what amount of equipment was being sent by Russia into the DPR and LPR, and you also can't tell me what type of equipment or how much equipment was being sent into Ukraine by Western powers starting in 2014. I don't know on subsection 10.
We can
broadly. Sorry, I'm not accepting.
What do you mean?
Hang on, you're not getting away with that.
We can measure that.
Absolutely. You're not getting away with that. Like, I also can't tell you how many Wehrmacht tanks were in Poland. I can still say they should withdraw. And if they said, oh, well, we should get allies out the other side if there are any there, then that's not. I'm asking you if you think it's an equal violation for Russia, the force that's in there, even if they have 100 soldiers or 150 or 200 or 3,000 versus Americans who are helping Ukraine that has foreign forces in their country. So do you think these are equal violations when Russia's not even admitting they have soldiers there?
Okay, I think you maybe you misunderstood what I was saying. My answer was, I don't know the gravity of the violation of subsection 10 because I don't know the full extent of involvement, and you don't either, of either side when it comes to the involvement of Russia and the DPR and America in Ukraine generally. Now, I agree that both sides were absolutely involved. When Russia says like, oh, we have nothing there, I mean, that's not true, right? There's obviously going to be Russian equipment there and advisors and all sorts of stuff, and same thing vice versa. You're gonna have Western equipment, which again, all of this violates subsection 10. When you are asking me, well, what's a clear, like which side is like more clearly violating this? I don't know. But what I do know, okay, and I think now that we've established that subsection 10, at least in my opinion, I don't know who's violating it more, but both sides are violating it. What I do know is that when you have an area, okay, where the people there want self-determination, they want to be autonomous, there's only one side that's violating them in this case, and that's Ukraine. So you keep referring to it as like the foreign entity coming in to our country. No, you've surrendered your legitimacy over the LPR and DPR of being your country when you cooed your president. It's over. You don't get to claim those areas anymore if they want to leave.
What, according to what rules?
Okay.
What are you talking about? First, okay, wait, hang on. There again. So I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about the fact that, as far as I know, I don't know if American soldiers were like in battles and dying in any reported number.
I don't know.
above
I don't know
100.
either.
Are you pretending that we've been like that America was hiding 100 dead soldiers?
I don't know if mercenaries were there.
about?
I don't know if mercenaries are there, and that's also covered under subsection.
Okay,
10.
let's say there were 10 times more Americans, but Putin is the one saying we don't even have any soldiers there. Sorry. Then he admits it a year later that they actually did.
Sure. That's a lie.
Okay. But
how do you negotiate with somebody who
I'm
won't
not
even
asking
agree
you.
he's doing the thing he agreed not to do? How
That's
do you
the
even
thing.
begin to negotiate
I'm
with
not
that
asking
person?
you I'm not asking you quantitatively. I'm asking you qualitatively which violation is worse. Russia has no right to be there with soldiers who are getting involved in battles to help a secessionist movement.
Well, when you say no right, I think they have a moral right to do that, firstly. So I guess it depends what you mean by right. And in terms of, let's say, 10 times more Americans were there, I don't think that subsection 10's violation is dependent on whether or not the foreign head of state lies or not about troops or mercenaries being in those areas. The only thing that subsection 10 talks about is mercenaries, foreign equipment, and foreign militaries being in these areas. That's all subsection 10 is referring to. So if you're saying, well, look, Putin wasn't fully honest in the fact that he totally fucking lied about like what kind of assets that he was sending into the LPR and DPR, the answer to that is sure, he was lying. And what does that have to do with subsection 10? The fact that he was lying. What does the fact that he was lying have to do?
Well, that means
with
the
subsection
negotiations
10?
were doomed from the start because he was never going to engage in good faith and actually pull them out because he never was interested.
The Ukrainians never pulled out any of their foreign weaponry.
Wait,
They never even tried.
Okay, wait, no, okay, let's do this. You're the Ukrainians.
Did they?
Right? You're engaging in good faith as the Ukrainians. Let's just do this for a 30-second exercise. You're engaging good faith. You really want to end the war, and we just signed Minsk 2. We're talking about Article 10. I'm the Russians. Come to me, and let's do this. Let's get each other to cooperate, because only if I cooperate will you cooperate, right? if I follow everything and you follow nothing, then I won't. Then obviously that's a problem. So let's try that.
Yeah, I would take all of the foreign weaponry that I received and start to move it like away and try to like get it to leave the country.
When you have the other side not even acknowledging that their troops are still there in the front line.
yeah. If I see like on the other side, like I'm not seeing some kind of like concurrent movement based on my intelligence, then I might start to accuse them of saying, hey, you said you were going to pull this shit out and you didn't, and then like try to make some kind of diplomatic situation about it. But of course, but of course, no, they didn't make any effort.
They did say that they have their soldiers there, so we're not going to withdraw. That's what
did they make.
said.
Did the Ukrainians make any effort to withdraw the?
So they should have.
Wait, what? Sorry, this is so fucking. Wait.
Can I finish a sentence, please? Did the Ukrainians make any effort to pull the foreign weaponry that they received from the West out of the country, but prior to refusing elections in the DPR and LPR?
Yeah, probably not. Probably not, because they had Russian soldiers who were on the other side who weren't leaving and weren't even acknowledging that they were there. Yeah, of course. It's not like, I don't know what this childish interpretation is where like you've got like a conflict ongoing and a front line and you're just like, oh, well, we're just going to lower all our defenses and fuck off and just be like, listen, I hope you guys do the same thing. Like that's not practical. That's not a practical thing to do.
So can I respond to that? Not all of their forces were mercenaries or foreign supplied military equipment. They had like indigenous military equipment and soldiers as well. So they wouldn't have to pull back everything. I agree they would have had less of an advantage. But your argument could work for the other side as well, right? The DPR and LPR is looking and they're seeing that the Ukrainians are not getting rid of all their foreign, Western military equipment. Well, then why the fuck should we?
Well, you're talking about the Russians, not the people, not the average Ukrainian of DPR and LPR.
Well, I know that you would prefer that to be the case, but the reality is, like the people from the polls, the people in the DPR and the LPR,
but
you said they wanted autonomy, not a Russian force to take the territory back for them. That's not what they wanted.
Swing over it because we have so many things to cover.
Minsk 2 guaranteed autonomy and local elections in those areas, and when they tried to have those local elections, who stopped them? It wasn't the Russians. It was the Ukrainians.
Okay, so there are people in Catalonia who want to have an independence referendum. Does that mean a foreign force can come in there with mercenaries to help them secede?
in the event that the Spanish government is illegally couped, the people of Catalonia should be able to declare independence, and they should be able to get support from a foreign entity.
Well, in this
Yes.
case, the Spanish government
in the same way,
in this case, the Spanish government has just gotten rid of the French puppet leader who is breaking like every promise that he's made to the entire population, and then using police officers to fire on protesters who oppose him. Yeah, that's happening. And then the French are going to come in to save Catalonia afterwards.
Okay, so I'm going to do two things.
Fuck me.
I'm sure you created this fucking straw man, and now you're just like dousing gasoline on it, and now you're acting like you just won something. Okay, I'm going to address everything you just said because it's completely false, as in terms of an allegory to what's going on or what happened in Ukraine during Euromaidan. Can I please, Wick?
Yeah, finish. But
yes,
there's so much that we.
It is the course of the conversation. It is the course of the conversation. So I think yes. So to answer the question that you asked me directly. Yes, if the Spanish government gets unconstitutionally couped, Catalonia should be able to declare independence. And I would also say that this could also happen if a area of a country is like sufficiently disenfranchised. So America, we declared independence from the UK, and we got help from the French and the Spanish to do so. And I think that was fine because the UK denied us representation in their parliament. Now when you say you mischaracterize Euromaidan as well, this is because the puppet president, of course, that was democratically elected in 2010. That election was overseen by thousands of international observers, and even the OSCE recognizes that was a free and fair election in which Yanukovych won. Nobody serious denies that, even on the Ukraine side these days.
Okay,
we're talking about like that's true, and we're talking about
you're just going on. It's not important.
Yeah, and he willingly used the consent of the people to go against a trade deal that had support from the overwhelming majority of the parliament. Yeah.
Here's the problem. Like, you're saying such horseshit, and then it takes like a long time to disprove your horseshit, and then I go on too long, and Wick stops me.
Sorry.
I've let you go a lot. Okay.
Well, I know, but the problem is the truth is often complicated, and when you just spew shit, it's doesn't really. It's hard. It's difficult. I won't be able to disprove this shit. I won't be able to talk about the length of the Euromaidan riots and the cops that were killed and the occupation of public buildings. I also won't be able to talk about the tripartite trade agreement that was proposed by Ukraine that was rejected by the EU. I won't be able to substantially debunk all of this bullshit in the length of time that we have on this panel. And that's just an unfortunate reality of, I guess, political debating. But Lonerbox is mischaracterizing the Euromaidan coup. The insurrectionists were not these sort of helpless victims. This is not what happened.
Okay. There are so many potential places to go from here. I do want to give it to Dylan for a moment to kind
Sure.
of...
I'm going to try to blow through these things because I'm sure Wick, I can see it in his eyes from retired panel hosts to current panel hosts, the pain of needing to get back to what we're actually talking about because there's a big thing tomorrow. So first thing is, I would say talking about the Minsk II failing and the Russians well, what troops? I don't know. Just pull out your troops, but we don't have troops to pull out. And whether or not if the Ukrainians pulled out while the Russians were denying they even had troops there in the first place, if the Russians would have said, hey, I guess we do have troops there and we are going to withdraw, whether they would have come out and do that. But ever since they invaded in 2022, the Russians have continued with the same demand. We want an army. We want a massive army. We want a massive army inside Ukraine, and you shouldn't have one. They want Ukraine to demilitarize. They made the demand 3 weeks into this, and they've made the demand ever since. So it seems to be a consistent want of the Russians to get the Ukrainians to have less Western equipment, have less guns, bombs, tanks generally, while they get to maintain theirs by either denying they have it in the first place or just questioning the idea of them having to limit anything they have is ridiculous. So I would just say that maybe back in 2014, we could have lived in ambiguity, but we live in today in 2025, and we can see what the Russians have demanded since then. And that has continued Ukrainian demilitarization while they don't have to give anything up. Also, as for the legitimacy of if Zelensky had an election right now, and Churchill had, if he was to do this right now, that could undermine the Russian claim of illegitimacy and stop a way that they could reignite the war. The Russians claimed that the Ukrainians had biological research laboratories that were going to target the DNA of Russians. They've claimed that Satanist trans people is doing X, Y, and Z. They claim that the Ukrainians did the Moscow Mall attack. They claim the Ukrainians invaded them in 2022, and actually that's why they invaded, and they released footage of Russian soldiers in Ukrainian garb crossing the border in territory that only the Russians could have occupied. So unless the Ukrainians somehow snuck around them and got the drop on them, like that just, it isn't really. So I don't think that the Russians are going to need to be like, oh, we would invade Ukraine, but now Zelensky had an election. He seems so legitimate. I don't think that that's really going to be a significant factor. As for the language bans, in occupied territory, people are heard speaking Ukrainian. They see it as an insult, they see them as a potential threat, and they're disappeared. They're disappeared, and they can be tortured. They can be tortured. They can be sexually abused in these places. They can be beaten in these places very severely. I know entire Russian-speaking Ukrainian military units. I meet people on the front line serving in the Ukrainian armed forces who are speaking Russian. I like my main fixer in Ukraine, who's displaced person, refugee from Donetsk. He speaks Russian all the time. I understand that I look at some of these like language restrictions of the books published. This percentage has to be Ukrainian and XYZ. And to me, as an American, you know, when we don't have a state enforced language, it seems pretty silly. But I also understand that the Ukrainian culture is in an existential struggle, and the Russians deny Ukrainians really exist as anything else than an extension of Russia. And so Ukraine is trying to assert its culture, as Russia has historically, in its past during the Russian Tsardom, banned it and are punishing people for practicing it. People get arrested for singing Ukrainian music, XYZ, happens all the time. So the idea that the Ukrainians are worse when it comes to the language ban, because when you walk into Ukrainian public building, they speak to you first in Ukrainian in the country of Ukraine, I think it's a little ridiculous. As for the church ban, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, which you didn't seem to know which church was which, but we're going to be talking about the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, not the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. We're talking about that's the Russian. We're going to say the Russian version, Ukrainian version. That's simplifying it, but I'm just to get around it. The head of that church, Kirill, said if you go to Ukraine and you kill Ukrainians, you go to heaven. Tons of these pastors have been used as spies, as informants. The Russians have used the Russian Orthodox Church to try to get inside the United States and play spies in churches in the U.S. And we're a country divided by an ocean. Ukraine's right there, a country they're actively invading, who also shares the Orthodox faith. So the Ukrainians felt that it was of a national security priority to support the Orthodox Church of Ukraine and to make it so that they had an entity that was not religiously dominant in the country, that is controlled, like this specific Russian Orthodox Church that's controlled by Russia. So I understand that, you know, maybe in the United States, people are uncomfortable with the idea of any like sect or any specific church being shut down, but Ukraine was being invaded. And the way they wrote the ban is, if you're invading us, if a country's invading us and a religious organization is based out of the capital of that country, then it cannot operate in Ukraine. Meaning that if Russia was to stop invading tomorrow, the Russian Orthodox Church would be unbanned overnight by the letter of the law on what is in Ukraine. So I don't think comparing that to an occupied territory where you're not allowed to operate a Protestant church, you're not allowed to operate Baptist churches. There was 40 Protestant churches in Metropole before the Russians took over. There's now none. I visited a lot of these churches that have been bombed. There was Pentecostals that were lynched in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions back in 2014, 2015. This is not a new trend, whether it was done by the Russian Orthodox Army or other far-right goons. So the idea that Ukraine is worse than Russia when Russia is cracking down heavily on these religious minorities and willing to use their religious entity as a weapon, therefore bringing it under their scrutiny that you're now criticizing it, I don't think those are good ways to say that, see, Ukraine in some ways are worse than Russia, okay, even if I have personal disagreements with parts of that. There's other stuff I could talk about, like him saying like the majority of people in Donetsk want to be part of Russia or want to be part of the DPR. That's, in my experience, it isn't true. Now, maybe, you know, he has a different experience than mine. And obviously I know that Whick wants to get back to the main topic. So for now, we'll put that on the shelf and we'll revisit it later.
I can address the things that are said, right, Wick?
Okay, I'm just going to throw a flag on the play, okay? Because we have to talk about something other than the rehash of the same arguments that we've had since the war started.
Well, then let
I
me
will
just
let you
respond, and then we can be done. I won't bring up any other
and
points.
then
I will
and then I
just address the
promise
points that were made.
I'll respond after.
I hold on. I will not bring up any. I specifically will talk about the language ban, church ban,
absolutely will
and
bring up
the allegations of. In fact, I'll end on the allegations of Russia and then tie it back to the topic at hand.
I'll bring up the kidnapping children next.
I'll tell you what.
I promise.
You can do that, Lactoid, if you remember the question I asked you to keep in mind.
I totally fucking forgot the question you asked.
That's why we have to get back to
so
the
I'm
topic.
gonna wait. Let me just here. I will bring it back to the topic. I swear. So very briefly, I think it's again disingenuous to say like, what's happening in Russian occupied areas, Donbass and Crimea and these areas. I know of these people that are disappeared or beaten, or there's these things that are happening. And so like this is much worse than the language bans that are happening in Ukraine. I'm obviously highly skeptical of just some sort of like anecdotal proposal of saying, hey, like I've heard it's worse over there. When
it's not anecdotal proposals. There's tons of investigations,
when we know,
tons of testimony.
Hold up,
I'm not just saying that I saw it myself. I'm not everywhere.
Sure. When we know that it is on the books, the law in Ukraine, and it's not in Russia.
How?
It is
for my
on.
edification. Hold on, Lactoid. Just for my edification, how many people have been arrested for speaking Russian in Ukraine?
So I've looked into that. It's hard because a lot of the information coming out of Ukraine is censored right now. But I think it's like over one article I saw was like over 60 have been criminally charged with it. But that was like pretty early on. Like this was like a couple months after the ban's initiation. And a lot of this information is just not going to get out. A lot of this information is not going to be published because
it could be zero. The number could be zero.
Well, no, it's not going to be zero. It's going to be more.
Well,
than
how do you
zero.
know it's not going to be zero?
Because we have early articles indicating that
a couple were criminally charged. But I asked how many people have been arrested.
Hold up, we have early reports before Zelensky signed his media ban, right, in which the government now very strictly controls the media coming out of Ukraine. That did indicate that there were people being punished under these bans. Now, I agree that since Zelensky signed the media ban...
In what way do they control the media, by the way?
So Zelensky signed a media ban. I can bring up the details. Zelensky signed a media ban that was condemned by affiliates of the EU as being very authoritarian.
Yeah, I'm familiar. What did it do?
Yeah, I'll bring up the full details. My understanding.
Okay.
My understanding. Stop saying okay like you got some kind of win. My understanding is that
it's not a win. You just say it. You don't know what it is.
No, I do. I know generally that it allows.
Like I disagree with it too, but you should know what it is.
I know that generally it allows the government to control what kind of media, or every media company has to be registered with the state in order to function within the country of Ukraine, and the government can pull the permission for any media company operating in Ukraine. That is generally what it does. There might be some extra specifics that have to go into that, but I think that is a sufficient understanding to condemn it. There is
Yeah, the reason I'm interrupting you, Lactoid, is because I do want to get, and I did tell you, I want to get back to the main topic.
And I said I was going to get to there. But Dylan went on a long rant, and I totally let him do it.
You went on a long rant first.
And then I let him, and now when I respond, now you're cutting me off.
Equal. You went on a long rant, he went on a long rant.
Well, we can't. You can't but you can't. But he makes a point, and then I don't answer within 2 seconds, and then I proceed within 4 seconds to give a full answer. You can't cut me off of the 2 seconds because then it looks like I'm dumb. But in reality, I very accurately described the problem with the media ban, which is that media organizations have to be registered with the government, and they can pull registration at their own whim. That's fucked. The church ban, you seem to be more just justifying it as opposed to denying it. I disagree that it's justified at all. I don't think that you get to ban a religion.
At what point? Wait, you say they didn't ban a religion. They didn't do that. They banned a church.
Hold on. Yes, this would be very similar to if the Pope, and by the way, the Pope condemned this law. It'd be similar if the Pope, like, let's say there's some war between the U.S. and some Catholic country, and the Pope was like, "Oh, like America's in the bad. You shouldn't do that." And then our response is to like start banning Catholic churches because of their affiliation with Rome. No.
If
I
the
just disagree. That's
Vatican
fucked.
was invading and occupying 1/3 of the United States, the Pope said that if you go to America and you kill Americans, you go to heaven. And then he used Catholic churches in the United States to spy on Americans. And there was also separate Catholic churches you could go to anyway. And the situation would be vastly different.
So no, okay. The example that I gave was not the Vatican invading, because again,
I'm not even saying this is a good thing, by the way.
Dylan,
All I'm saying is that this comparison between Ukraine and Russia is so shit, and you're going for straws, man.
Dylan,
That's all
you
I'm
can say-
saying.
I know you have to put in that it's bad because truly it's undefensible. But the comparison I made was, what if a different Catholic country was at war with the U.S.? Now you say, well, let's say the Pope was saying, yeah, you can go kill Americans. But here's the thing. I would still be against that ban. Maybe I would monitor these churches for foreign interference, but I'd be against the ban because the Catholic citizens of the U.S. have religious rights, and I don't get to say, well, you don't get to have religious rights because your religion, your religious structure, right, which is very important when we're talking about Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, disagrees with our position. I just disagree with you.
You use the religious ban.
This is the point that brings it back.
Ukraine is worse.
Lactoid,
this isn't comparable
Dylan.
to shutting down all the churches and arresting Baptists.
I believe you guys. I wonderful. It's wonderful to see the fight, the vim, the vigor. Loaderbox.
That's a great.
I have a question for you to maybe get us back and steer us back to a course, because there is a major summit happening tomorrow, which could potentially steer us on either a path to peace, or just throw off peace altogether, or change America's stance to the war to be either far more pro-Ukraine or far more anti-Ukraine or pro-Russia even. So it's helpful and useful to talk about. Should Trump or any American leader be meeting with Putin or meeting with the Russian government without Ukrainian representatives there? Do you think that that's a good idea? Why or why not? Do you think it's maybe necessary, perhaps, to make to find out what side one side wants without the other interfering? Like, what are your thoughts on here? I guess the question that I did ask that everyone forgot is, what role should the American government be taking in the peace process or the conflict resolution process that is going on?
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with meeting separately with other leaders. Obviously, with countries that are at war, you probably sometimes have to have mediators that don't involve the two leaders being in the same room for kind of obvious reasons. But there's probably an issue with doing it in a capacity where you're taking where you're doing it in Alaska and also misspeaking and making Russian nationalists, extremists, think that you might be wanting to suggest that Alaska actually is rightfully Russian. So that was a bit silly. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter in the sense that Putin, as far as I know, still does not want any security guarantees for Ukraine to ever be solidified in a way that would make it difficult for him to try again and catch more later. I don't think things have changed in the last couple of months since I last looked properly into this, but as far as I know, it seems like Russia has a bit of an advantage to keep the fighting going. So I feel like any demand they're going to make is going to be far too excessive for anyone to meaningfully go with. Trump, I guess it just depends on who was nicer to him in his last night's fucking dream on the day. I feel like his opinion is just completely contingent on whatever mood he just happens to be in that day.
Okay, same question to both of you then. What role or position should the American government, whether it be Trump or a representative or others, be taking in the conflict resolution peace process here? I guess to also add, as Lonerbox brought up, does Putin even actually want peace in this instance? And what has he done to signal that, if anything? Go ahead. I'll let Dylan go first, and we'll let Lactoid go. So Lactoid can have the last word, quote unquote, right, if he wants.
It's not going to happen.
Sure. Okay, so let me just say, everything Lactoid's going to say after me is a lie, but he's going to wait to talk after me because he's a scum. I just want to quickly declare that. And if he responds to me in any way, he's gay. Anyway, the leak. I don't think anything will matter until the structures are in place to stop another war. My problem with just hand over this little.
Real quick, what are the structures in place to stop the other war? Can you elaborate on that? What does that mean?
An example of that would be some amount of mutual defense pact that would make another war so catastrophic in conception that it wouldn't be possible. The same thing that had Soviet and American tanks facing down in Berlin, but made us say it's not worth it, you know? Now, it doesn't have to be atomic Armageddon. It could just be a quagmire of all quagmires. It could be any number of conceptions. One thing, of course, NATO membership is the one that everyone talks about. It also doesn't need to necessarily be NATO membership. It could be a multilateral defense pact between the United States, the United Kingdom, and some other sympathetic nations with Ukraine, under the idea that if they were invaded again, there would be troops on the ground, or some amount of response that would make it so overwhelming for the Russians that they wouldn't invade again. And I imagine the Russians would try to find some guarantee that Ukraine would not invade them again. Remember that time they did? I forget that. I missed the headlines, but just to make sure that they don't do that again. But they until there's structures that will stop the Russians from taking the opportunity, even if we somehow convince Putin that this is the end of this war, Putin's not the only Russian hardcore nationalist. In fact, Putin's not even necessarily the most extreme Russian nationalist. And so the idea that Putin dies and was replaced by somebody who, with such a, let's just say, centric model with all the power structures revolving around one person, he's going to be a little nervous about showing weakness, and then he might take the advantage to relaunch the war. It should be that no matter who's in that seat, relaunching the war would be a catastrophe. And I think that by making Ukraine neutral and then not placing anything else there to stop another invasion, all you're doing is leaving that possibility up to chance. And I think that is just passing the war down to another generation. Not only another generation of Ukrainians and Russians and Europeans, but also another generation of humans who are going to be having to live in the background of a possible showdown between atomic powers in between.
All right, I'm going to give all my wrong takes. So unfortunately, one of them actually agrees with something Wonderbox said, so I guess we're both wrong, which is that there is nothing inherently wrong with meeting separately. I think that's totally reasonable, given the situation. I think that we absolutely have our heads in the sand if we're going to pretend that like America isn't directly invested in this. I mean, we've given a boatload of money, and there's an influence question as well, obviously, right? We sort of see Ukraine as a kind of budding potential sphere of influence member. And that's going to really, I think, be the reason why it makes sense for America to have this conversation with Russia. I think it's honestly more important for America to have this conversation with Russia than just simply a meeting between Ukraine and Russia. Because, the real question on what this will end up on has to do with what America's reaction is going to be, because that's going to dictate what Ukraine can or can't do. Without American support, Ukraine is simply not going to be able to continue this war, especially how things are going. Right? Support for the war in Ukraine has absolutely plummeted. There's been new polling out, right, in which the support for the war has dropped down to 20 percentages since being up from the 70 percentages at the beginning of the war. So. And this probably has to do with the fact that 75% of its military is currently conscripts drafted into the conflict. It's generally this is bad for morale and enthusiasm, and so they're looking for peace. But I also agree that the demands are going to be relatively hefty, and I think in many ways fair but hefty, to a point where a government's going to have to explain to the more hardline factions of its people why they have to give territory over, why they have to agree to never join NATO. And then specifically addressing the NATO part, I mean, I understand there's still this dream of like, well, we can get Ukraine into NATO or some kind of multi-force defense pact or something along those lines. I mean, this to me actually is my position right now is I think, and I'm willing to be corrected. I don't think I would dislike seeing that outcome. I think it'd be like, having those areas go over to Russia and then have the remainder of Ukraine kind of become our sort of EU puppet state. I think that would be, kind of good for me as an American. But it's sort of just like this fantasy, right? The Russians have made it clear that this is really, I think, one of the main thrusts of the war. Even more so than territorial acquisition, because again, that initial peace deal that was presented didn't it didn't make territorial acquisition clear at first, or at all. Sorry. Instead, what it said was you can't join NATO and your military is too big. Right? We're concerned about the threat that you pose by existing as you do. So this idea that like we're going to tell a country that's winning the war, actually, like, yeah, they're going to, do the main thing that you don't want them to do, and the reason why this war really happened in the first place. I mean, good luck. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Responses, if any.
I mean, again, it doesn't necessarily need to be NATO. It could be a unilateral or multilateral defense pact with nation states that would probably be within NATO. Whether or not that's a distinction without a difference, I don't really particularly see any other solution besides leaving it for chance that Russia will now take the much weaker demilitarized state of Ukraine as a weak target that they could invade in 6 to 12 or however many months once the demilitarization process has completed and the Ukrainians have withdrawn from some of the most defensible positions in the country that the Russians are grinding themselves against. As for like what we should do to bring about an end at the peace table, at the negotiating table, this is what Trump should do. You know what Trump should do? Okay, Trump should go in there and he should say, fantastic, there'll be this business deal, there'll be that business deal. If you stop and you do the ceasefire and then you go into a peace deal, we can formalize the business deals, we can do this and we can do that. You are going to have to give up some of the territory you're occupying. I said publicly, I'm going to try to get some land back. I got to do it. I got to do it. And he goes in there and he says, that's the one option. The other option is that we do ramp up the sanctions. Not only do we ramp up the sanctions, but we also seize assets, the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of Russian assets in Europe. If you want to talk about cost, that's one way to deal with cost for at least a few years. The Russian economy is not in the best position it has been. Most Russian state media outlets, as well as Russian economists, are acknowledging that they are on a one-way path to recession, and it doesn't look good. And the only burgeoning part of the economic sector in Russia right now is the war sector, which is not an endless machine. You cannot just endlessly pump out tanks. Also, and I think Lactoid will probably agree with this, we should bomb Russia. I think that we should assist the Ukrainians in bombing the Russians, particularly in the targeting of production facilities for Shahed drones, ballistic missiles, and the things that have been terrorizing Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. This should be done. When I say assist, I mean give them the intelligence and give them the weapons to do it themselves.
Okay, I was just curious.
We have used this level of separation before, and we've been fine. The only people who have felt pain off of it have been the Russians, not us.
Do you agree with that, Lunderbox? I'm just really curious. Do you think that the Americans should be assisting in bombing Russian targets in that direct, that direct kind of manner?
Yeah, I think Europe obviously has to play a bigger role than they have in the last 10, 15, 20 years. But, like Biden said, there needs to be more of a moral center in Europe against these kinds of violations. But you can't do the opposite. Like, you're just rewarding aggression. I don't know why people have to still try to pretend that Russia has any kind of legitimate concern about NATO. I mean, you've had Tallinn, which is not that far from St. Petersburg and Moscow. Riga is not that far from St. Petersburg and Moscow. Both these countries have been in NATO for a very long time. Finland is now in NATO with an enormous fucking border with Russia. Russia doesn't really have that much of a right to think that, like, to treat NATO as a threat so large that they get to invade another country that they've recognized the territorial sovereignty of to avoid. You can't reward aggression, because the real reason Russia doesn't want strong security guarantees for Ukraine is so they can get more later. That's
it. There's a few more, a few quick things. I'll try to make it quick. I did want to just add also, there should be a little, and this is rough, but if the Russians want to continue a war, I mean, it is war, you have to increase Russian casualties. You have to, they are doing mass infantry assaults across the line. And obviously, if you were giving infantry thermal blankets and telling them to shuffle through a forest, cluster munitions, artillery shells, mortar shells, RPG warheads attached to FPV drones, all of these things are tools that you could use to deal with that problem. And the more tools you put in your tool belt and the more you can grind it down and bring up the cost, honestly, the sooner I think the war will end. Or at least the sooner the war will end without a third or fourth chapter. And I say fourth chapter because I'm very pessimistic. As for like Zelensky and Putin not having to meet, this is one thing I just wanted to quickly address. I do think it would be good for the reason that Lactoid raised earlier. He talked about the need for Zelensky to have an election to raise legitimacy of the office, so it would hurt the Russians when trying to delegitimize them for a future invasion. well, if Zelensky and Putin were able to meet and the United States government able to make Putin and Zelensky meet, then that would be a certain amount of legitimacy that is being garnered not only to Zelensky, but also the Ukrainian representatives as a whole, the Rada, the entity of Kiev, XYZ, like the idea of Ukraine. And until the Russians are willing to sit down with the Kiev authorities, whatever they may be, it seems to be like a continued commentary, at least by many people in Russia, of a delegitimization of the Ukrainian state and the Ukrainian government. So until they meet, it is going to make it seem less likely to succeed, not only the peace deal, but just the recognition of their neighbors as their sovereign neighbor.
All right. I agree that Zelensky and Putin should meet. No disagreement there. I think that'd be fine. I don't think it's needed, but I have no. I think it's good when world leaders try to discuss an end to conflict. That's good. So I'm against bombing Russia. I'm against U.S. Forces either directly bombing Russia. I think that would be bad. I don't think we ever even came close to that during the Cold War. Maybe if someone can like educate me on a situation in which U.S. bombers flew over Soviet cities and bombed factories. That would be, I think, really bad. In the event that we're giving Ukraine all the tools to then go and bomb Russia, I'm obviously, I still think this is bad. I don't think it's as bad as if we did it directly for obvious reasons. I think if we did it directly, I mean, this is a nuclear armed country. I think that this might be one of the few scenarios in which that actually starts to go on the table, depending on what's hit. Which is like
us giving the stuff scenario. Or us hitting them directly, or both?
Us hitting them directly. Okay. I think that is kind of we're kind of there at that point. Us giving them the stuff, I think it gives the Russians room to expand even further. And because I mean, if you think of something comparable, right? Like if we, in our war with Iraq, in which we just kind of win there, and of course we were rewarded for being kind of the invaders there. In our war in Iraq, when we invaded there, if the Russians started giving like the Iraqis like some long range Scuds or something along those lines that they were then using to like fire at Washington D.C., I think that would be really like the Americans. Like, we would not take it nearly as well as I think Russia would is taking the fact that like their own cities are being bombed in what historically would have been some kind of like a proxy conflict, but now is a very direct conflict involving Russia directly. So I don't like the idea of bombing Russia. I think it's bad, but of course I'm against giving Ukraine more money, so that should probably be obvious. And the whole rewarding conflict thing, again, I mean, this could be applied really to any war when it comes to like the victor. We are rewarded when we win and we are punished when we lose. And it's just this fantasy land of like, well, Russia's not going to eventually get something out of this war. I mean, you're right that perhaps we could win if we did start bombing Russia directly and launching some kind of conventional invasion. But I'm against that for a whole host of other reasons.
Well, just to be clear, I'm not proposing we land in Vladivostok and make Alaska too.
I'll let you go in a second. But during the Cold War, Russians and American troops did kill each other on occasion.
Like, we didn't bomb Soviet cities.
And killing. But
yeah, I understand that, but we didn't bomb Soviet cities during the Cold War, did we?
I just wanted to correct the record there, but go ahead.
You didn't correct anything. We didn't bomb. I specifically said bombing Soviet cities.
Oh, so if we had instead of bombing Soviet cities, we'd bombed Soviet military installations, that'd be okay?
If there were Soviet troops like embedded within like their proxy forces in different areas, and then they die, that is wholly different than bombing the cities of them. I would hope that'd be clear.
Go ahead, Dylan.
I do want to throw out there that this did happen historically. Like the Soviets, for example, tested air defense systems in Vietnam against American Hueys. I've met some of the engineers who worked on those air defense systems. So there is historical precedent for the idea of not only direct military launches against American soldiers, but those were not even done by local Vietnamese forces. Those were done by Soviet forces testing the weapons on American soldiers. It did not lead to World War III. It did not lead to this gigantic, interstate conflict. When you add layers of separability between atomic hellfire and yourself as a leader, you tend to take that level of separation. A leader is very slow to use the nuke, and if they can see a better pathway, they tend to take it. This has been true for the Russians. This has been true for the Chinese. This has been true for the Indians. And so far, Biden's already tested the theory of giving the Ukrainians the missiles and then giving them the coordinates and then having them strike it and then having them disable the target. And it did not lead to this it didn't lead to any escalation. In fact, not only did it not lead to a gigantic confrontation, if anything, the Russians started kind of downplaying the Kursk incursion, downplaying these things in some ways to try to like kind of, I don't know, do a little PR cover. But the point is, I don't think that it would be that big of a risk to us for us to target Russia's war-making capacity, not their civilian infrastructure, not like some water treatment plant, but specifically the factories that are making the drones that are being dropped on Ukrainian cities, that are flying towards Ukrainian cities every day. I did also want to just throw out there that polling about support for the war. That is true that there has been a drop in the amount of people who want to see the war continue by double digits. But also, when you add follow-up questions about things like, would you be willing to end the war on Russia's terms, and then they describe, broadly speaking, what the Russians are offering, and then you have something like 80% of Ukrainians that reject it. So, yes, it is true that most Ukrainians, after 4 years of war in their backyard and cities being razed to the ground, they want to see the end of the war. But, they don't want to, like, sacrifice what the Russians are asking of them. So, yes, they want to see the end of the war, but there's context.
So I'm going to clarify that. Can I clarify that context, because there's a little context that Dylan's also leaving out.
For Dylan after that.
Sure. So you're right. There are follow-up questions. However, when asked of these follow-up questions of different plans that could be negotiated, because again, the question is, should we fight till victory or reach some kind of negotiated end to the war? Most Ukrainians are in favor of a negotiation that does result in some territory being transferred over to the Russians. You're right that they want to see some kind of negotiation that doesn't give the Russians everything that they're asking for. That's true. But I think that this is more of a proxy to me in terms of war enthusiasm. Where at the beginning of the war, everyone's like, we're going to fight until the end. We're going to win this war. But now they're like, shit, this sucks. We're going to fight. We're going to, please, let's negotiate some kind of end to this. And that's different, of course, compared to the Russian side that is, the war is primarily popular within Russia right now.
Now that's okay, sorry, continue.
At least based on the numbers. I mean, I'm sure you're going to say they're fake. I mean, you could find me something to the alternative, but based on what I've researched,
I don't know what your numbers are, so I couldn't say if they were fake or not.
Sure.
But I mean,
I'll send them to you after the debate.
The numbers that I have seen seem to suggest that the majority of Russians would like an immediate negotiated settlement to the war. That most of them are not maximalists who want to take Kiev or want to push on to these more extreme war demands. That most of them at this point kind of want to cut the losses and get it all over with.
But the current demands aren't marching all the way to Kiev, just to be clear about that. The other thing I wanted to say is...
the majority of Russians don't seem that pressed to like cross the river again.
I
just don't see it.
I want to make it very clear, because again, I made a point earlier that it just seems like you guys are maybe implicitly misrepresenting. My point is, I think that there could be a major escalation, potentially including like tactical nuclear weapons or some kind of nuclear response, in the event that American bombers fly over Russian cities and bomb Russian cities. Very specifically. I understand this hasn't happened in the Vietnam context, and this hasn't happened when it came to us giving certain weapons to Ukrainians. But I do think that both of those situations are bad for not only all the reasons I outlined earlier in this debate, but it's bad because of the potential for the Russians to take that as like, okay, we're going to go further and expand our war to potentially even including Kharkiv, which they occupy a part of.
If American bombs and American bombers were to strike at Russian forces within the borders of Ukraine, would you think it would lead to that same escalation?
Not the same level, probably not like nuclear retaliation, but it would lead to some kind of serious retaliation.
I was just curious. And to Dylan, during the summit tomorrow, do you think that it is something that Trump should do or will do, or maybe to discuss with Putin, whether I guess I'll ask this: how much do you think that Trump realistically can get Putin to kind of back off his demands that he's currently making, if at all, right? Do you think that there is any, like, even if it's just a token, and Trump is like, well, if you just give up this portion of Kharkiv or something, right?
I think the most I could imagine is Sumy and maybe Kharkiv. You keep saying Kharkiv, but it's. I don't even know about that because the Russians would like to take Kupiansk. The Russians are pushing through Vovchansk right now, but the Russians are also getting their teeth kicked in the Sumy Oblast. So I don't know, but I think that's the furthest I could imagine is them offering to give back the relatively small amount of territory that is occupied in the Sumy region that they're currently losing, and the Kharkiv region. I mean, that's honestly the most I would expect them to offer, and the Ukrainians aren't going to go for it.
Maybe you know this.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah, maybe you know this, Loner Box. There was talk at least a few months ago of Poland, at least certain groups in Poland wanting to kind of enter the war on Ukraine's behalf. Do you think that that's still a thing that people are talking about? And do you think that there's any way that that can be done or allowed without involving NATO proper, right? Even though Poland is a part of NATO, do you think that we could maybe I don't know, just kind of let them off the leash and promise not to invoke Article 5 if they get stomped or whatnot?
Well, last I checked was that Tusk was against that, but they've had an election since then, so because it depends on who won, right? I don't know who
Yeah,
won.
well, that's why I'm asking you because I'm not sure, right?
Novaki won. He's not seen as generally as supportive of Ukraine as Tusk, so I don't think he would do it.
Yeah, Novaki's okay. Yeah, he's less likely to do it than Tusk. Yeah, I mean that's just what you said, but yeah. We're going back to something that Lactoid said earlier about whether or not we reward aggression. There's a difference between rewarding aggression and rewarding the winner. The winner is someone that takes what they can, regardless of whether or not they earned it fairly, but they've just created a reality where there's not really any means to reverse it. And obviously, Russia does this. Like that's their way. Like whenever there is an inch, whenever there's an opening that they can take a hold of, they will use it. Like that's why there's some rumblings in Transnistria. Well, Russia goes and sends troops in there. There's rumblings in Georgia, they go in there. That's what they do. They take advantage of where there are possibilities to expand territory, and that's when they did it in Ukraine as well. That's why it didn't happen to NATO countries. That's why people in Europe really want to join NATO. As far as it goes with Ukraine, Ukraine has managed to stave a lot of the Russian invasion, especially the early years, because they had support. I just don't know why, unless you support the aggression, you would ever want to live in a world where this aggression can yield like a reward that couldn't be staved. If you can like reduce the reward that people get to the point that Russia doesn't really claim a victory so much as salvage one compared to what they were initially expecting, then that's surely better than giving them whatever they're asking for now when they have an advantage.
Well, I think what they're
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I think what they're asking for now is, again, it's like not the maximal that they could be asking for. The fact that included in their proposal is that that Ukraine would join the European Union, I think is interesting. You wouldn't see a country that has like an actual goal of like fully incorporating a country into itself have that kind of stipulation. I would expect to see something along the lines of, Ukraine has to join the Eurasian Economic Union. You got to come join our customs union. I think then that might be more of a question of like, what's the kind of the future plans here? The fact that they are, presenting that as a sort of preliminary concession, I think is interesting. And then when it comes to, I guess I think we're just going to we're going back and forth with examples. I don't know if we're going to be able to like fully agree on this. I don't think there's a substantive difference between how you're describing Russia being rewarded for aggression and really any other power being rewarded for aggression, right? So, when we talk about, you brought up Georgia. Well, I mean, we can also bring up the fact that the European Union investigated the Georgian conflict, and in 2008 had a report that the Georgians were responsible by shelling South Ossetia. And there was actually kind of an embarrassment in the EU because they wanted the report to say something else, but it didn't. And so, that just to specifically address that one example, when it comes to Transnistria, yeah, I know that there are, and there's some post-Soviet like frozen conflict zones, and there's peacekeeping Russians there. But I mean, so far, and even with the current peace deal, there doesn't seem to be any kind of realistic situation of Transnistria being annexed into Russia with all of Ukraine, or at least most of Ukraine in between. I guess it's theoretically possible. I don't know. I highly doubt it. And of course, I think it's discounting the fact that, the US and NATO and really any other major power will take influence where it can, and it will be geopolitically rewarded for it, right? Syria, Libya, Iraq. We were invested in these areas because of their geopolitical importance. Let's not pretend that's not part of this. And so, yeah, we were rewarded for winning, and there really wasn't a punishment on us. And I think Russia's going to see the same. They are winning this war, and there's not going to be any kind of like serious like punishment on them. Yeah, they're probably not going to get everything that they want. I actually think that the most like I think the peace deal that's most likely that's actually somewhat favorable to Ukraine to some respect, I think would be not only Ukraine joining the EU, but Russia saying they're not going to try to take the rest of Kherson and Zaporizhia, and they're going to give back the areas in Sumy and Kharkiv. I think that is potentially like the best kind of deal that I think Ukraine's going to be able to salvage from the situation. And if Ukraine says no, we're going to keep fighting on. I don't see the situation getting better for them, and that's maybe we just disagree on that, right? But I remember we've been talking about this subject, maybe not with you, Lunderbox, but with other people and Dylan included, for a while now, for months now, and every single time I'm talking about it, I'm saying the Russians are gaining advantage, and then the next time we have the talk, they've gained some advantage. So I don't see it getting better. I mean, maybe things turn around. I can't guarantee that. The Russians are going to continue to win, but everything is pointing to that continuing happening.
Why do you think, when Russia says no, why do you think they are so opposed to any kind of security guarantee or multinational security guarantee for Ukraine at this moment in time?
It's going to be the same reason why the U.S. was opposed to Cuban missiles, or why we would
no,
prevent
it's
Canada
not.
from joining
No,
CISCO.
it's not. It's not about Cuba. It's
Yeah,
not the same as Cuban missiles. Do you think Russia fears a NATO or even a non-NATO invasion or attack or a strike?
To some extent, yeah. I think Russia fears because, of course, NATO has acted offensively in the past for what it deems to be human rights violations,
Against
and at the
nuclear
same time,
powers, right? Like Russia.
Well, I've got two people here who are saying we should bomb it, and so I don't know how hinged Russia believes a lot of Americans are.
I think they should help by supplying weapons to a country that they're invading. That's not the same as just like, do you think NATO, seriously, do you think there's no way you believe that NATO has any aspiration to capture parts of Russia or to invade parts of Russia? There's no way you believe that.
You are saying it's incredible. In the same debate, you're openly saying, yes, bomb them. And then you're saying it is totally unbelievable that NATO could pose a direct threat to the Russian territory. Yeah, I don't know in what form it would come. I don't know if it would come in the form of, I doubt it would come in the form of some kind of territorial annexation. But here are situations that it could happen. It could happen in perhaps territorial annexation from what maybe Ukraine claims, when it comes to Crimea or any kind of territories that are ceded this time. It could come in the form of some kind of regime change concern, right? There's plenty of reasons. You can just say, well, Russia has no reason to fear anything. Why don't they just disband their military, right? They got nothing to fear when it comes to NATO. And I think this is just, again, it's myopic, and it's not factoring in what they're afraid of.
So asking a country, a sovereign state, to dismantle its own military is not the same as asking them to tolerate other countries that are not them joining defensive alliances. All the examples you gave there, by the way, was assuming that Russia might fear NATO coming to help Ukraine reclaim their territory. Even Crimea, that would be Ukraine reclaiming territory that Russia has officially recognized as Russian, as far as the Budapest Memorandum goes. So, and also that majority voted to be in part of Ukraine for independence.
So is this not... So, okay, first of all, I don't think when you use the word reclaiming, I don't think that's relevant when we're talking about what the Russian motivation is when it comes to NATO. Russia probably does want to avoid a situation in which Ukraine in the future has some kind of reconquest ideas when it comes to Crimea. This is probably a major motivation when it comes to their concern about Ukraine being aligned with NATO and Western powers. Russia is also probably concerned about the potential of regime change. I'm sorry, we are not strangers to looking at a country and figuring out some way of removing the leader we don't like.
What, like Libya? Is that you think Putin's worried that he's going to get fucking bayoneted in the ass? By what? I don't know. That this is the most. It's just such an unbelievably vague, nebulous concern. When is it not just more? Is it not just much more clear that Russia would just wants to capture more later?
Well, no. One last thing. I think it's weird that you're acting so, again, incredulous. It seems to be your MO on this. When you earlier were advocating for bombing Russia, and just now
I was advocating for supplying Ukraine with the means to hit Russia. Yes.
Well, didn't Whick? Maybe I'm wrong. Didn't Wick you ask if America bombing?
Box. I think you're mixing up.
Maybe. Maybe you don't support American.
I could have misheard it too.
Sure. Maybe you don't support American.
Well, to be clear, I don't want to
bombing
bomb Russia directly. I just, when he lands in Alaska, one clean shot, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
I don't know
really,
if you can
really,
say
at the end of the
that line.
day, yeah. So whether or not it's America bombing them directly, and maybe if you didn't say that or hint to that, I apologize, Lonerbox. But I think it doesn't necessarily change the kind of risk calculation if they're concerned about some other entity that is armed and supplied and trained by America firing missiles also into Russia. They have plenty of reason to want to avoid NATO weaponry in Ukraine. And you also sort of hinted like, oh, that would just be a reconquest if Ukraine came back and took back Crimea. That's something the Russians want to avoid. They don't want to have Crimea go back to Ukraine. So yes, of course they don't want to have
Obviously,
them
but do you
join
think
NATO.
it's justified that they don't want Ukraine to be able to recapture territory that is legally theirs? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, no, there's two different questions now, because the first question is why would they want Ukraine to not be part of NATO? And that involves like geopolitical interest of not wanting Ukraine to pose a threat to Crimea again. But if we want to go back to justification, I mean, that goes back to the moral arguments that Whick dragged us away from. I think that Crimea, of course, belongs to Russia based on the events in 2014 and the polling before and after.
Well, before the polling was mixed, but in any case, it's like
no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It was absolutely.
Are you referring to the IRI? Yeah, okay.
No, but
no, but he's a good streamer.
No, so my understanding is that my understanding is that there's been multiple polls on this. The UN launched a poll that found that most Crimeans would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. This was between, I think, 2011, and then
it depends on which poll in that UN poll you read.
No,
but yes,
no.
Polls.
I've seen you misrepresent this. Listen very closely to my words. You're referencing a different section of the poll, and that I can explain. But there is a different chart that you scroll down. Like when you're scrolling, you scroll over it every time when you're showing your audience, like Wikipedia. There is a different section of the. Yes, there is a different section that specifically asks if it came to a vote today, who would you vote? And there's only two options.
Wikipedia? What?
I'm saying when you bring up, because I've seen you do this. Sometimes I've lurked on your stream once or twice, Dylan, maybe for like 10 minutes each. Okay, I've seen you do this. You specifically try to rebut me on this specific claim when it comes to the UN poll, and you'll bring up the Crimean autonomy referendum Wikipedia, and you'll scroll down. You scroll right past the results that I'm referring to and scroll to a different table that is asking a different question. Okay, the very specific question that I'm saying, or the very specific thing I'm saying, is that when the UN polled the Crimeans, over 70% of them, according to the most recent one, and the UN said they would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. Only 14% said they would not vote. And then I think 30-something% were undecided.
Why do you think the UN reaffirmed the majority Ukraine's territorial integrity? Why do you think they condemned the annexation?
So again, totally different line of thought. Right now I'm talking about the self-determination of the Crimean people. I'm talking about the fact that the people there wanted to vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia, and the fact that Pew Research did polls 2 months after this and found that the overwhelming majority of people pretty much agreed in line with the referendum. When you're talking about why does the UN currently deem it to be, what specific question you asked, Lonerbox?
The annexation to be illegitimate, and they reaffirm it to be part of Ukraine.
Yeah, they probably are appealing to like an idea of international law, national sovereignty, stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're not going to challenge. They're not going to. I mean, I disagree with it on sometimes. I disagree with it, for example, if the government's like doing a bunch of bad shit. Sometimes you get to violate their sovereignty and go in and stop them. I also
like how a
disagree with
majority of people in Scotland voted to stay in the EU, and then obviously the English vote took us out of the EU. Does that mean the EU should come and like fucking roll troops in to take us back?
Housekeeping thing before
those Scottish people voted in that election too.
Yeah. Just a housekeeping thing. If anyone wants to send me the poll,
yeah, but we voted to stay in the EU.
We can look at it.
Right? Which poll? Because there's multiple polls. I think he's talking about a Wikipedia article.
I'm not talking about. I tagged you on Twitter on this, and you didn't respond. I literally tagged you the exact chart.
You?
Yes, I did. I tagged you the exact
I didn't
fucking
see
screenshot.
It. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure. I tagged you the exact fucking screenshot with a link to the UN study. It has the table that you're referring to, which we can talk about, and there's a complex explanation for that. But it's not the question that I'm referring to. The question I'm referring to is if you voted, how would you vote? Would you vote to leave or would you vote to stay? The vast majority of Crimeans would vote to leave. This is important, okay, because it shows what the actual preferences of Crimeans one way or the other.
But why do you? But why do you think? Why do you want to go past the polling from the Razumkov Center or even by Gallup? I guess you'd say that was USAID, but it was Gallup that conducted the poll.
No, it wasn't. It was the Baltic. It's Baltic Surveys Limited, which claims to be an affiliate of the Gallup organization, and they got the data from a. They didn't even go in and get the data. So, and by the way, I've tried to find data or find information on that specific poll, and it's not clear if Gallup was ever involved at all. What it appears to be is that Baltic Surveys Limited claims, and Gallup doesn't even acknowledge them on its own website, but it seems like Baltic Surveys Limited claims to be a Gallup affiliate. Maybe they are, right? But Baltic Surveys Limited commissioned a poll, which then that poll came from a different organization that was on the ground in Ukraine. And then they got that information from that. And then it was funded by the IRI, which is a Republican think tank, and USAID. That's a lot of concern, especially when this poll goes against the UN. It goes against the findings. It goes against the findings of the UN. It goes against the findings of Pew Research, and it goes against what the results are in the referendum. Now, you can say the referendum's bullshit, despite the fact that it agrees with most credible sources, as opposed to
it doesn't. What the 95% result of the referendum that agrees with polls?
It agrees. No, it's 95%, or I think it's 93% of the people who voted, and 20% of the population boycotted the election. And so, when you look at it that way, actually more. It's roughly in line with the Pew Research poll that came immediately afterwards, which found that only 4% said that the Ukraine should not recognize the results of the referendum, and 88% said yes. You have to factor in the people who also don't vote.
The people who voted, weren't they locked? The parliament wasn't locked in by Russian troops?
Yes, this was after there were troops on the ground.
That's a separate thing. That's before. That's testimony by Igor Girkin, who said when they took over the Crimean parliament, they held the politicians at gunpoint and made them dissolve it.
Irrelevant to the actual.
Yeah, it's a separate thing. It's a separate thing. I mean, it's wrong, obviously, but it's separate from the polling of the public. If somebody could get me the Wikipedia article, I can't find the Wikipedia. I looked up Wiki Crimea polling to see if I could find this Wikipedia. I can't find it. If someone can send it to me,
I will post it in the group chat.
Okay, it's just that there are different poll results, because you had the Razumkov Center that said 60% of them would want to join.
Obviously,
I'm pretty sure that said 63%, which is still pretty close to this. Yes, but that was I think
and then a similar number, 53.8, saying that they would also want autonomy within Ukraine. This is not a basis for a military to come into the country.
Let me explain. The poll you're referring to right there, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that was from 2008, which is before the UN poll that has the latest results in 2011. The UN poll from 2011 has over 70% of Crimeans saying they would vote to leave to join Russia.
It also showed a negative trajectory, by the way, 70 down to 65.
I will. I'm responding to Lonerbox right now. Give me 1 second.
Can you show it on screen?
I can't. No, I cannot do three things at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm responding, and then I will post the results because I have it all. Okay, I can find it for you.
I actually have it. I'll send it. Somebody sent it.
Great. So when you're saying that 60, what would you say, 63% from the Rumsfeld Center? If you're saying that 63% are saying yes, we would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia, but in the event they don't let us do that, we still want to have greater autonomy.
Well, they didn't say in the event they don't let us do that. They just said it was another option.
Okay, but a higher percentage would just prefer straight out, let's just leave and join
and numbers
Russia.
like this are not a basis ever for a military to come in and hold a referendum at gunpoint. This is just not what you do.
No, so it can be if the people there have their democratic will violated by an unconstitutional coup, like how the U.S. left the UK, which we 100% had a right to do.
Okay, is this what you're talking
Unless
about?
You want to deny our revolution.
Lactoid. Is this what you're looking at right here?
Yeah.
Okay. So in 2011...
65%, my bad. 65%. I overstated it.
Yeah, 65%. And to be clear, it was 70% in 2009, and it's reduced to 65% 2011 quarter 4. Is 2011 the most recent one?
2011 was when this study ended. Look at the no vote. It's 14.2%.
Sure.
So 14.2% would vote no in terms of staying with Ukraine, or sorry, to stay with Ukraine.
Out of interest, when you keep
14%.
saying they had their sovereignty
Oh,
violated,
wait,
you compare that to America.
Could you do
Where
me,
is the? Where
could you
is
do me
the?
a tiny favor? Just the tiniest favor?
Yeah, you want to scroll down and talk about the table below?
If you want to right now, I was going to talk about something else, but sure, we can do that now.
Sure, yeah, we
Scroll
can talk
down.
about this, and we can read the question and realize it's a totally different question, and then talk
Well,
about
no,
what it means.
my point when I'm remembering, this is all coming back to, you've thought about this a lot more than obviously I have. I remember thinking,
okay, that was a subtle diss.
Well, if it came off that way, I didn't mean to. I was just being honest. I didn't know you tweeted at me. But this right here is the UN asking two separate questions, right? They asked one question, then they asked a separate question. And my problem with you, Lactoid, was you just citing because there's one poll here that says, if you just ask people straight up, do you want to be part of Russia? You want to be independent? The UN comes out with the data that says, hey, the majority of them want to be part of Russia. Other polls disagree, but obviously the UN is more credible than a lot of other pollsters, and so it has a lot of weight. Then they ask a separate question, and they ask people, what is the optimal model for you in Crimea? And when you combine the different data points here, become part of the Russian Federation, become an independent state, stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, stay in Ukraine with the same level of autonomy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you find out that majority of Ukrainians either want to stay in Ukraine with some level of different autonomy, normal region of Ukraine, XYZ, with a small in-between amount being for an independent state.
So I'm going to explain why this is a different question and why we have to why this question is not incompatible with the prior question. Because remember, these two questions were from the same survey. The same people who answered this table also answered the prior table. They also answered the prior question, in which 65% of them said they would vote to leave and join Russia, and only 14% would not vote to join and leave Russia.
But then, given more nuance, only 41%.
Well, hold on. Yes, but this nuance is irrelevant when it comes to the Crimean referendum, because when you look at it, okay, so the optimal solution, what this question means is, fellow Crimean, if you could have the world, if you could have any potential political situation going forward, even like reasonable or unreasonable, if you could just have one, which one would it be? And yes, in this, 41% said the most optimal solution ever is joining Russia. 11% said, oh, we would want to become independent, but if we can't do that, I guess then we'll join Russia, according to the poll above. A next line here says, stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, but if we can't do that, I guess join Russia because of the prior question, right? And then obviously I would agree that and really the votes, the percentages after this,
you're assuming a lot.
Well, it is a valid assumption, because the same people who answered this way also answered that 65% of them would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. And so if the same people are saying that, and then when they're asked a follow-up question of, okay, and then now that we know which way you would vote, what's the most optimal thing you would choose? What this shows is that Crimeans, 41% said 100% yes, Russia, 11% are saying independent, but there must be, for these people, because remember, these people voted, they said they would vote to yes to join Russia. These people are obviously saying the next best alternative is joining Russia. Same thing with stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, because clearly, perhaps they don't think that Ukraine's going to give them autonomy based on actions in Euromaidan. Clearly, they would prefer to join Russia in the event that they can't get the optimal scenario.
Was the Euromaidan in 2011? I forget my time.
Euromaidan was in 2014.
Out of interest, after the Maidan, when the Rada was still functional,
and late
when
2013.
Yanukovych was gone, was there any effort from the Crimean, either their equivalent of the parliament or any of their institutions, to actually try and push for any kind of autonomy or independence? Or
it was the Russians went in very quick.
Yeah,
and there was a
interesting
lot
that
of
they did
there was
that,
a lot.
yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of Crimean self-defense forces that joined up with the Russians and helped them. In fact, a lot of the violence was not actually associated with the Russian military, but with these kind of like Crimean self-defense.
Yeah, there were also a lot of indigenous people who fled because they needed to be fucked. I'm just wondering if you read every action by Russia in this kind of level of very of charitability. Because even I looked up what you said about Georgia and that EU report. Now I haven't read the 700 pages, but it's just interesting that you left out the fact that besides them saying that Russia's initial counterstrike was legal, then they also said that the military response afterwards was against international law and it was an overreaction because they pushed into Georgia proper. Now, why would they push into further than wherever the issue is? if they weren't also just trying to use the opportunity, like I said, using opportunities to reclaim control over former Soviet territory. That's also why did they lie that Georgia was carrying out fucking genocide against people in South Ossetia?
So your point doesn't make sense because it's like directly contradictory to like what you think the general like conclusion is. Because remember, the EU report blames Georgia for starting it. They do blame both parties for how they conducted the war. They do put blame on Russia for some of the weapons that I think they were using cluster weapons, which is horrible. And there was blame put on Russia for how they were conducting the war, and there was also blame on Georgia for how they were conducting the war. But then the Russian forces that were in Georgia pulled out and went back to South Ossetia. So if your argument is, well, sometimes the Russians, like other people, start conflicts against the Russians, and then they invade, and then they leave, and then they pull back, and they pull their troops out. Is that your point?
Are we done with this poll, by the way? Can I close it down?
Yeah.
The only thing I wanted to say about this poll is that if you look throughout this data, what you'd have to accept, number one, we're basing a lot off of one poll. We're basing a lot of the fate off of people off of a poll that was 3 years old. And as you can see through time, it was descending in the other direction when it comes to the Russians. But if you look at you have to assume that to stay in Ukraine with autonomy, become a normal region of Ukraine, that all of these decreased and they all went to be part of Russia. You have to assume that even when you talk about become part of a direct control by the president office of Ukraine, you have to assume that a certain amount of people who had wanted the president of Ukraine to directly control Crimea went around and said, actually, I want to be part of Russia. Now, I'm not saying that, we could just disregard this poll. What I am saying is that starting an invasion of a foreign country, capturing that, and then not giving them the options that they wanted is not justified, especially since it's illegal under international law and the Russians agreed that they wouldn't do it.
Okay, a couple things. First of all, I appeals to law right on the backs of a illegal coup. I'm not. Well, bring it back up again. I want to respond to something he said. Come on.
People have seen the number. Can we just get like a JPEG and put it up?
Well, just so first, the stay in Ukraine with reduced autonomy. I mean, it's in terms of like presidential control or whatever. We're talking 0%, 0%, 0%. And yes, in 2011, 0.1% did want this. The only like two here that like really wanted to keep it kind of status quo on the Ukraine side was the 12.4% that wanted to stay in Ukraine with the same level of autonomy, and the 6.1% that wanted to become a normal region of Ukraine.
You know what I think when I see data like the factoid?
Real quick. So this is not also just one poll. This is a poll from 2011, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2009, and 2009. This is multiple polls done by the United Nations over the course of multiple years. If you had this kind of data, you would be hammering the fuck out of me with it. You would be saying, look, this is what the UN says. When you would look at this data, it's very clear what this means, especially given that the prior question was asked by the UN, which was if you had to vote today, how would you vote? That is a different question than what is the most optimal scenario. And it's more reflective of what the will is of the people on the ground. And then what the prior point that I think it was Lonerbox made this, maybe I'm wrong. That was, well, all of a sudden it went to like everybody wanting to join Russia. First of all, that's not necessarily true because once again, you could have people who would their optimal scenario is being an independent state or having greater autonomy, like come to the vote saying like, well, I prefer Russia to Ukraine as the alternative and still vote that way. But you're also discounting the fact that Crimea in 2010 voted for Yanukovych, and in 2014, who was removed unconstitutionally. You think that might piss off some people and maybe make them have a little bit more affinity towards Russia and a little bit less affinity towards Ukraine? I think that's a reasonable assumption. I don't have data that necessarily proves that, other than, of course, the referendum results and the Pew data that came 2 months after.
When you point towards the Crimean occupation that followed, even if I was to say that, because you look at the polling, it's mixed. The UN data, not as mixed. When it comes to one poll with the other poll, it says if they were given more options, they wouldn't want to be part of the Russian Federation. But if given one or the other, the UN poll says that from 2009 to 2011 that they did 3 years before the invasion. Now let's say that even if you wanted to be part of the Russian Federation, or let's say you wanted some dual citizenship program, there's probably a bunch of inroads where somebody would have accepted that, right? What the Russians instead chose is to take it upon themselves to invade Ukraine and make it so some in-between settlement was taken off the table. And it's not like the Russians didn't have the leverage in 2014 to try to assert themselves for either language protections or other things in Crimea. It's not like the Russians weren't involved in cultural programs in Crimea before. It's not like the Russians haven't spent tens of millions of dollars to promote Russian culture in Crimea back from Soviet times to today. So them invading and taking over in the manner they did, even if you wanted to be part of Russia, I could see somebody saying, yeah, I'd like to be part of Russia. No, I don't like them invading. I don't want a brother war. No, I don't like what happened to my Tatar neighbors that got taken out back, shot, and dumped in a river. I don't like that happened to that activist. No, I don't like how you can't play Ukrainian music anymore without being arrested. No, I don't like X, Y, and Z. This is why it shouldn't be. I don't know why you laughed at the idea of people in Crimea playing Ukrainian music getting arrested.
Because you're doing the same thing again that I criticized before.
I mean, I asked you for examples
Which is bringing
of
up
arrests for the Russian of people in.
I know. Super convenient. Super convenient that they pass a law banning it, and they pass another law saying that media organizations have to be subservient to the state, and then we're like surprised that there's not a bunch of stories out of Ukraine about this. Wow, incredible.
Tavarish, I'm just saying that Russian occupation, the image of it in 2011 and in 2025 is very different, and we can look in retrospect. Somebody who wanted to be part of the DPR, who now has to throw a bag of feces out of their window, might have a different perspective.
The problem with that, though, is that as the conflict was going on, you actually saw support, because Zoyce Berlin did 2 different surveys on the DPR that I have, and support for the DPR actually went up over time. I think it was either 2015 to 2016 or 2014 to 2016.
Where was the polling done?
It was done in the It was done both in the there was polling in the Donbass, in the Ukrainian-controlled elements of the Donbass, and the DPR and LPR controlled areas of the Donbass.
And they're saying that both the LPR areas and the non-LPR areas, that support for them increased between 2014 and 2022.
The DPR and LPR areas support for themselves, support for autonomy and not going back to Ukraine.
What do you mean support for
increased.
themselves? I'm talking about the region, not the LPR, DPR governments. I'm talking about the people in the region.
Well, because the results are different, right? So if you look at the results for the Ukrainian-controlled section, it's different than if you look at results from the people like in the DPR and the LPR, because obviously in those areas you have like
that's
more
why I was asking.
Yes. So in the DPR and LPR controlled areas, because it's a different data set, right? I'm referring to a different data set. That area had increased support for separation from Kiev over time. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what happened to the demographics of the DPR and LPR over time?
Between this time, if you're going to say that like the Russians had some kind of like colonial project that I've heard, you're not going to be able to provide me any evidence that's sufficient to demonstrate.
That's not what I was going to talk about. I was going to talk about. Well, there is a colonial project in other cities like Mariupol, but Donetsk specifically, the people left. Like Pete, there wasn't a lot of jobs. There wasn't a lot of opportunity. Obviously, being a frozen conflict right on your doorstep probably didn't help either. And a bunch of factors came in, so that most of the young people left, and most of the people who stayed in the DPR, to be quite frank, are elderly or people who would have maybe had more sympathies in some ways towards the Russians. But that also shows that over time, many of the people decided to leave. So yes, if the people who thought it was shit leave, then the support for the occupation is going to go up. But the quality of life in occupied Donetsk has continuously degraded since 2014. I still get fairy tale stories from people from Donetsk about the football games, the Donetsk stadium that just, obviously don't happen anymore.
Look, that could happen. Can I say one thing? That could happen, but like I'm a little bit like miffed, or I guess not really super. I don't take it super well when there's all this concern now for the people living in the DPR. When the Ukrainian government was launching, according to Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, was torturing them, firing cluster missiles into civilian areas, and how most of the civilian deaths that occurred during the war between 2014 and 2022, most of the civilian deaths were in the DPR and the LPR. Why? Because of Ukrainian military action. So
the bombing, there was the Ukrainian and Russian armies. This is just sad. The Ukrainian and Russian armies come from a Soviet doctrine and a type of, let's just say, leadership morality lack definitely back in 2014 that led to commanders on both sides being very loose when it came to the types of bombing that they engaged with and the fact that they wanted to preserve their personnel. I don't particularly think that the Ukrainians were bombing them in such a way that justified the Russians coming in and either doing the exact same thing as, I mean, like, for example, when the Russians invaded in 2022, their big claim was there's some sort of genocide going on to the Donbass. They use the word genocide because it's basically saying, like, you're in the Super Bowl of crimes. You know, it's essentially trying to get attention from this type of bombing. And the bombing, you know, it was bad, but it was sporadic. It was on both sides, and
I wouldn't call it a genocide. I think it was war crimes, but I don't think it was a genocide. I agree.
Okay, I do need to make a little money, so I'm going to read my super chats now.
Also, before you do that, Wick, just to come back to Georgia again.
Yeah,
there were like tens of thousands of people, ethnic Georgians, who fled South Ossetia in 2008, and they couldn't go back.
And Abkhazia.
Yeah, and Abkhazia as well. Yeah, and that they couldn't go back. Again, this is like still, and not even to mention that these are two territories
that wasn't
Russia
enforced by the
doesn't have
Russian.
a right to. Russia doesn't have a right to either of these territories anyway. They don't even. Why are they there at all? It's not like either of these places. Like South Ossetia has got like a massive Russian population.
So the expulsion did happen, and especially in Abkhazia, it happened. That is undoubtedly true. But the Russians didn't do that. That was the local authorities in Abkhazia and South Ossetia that did that. They did push a lot of people out, Georgians out, and I mean that should be condemned. I agree.
Well, just to be
but in terms
clear,
of
this
this
is contradictory to your report, which also blamed Russian forces for not being able to stop any atrocities by their forces. So
I know this is not contradictory to probably for I think the third time I'm going to say this. The report is critical of Russian actions during the war. It's also critical of Georgian actions during the war. The only reason I brought this up is because the most critical finding is that Georgia started it. The report found that Georgia was the one that started it. They started that conflict. The report puts squarely the blame on Georgia for that. And that was a report commissioned by the EU. We're not even talking about the UN. Now we're talking about an openly hostile party commissioned a report that found that Georgia was responsible. And then you're saying, like, well, why are the Russians even there? I mean,
wait,
can
I ask you a question?
areas that
You
allow
say,
the
like,
Russians there? I don't know.
I gotta ask because
wait, say that again. What did you just say?
Those were autonomous areas that wanted the Russians there to protect them, probably because the Georgians had demonstrated in that war that they would attack without justification, according to the EU report.
In 1993, this is why Russia is in those two places at all. You're talking about the Georgian Civil War.
Hold on. Do you think it's fair if you're an autonomous region and you're worried about this other party violating the ceasefire agreement and attacking you, that it's like reasonable for you to invite like a kind of stronger party to come protect you? I mean, this is literally the argument that you guys make for Ukraine.
What proportion of people in South Ossetia are like ethnic Russians?
I don't see how that's relevant to the point I just made.
Do you think there's like a majority? Like, do you think there's like that in 1991, 92, 93, it was like an invitation for Russia to be there? That's why they're there? Like, there was like popular will to have them?
I think the Russian forces that went into South Ossetia and were stationed in South Ossetia did so at the behest of the South Ossetians and the Abkhazians, because those were the autonomous regions that the EU found were attacked by Georgia unjustifiedly.
You're mixing up two conflicts. I'm talking about the Georgian Civil War in 93 as to why Russia's there at all. They're in a part of you realize that they're in a part of the world that's not the Russian Federation, right? Their military is in an area, dominating an area that is not theirs.
Hold on, let's read back. Just seriously, think about this. I'm gonna repeat back to what you just said. A country has a military in another country that's not its own country.
More than that, I'm not talking about American bases in a democracy or a state that lets them in.
Oh, no, we're talking about autonomous regions that were autonomous prior to the breakup of the Soviet Union that wanted Russian forces there.
Autonomous in this, there's an autonomous region. A region having autonomous means that they can invite a foreign military in there? Since when?
Potentially. Potentially, like if we're going to talk like by terms of international law, I don't exactly know.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why you don't like
Native American filing for the autonomous Republic of America.
I can see
it's incredible that you think this is a gotcha. It's crazy.
No, I can see why you don't like comparing this to other conflicts, because there's just no other comparison that like NATO or any Western countries do that is comparable to this. That's why you don't like making those comparisons. That's why you shifted away from the idea that Putin has a legitimate threat of regime change from NATO. What? Because they did it in Libya, a guy that was basically like despised by his entire population anyway. I don't know why, like,
it wasn't the only example I
trend
brought
with-
up, and
the
that
trend
wasn't the
with-
only motivation that could happen.
Yeah, I know, but it's not. It's a completely invalid one. That's the point. It's just like ridiculous that you brought it up in the first place.
Yeah, I think that you thinking that the Russians don't have some anxiety about like a long-term regime change project from NATO, I think
How would
that's
that go?
just
Yeah,
short-sighted.
okay, yeah. How would that go? How would NATO
I
do
think
a long-term regime change project on Russia?
I can like speculate as to potential ways. One of the ways perhaps could be like some kind of like cross-border like antagonism, kind of like how we saw like between like when Japan launched their war, right? Like the Marco Polo bridge incident, where they sort of manufacture crises. It could be that Russia actually like does see itself in the future committing things that the West would call, and even me would call like human rights abuses or some other issue, and this could lead to NATO like having sufficient military threats on the border. This could also be NATO putting a whole bunch of extra shit on the border, causing the Russians to have to like politically respond by putting their own forces on the border. And perhaps Russia might not be in as financially like sound of a position to even do that. And this could lead to destabilization of like a regime in Russia. There's all sorts of ways that NATO could potentially do this in the future. What I'm saying is that for you to say that Russia has no concern or no kind of anxiety about this potentially happening in the future.
Oh no, you can
like,
have an anxiety. You
it's
just don't
dumb.
have there's a legitimate fear of NATO using their power to force regime change in Russia. Like that's just, it's at least, not least of all, to the level that they actually have to put their military into other countries to avoid them joining NATO. That is not a legitimate security interest.
Yeah, I disagree. And my citation for this is going to be, we were very concerned about missiles going to Cuba, despite the fact that we, the year prior, launched the Bay of Pigs. And also, I mean, this is speculative, but I would, bet my left nut on this. If Canada had a coup and then started to like put Russian missiles on the border, or like made an agreement to put Russian missiles on the border, or even like hinted that they might do this, we're rolling in tanks. There's just no way we would accept that as America. There's just no way.
Do you think we would have done the Bay of Pigs if Cuba already had the nukes?
I think that potentially, because the Bay of Pigs invasion was primarily done by CIA trained like militants that weren't actually affiliated with the U.S. And so like it was kind of like proxy.
There's a layer of separation, but you acknowledge the difference that Russia having these types of weapons like enters into the scenario that by you, like for example, Israel faces threats in the region. I do not believe that they're anywhere close to being pushed into the sea, in large part due to the fact that they have an atomic arsenal. Kim Jong-un has a lot of threats to his regime. I don't believe that there is any immediate circumstance which he will be invaded due to the possession of these atomic weapons. Russia has the largest atomic arsenal on the planet. There is something that they have that is special due to having that gives them a certain amount of, defensive flexibility. Other nations don't. So I do think
that a certain amount,
that this makes it more condemnable for them to engage in this invasion based on the idea of they're going to be put under regime change or invaded, especially when, let's be frank, the European armies were not in a state to be doing any invading of the Russian Federation.
Well, you say that, but like I always get like contradictory sort of like, well, the European military is like significantly larger, more well-funded, more well-armed, and backed by stronger economies than Ukraine. And yet everybody says like, well, look how pathetic Russia is in Ukraine. Like it's supposed to be a 3-day invasion, and here we are 3 years later. Like if that's when you compare the two.
But to be clear, the key difference is purchasing power and the way they have their defense industries matched up.
And Europe has more.
When you have the Swiss and you have the German and you have the French industries not working at economies of scale, but are working on a local level, they can't produce the same capacity or at the same scale that Russia can when they produce across the entirety of the Russian Federation. They centralize their command, they centralize their production, and to be quite frank, their purchasing power goes a lot further when it comes to their production in comparison to Germany. And they have lower regulations, and they can run their factories 24/7, 7 days a week if they so choose, which is not the case in many of these countries with labor standards. And so that's why the Russians can produce more artillery than Europe.
Yeah, I think a lot of the countries would probably drop those requirements in the event of war. But
do I do want to read some of my super chats, make a little money.
But it would take time for them to get that artillery produced, right? Like these factories are taking time.
I don't think any kind of sufficient time that would compare it to Ukraine.
I also just want to reiterate for that, like just for the last time that like in 1991 to 93, the majority of locals in South Ossetia and Abkhazia fought on the side of the Georgian government. Russia used they abused the fact that they had a presence there. They abused the fact that there were some human rights violations happening, no doubt, and then exaggerated them and then said, do you think Russia, you agree with that? You think that Russia is wrong when they accuse these countries of committing genocide against their own peoples? I don't know why the fuck you're laughing at that. You agree with that?
Well, I'm laughing because you just said, yes, there was like a bunch of human rights things that are a problem. And like,
there's there are Serbs who get...
Here's what's happening. Here's what's happening, right? You are focusing now. There's the 2008 war that I was focusing on that Georgia was alleged to have started, and then the Russians came in and then moved back. I mean, this is the more recent conflict that I think is a better proxy for Russia's behavior, right? Going in, stopping the at-fault party, and then leaving. But you're now referencing back just following the fall of the Soviet Union, and then you're referencing a bunch of bad shit apparently that was happening to the Abkhazians and the South Ossetians. I haven't looked in as much depth on the 1993 conflict to come to like a significant enough conclusion or like a informed enough conclusion to say that the human rights abuses like justified Russian involvement. But this is irrelevant to the conflict I was referring to, which is the 2008 conflict in which Georgia found, or the EU found Georgia to be responsible. Don't you agree that 2008 is probably a better proxy for how Russia operates on the world stage than 1993?
Well, not entirely, because it's still Russia holding on to a territory that they had no place being in the first place.
It was autonomous before the Soviet Union collapsed.
Autonomous does not mean that a foreign military can come in by force against the majority will of the people living there. That's not what autonomous means.
You're emulating him so hard. No, it absolutely can, depending on like how they're treated. I already agree that a sufficient level of human rights violations could precipitate some kind of involvement from foreign party.
But you also agree that Russia exaggerates these violations quite frequently. So I'm just wondering why you think they do that, if not for just trying to reclaim territory that they used to have under their thumb before. That's the most simple explanation. I don't know.
Am I wrong about the Georgian report? Just real quick. Am I wrong about the Georgian report? The Georgian report didn't find, the EU report on Georgia didn't find Georgia responsible. It found that Georgia did preemptively strike as Russia was building up on its borders.
It found them responsible. It found that they started the conflict. It held them responsible for starting the conflict. Yes. Firstly. Secondly, just because you can point to a conflict in which, like Russia says there's a genocide, and then I look into the details, and yes, there's a bunch of bad shit happening. It wouldn't rise to my definition of genocide. I mean, people, sides, like I agree actually with something that Dylan said before, which is that sides really like to claim genocide in order to kind of galvanize their position, right? The Ukrainians are, claiming genocide. The Palestinians are claiming genocide. Although, I don't know. Every part, there's a lot of arguments as to the justification for each individual party claiming genocide or war crimes or all these things. But it absolutely could be the case that the war crimes that you sort of like brushed over in Georgia in 1993, or the human rights violations that you brushed over, could be sufficient for the Russian military to move in. That I don't know. I haven't done enough research into that specific conflict. I'm talking about the more recent conflict, the one that's a better proxy for Russia's behavior.
The reason you think I brushed over them is because I mentioned that they were happening and that Russia exaggerated it, because that is the common trend. That is what they always do. They always exaggerate violations as an excuse to go in to territory that they just so happen to have recently lost after the fall of the Soviet Union. That's just like the most basic explanation. It's like one of the most fundamental, like normal ways for countries to engage in territorial conquest. It's what the Nazis did when they went into Poland. It's what Russia did when they went into Georgia. It's what they did when they went into Donbass. They claimed genocide. And that was that's what they do.
If I come into your Lactoid, if I come,
are you going to do the immigration house comparison?
Just real quick, Lactoid, answer my question, please. If I come into your house and I bring all my friends, you didn't invite me, you didn't ask me to come, and I just start coming into your house, bringing all my buddies in, we start setting up shop, we start moving your furniture around, and you say, "Hey, get out." We ignore you basically. And then after a certain point, you get a gun and you shoot at us because we've invaded your territory. Who started that conflict?
All right, moderator, I'm glad you're getting involved in the discussion. I don't think you can compare. I don't think you compare.
Notice how
I'm
he
answering.
can't
I'm
answer the
answering.
questions.
I
Instead of
literally
answering
went
the
on. I
questions,
literally went
he
on to answer the
complained
question.
about the moderator entering the conversation because
literally.
he understands that he can't.
I'm trying to answer.
actually
You're
deal
talking
with
over
this
me.
point.
I'm trying to
Go
answer. You're
ahead.
talking over me. You're literally. I went on. It was one quip.
I'm just explaining to the audience what's happening. But go ahead.
One quip. It's one quip because it's a 3-on-1, and you have been like taking sides this whole time. You did the last debate too. That's whatever. It's how you run things. But I was one quip, and then I was going to go on to answer the question, which is I don't think, just like with immigration, when conservatives say, "Oh, so that you wouldn't let an illegal into your house," this is a dumb point. You can't compare communities and cultures and countries to somebody's
so
fucking
no
house.
argument, just dumb point. Got it.
I'm presenting the argument.
What
When
a
you
great argument.
when you have a
Did well.
community, when you have a community, I believe in a certain like level of self-determination for that community. This would be like me saying, "Oh, you think the U.S. should be independent? So I can just go in your house, go into a room, and then say it's mine because you think like, oh,
Russia
it
sent
was
tanks
the
and
UK."
soldiers into Georgia, and Georgia shot at them.
Yeah, and the Spanish and the French sent troops to the continental U.S. and we armed ourselves and we fought the British. Would you, if it was a house and somebody came in and did that, would that be acceptable? If you want to boil it down to a fucking
we're comparing it to countries that have already broken away from the rule of another empire. Like that's the reason that Russia has these interests in all these countries is because they were what?
Since we care so much about like sovereignty and like international law, and you can just keep referencing like the illegal Crimean referendum.
I still haven't answered to my question. Just to be clear.
Well, we're going to refer to law, the British Empire's law in 1776. Like that's comparable to the norms of today.
You're right. I personally think that like the self-determination of peoples is like really what's important. Now, obviously, I'm also
unless they're
valuing
in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Apparently,
I also value a certain level of like consistency amongst international dealings, and so I think it's important to have some kind of like undemocratic pre-event in order to justify separatism, for example. But when we're talking about like the breakup of the Soviet Union, I think this was a sufficient event. I have been critical of Russia's activities in Chechnya following the breakup of the Soviet Union. I think they were wrong for that. I think the Chechens probably should have been granted independence. They probably should have been granted self-determination, just like the people in South Ossetia and Abkhazia. They wanted Russians to be there to defend them.
Well, the minority
in 2008. In 2008, they should have let that happen. I think that's perfectly fine.
Just to be clear,
Okay,
is there, if you could find any evidence that a majority of people in Abkhazia and South Ossetia initially wanted Russia to intervene and take that place over in the 90s, that would be very interesting.
I'm going to repeat it for like the fourth time. I haven't done the sufficient research into 1993 conflict to know the specifics as to who's the good guy and the bad guy. In 2008, the bad guy was Georgia, according to the EU.
Well,
okay, and that was, and I think you can disagree.
Can we?
You can hold on. You can disagree, but I think that is a better proxy, 2008, because it's much more recent and involves the current president of Russia, right, or the current power structure of Russia. That is a much better proxy for Russia's actions going forward than 1993, immediately following the collapse of the Soviet Union, in which a bunch of republics were declaring independence from this previous super country that was, and all these different areas leaving. Oftentimes illegally, but of course, I also agree that that's not necessarily super important, but it does give rise to justification within that certain time frame for certain actions.
Okay.
So do you think it's like irrelevant information that Russia's initial presence in Abkhazia and South Ossetia with their military was, despite the fact that most people there fought alongside of the Georgian government? Do you think that's like an irrelevant piece of information to 2008?
I think it's irrelevant when we're looking at how Russia operates, because the argument is, well, like this is Russia's history. This is what Russia does. Like whenever they get an excuse to do something, they'll move in and take as much as possible. 2008, they didn't do that. They didn't start it. Somebody else started it, and then when their troops completed the mission, when their troops
they didn't fire the first shot.
And here you're back. Here you're back. When the troops were done with their mission,
you're just lying about what happened.
I'm not lying.
You are lying about what happened.
Did the troops leave Georgia proper and go back to South Ossetia?
That's not what I'm saying. You're lying about. I'm saying the start of the war, the Russians were the ones who sent in their troops first, and yes, the Georgians shot first.
That was allowed by the ceasefire agreement.
Putting their troops there.
Yeah, that was allowed. That was allowed by the ceasefire.
They were not supposed to be.
That was allowed by the ceasefire agreement.
They shot against the backdrop of Russia being in South
That was allowed.
Ossetia and Abkhazia since the 90s.
That was allowed by the ceasefire agreement that Georgia signed. They were allowed there. So that was the ceasefire agreement. They were allowed to be there, and then in 2008, Georgia broke it, according to the EU. And this was the same Russian.
According to the EU, Russia is currently unjustifiably invading Ukraine right now. Do you think will you listen to the EU now?
I am more.
Why do you only agree with the EU when it agrees with your position?
Because the EU has a vested interest against Russia. So
Of
when
course,
they,
yes.
so when,
It's very,
so when,
very
and so when,
convenient.
and you're
The
talking
EU
over me
is
again.
right when it
You're
agrees
talking
with
over me
me,
again.
but the EU is wrong when it doesn't.
You're talking over me. When the EU, who has a vested interest against Russia, concedes something to Russia, I'm much more apt to believe that, in the same way that if Russia concedes something to the EU when it has a vested interest to not concede it, because there is a rivalry between the EU and Russia, I'd be much more likely to believe that too. I'm much less likely to believe the EU presenting something self-serving, and if Russia presents something self-serving. Obviously.
The only thing I read the thing. I didn't read the EU report in 2008. In 2008, I think I was playing the PlayStation 2 and playing with Matchbox cars or something. But it seems, from what I'm reading, the report seems to place the blame on the Russians provoking the Georgians, and then the Georgians over responding to the provocation.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, well,
I've researched this. You are
just
just
look. I just Googled it. I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm reading it incorrectly.
What was the conclusion that Georgia started it?
Well, let me read.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Was the conclusion that Georgia was responsible for starting the conflict?
I mean, started it how? You mean like did they?
Was the conclusion? Was the stated conclusion? Yes or no? It's a very straightforward question. Was the stated conclusion of the report that Georgia was the one who started the conflict?
When you say started the conflict, do you mean ground incursions or artillery fire?
The report held them responsible for just starting the conflict. That if they were the one who were deemed to be the starters of the conflict. Yes or no?
They take a lot of the blame, but when you say starter of the conflict, that assumes they fired the first shot.
I'm saying the EU blamed them for starting the conflict.
They put a lot of the blame on them for making the conflict what it was by over responding to Russian provocations. That's what the report says.
No, wait. You're both. Wait. When you talk about blame, when people talk about any kind of conflict or any battle or incursion or a shift in the conflict, they talk about how there are underlying issues, and then there are also triggering events like a particular battle or a particular ceasefire that's broken. They're saying that Georgia were the ones who seemed to fire the first shot in this particular phase of the conflict, but the underlying issue, and I think the EU report says this as well, is the fact that Russia is in Abkhazia and South Ossetia with their military when they should not be there. No, do you disagree with that?
I do disagree, because when you sign a ceasefire, when you have an agreement that you're not going to do this, and then you do it, you're responsible for breaking that, right?
That does not contradict anything I said, but okay.
Yeah, but your point doesn't address anything I said either. So okay, fine.
No, it does address it. It addresses the fact that Georgia was found responsible for breaking a ceasefire, but not for the underlying violation and the underlying injustice and the underlying problem here, which is that Russia is in an area where they should not be.
That Georgia agreed to in a ceasefire that they could be. Because that ceasefire was in place. They were there. Georgia broke the ceasefire.
Do you think Georgia agreeing to a ceasefire is them consenting to Russia being in Abkhazia and South Ossetia?
Well, no, it means that they're responsible if they break it.
For a triggering event. A
triggering event. But you're missing the point of the conversation. I brought up Georgia specifically to counter the very specific narrative that Russia takes these advantages whenever it can. And in 2008, Russia very easily could have used this as a pretext to take all of Georgia, because their troops were in Georgia proper, but that's not what they did. They pulled out, and they weren't even the ones who started it.
So they use it to hold on to territory that they're already claiming that's not theirs. Like, okay, you got me.
But again, they did.
Yeah, they didn't take more territory that's not theirs. They just kept on to they just held on to the territory that they already have. After quite a few other numbers of their opponents fled the area and didn't go back.
Okay, I'm going to read these super chats. $2 from Esoteric Dichotomy to say, we are pro-Ukraine chat, down with Putin. True. $2 from Kick Nostanza to say, ask Lactoid if he thinks Putin is a dictator. Putin is a dictator, yes or no? What do you think, Lactoid?
No, I don't think he's a dictator. I think he's an oligarchic, he's an oligarch president to some degree, but I don't think he's a dictator.
Okay. $5 from Lopan to say, still waiting for libs to demand North Korea be re-engaged. The quote-unquote world cannot just let communists get away with aggressively taking land. $5 more from Lopan to say, if Ukraine accepts a deal, will anyone here admit they were wrong? Will you admit you were wrong if Ukraine accepts a deal?
Wrong about what?
Depends on what the deal is. Like, yeah, I don't expect.
We have to see what it is. Yeah.
All of us also gave some percentage of it succeeding. So if it succeeds, none of us are wrong.
Wow.
$2 from Killer Tomato to say only Burns can interrupt plebe. $2 from Fireburn to say liberals are suddenly nationalists. LOL. $10 from Majin to say Lactoid is the GOAT. Easy clap. Another W for Russia. LOL. And then $20 from the same person to say another super chat for the GOAT Whick, because he is the GOAT. Well, I appreciate the money. $5 from Usurp to say if Lactoid is one of Russia's strongest soldiers, then LOL, LOL, LOL. Dave Timmerman for €2 to say, what is the good faith Russia horseshit? $2 from Trib1 to say, should NATO be disbanded? And why or why not? For $2, we're not going to have a discussion for that.
The quick answer is no. But.
No.
Yeah. Fireburn for $2 says Burns fails the marshmallow test. Is Fireburn like your hater? Does he go around like just super chatting?
Is that to me or?
Yeah, it's to you. It says Burns fails the marshmallow test.
I don't even know. I don't know what the marshmallow test is, but I like marshmallows.
If you were offered, you can have one marshmallow now, or if you wait a day, you get 5 marshmallows. Which would you take? And people who fail the marshmallow test take the first marshmallow. It's about
I'd take the first marshmallow.
Okay, fair enough. $2 for Gay Ben to say Burns thinks well poisoning is a moral duty. $5 from Satan to say I bet Burns is swimming in Ukraine trim, considering all the men have been deleted. That's why he likes being there. Shame the devil and tell him the truth.
Ukraine trim? What?
I don't know. I
don't know what Ukraine trim means.
By context, that means women, but I'm not sure.
Oh.
I don't know. $5 from President Sunday to say reminder.
The actual one?
I don't know. The comment, it might be. Reminder, the Destiny recorded Cherry without consent and threatened and doxed multiple people who called him out for it. Have a good panel, Bugman. That has nothing to do with anything we're talking about today. But thank you for the $5.
That is another good reason to bomb Russia.
Yeah.
It's $5 Canadian too, so you know. $5 from the Trib1 to say if the poll is reality, the resolution would be to give people in Crimea a path to Russia. No need for invasion. They could just shepherd them to Russia.
Can I say one thing on that?
Go ahead.
They tried to have a vote in 1992, and they tried in 1995, and both times were shut down. And then 2010, when they finally decided, fine, we're going to play by the rules and vote in the election of the Constitution that you put us under, then they overthrew the president. So I don't think they really had any reason to believe that the Ukrainians were going to just let them leave. Okay. Crimea is too valuable for that.
Sure. $5 from the Trib1 to say Trump will truth out that the deal fell apart due to Zelensky not playing ball, and he'll make sure to let Ukraine know that they don't hold the cards. And then finally, $2 from the Trib1 to say, do you all disagree with the 70% chance of it happening? I think we both, all of us agree that's not a realistic number, but I could be wrong. Okay, gang. We have talked about all sorts of things on this show. Unfortunately, we didn't get as much chance as I would have liked to kind of go over what we think the future is going to be. We were all arguing about the past, and it is important to discuss. And I do thank you all for being here. I do apologize for the quote-unquote lopsided nature of this panel. We did have someone to be on Lactoid's side, but it did not work out. And 10 minutes before showtime, he was like, I can't do it anymore. And that sucks, but show must go on. Okay, with that, I'm going to give each of these lovely individuals a chance to give closing thoughts, closing statements, and maybe I would ask you to give a closing prediction of what will happen tomorrow, because we'll be able to find out how right you were tomorrow. So it'll be interesting for people to watch this in the future to see if you were correct or just super, super wrong. We're going to give it to Loaderbox first, and we're going to go around, and we'll see how it goes. Go ahead, Loaderbox.
Okay, fuck. I think yeah. I guess we've seen quite a lot of like very strange, disanalogous comparisons to conflicts that are not really comparable to anything that has happened with Russia and any of their neighbors. The fact is that Russia, before the Soviet Union, was an empire. They conquered territory. They pushed their people into that territory. They fucked with people's languages and their culture, and they Russified areas. And they did the same thing under the Soviet Union. So when the Soviet Union collapsed and these countries were, these republics were divided into different countries, they got incredibly fucking butthurt and decided that especially their leaders, decided that they wanted to reclaim whichever pieces of influence that they could. They say it to this day that they think the fall of the Soviet Union was the biggest catastrophe of the last 100 years, worse than the Holocaust, I guess. And they will use that position and that fact that there is still Russian presence in some of these areas, even if it's very small, like in parts of Georgia, and they will use difficulties and human rights violations and other tensions that occur in these areas to their advantage and use them as opportunities to bring their troops in and to reclaim territory that they think is rightfully theirs, or that they can just hold on to in a frozen conflict that they're never going to get pushed out of because they're quite a big force. And they will use the idea of like very, very difficult to justify threats when it comes to NATO in Europe, even though NATO already borders Russia in several countries and can actually advance nuclear weapons and everything else quite close to the country. There's a reason countries like Canada don't seek out the help of and the military aid of American adversaries. It's a very simple reason that America doesn't fuck with their territory in the same way that Russia does with former Soviet countries. No one makes a former Soviet country want to join NATO more than Russia. That's what they do. They fuck with these former Soviet countries. They make other Soviet countries that haven't been fucked with yet legitimately afraid enough that they beg to be in NATO. So if Russia doesn't like NATO, then stop fucking with former Soviet countries. Very simple. As for Ukraine, it's a real shame that Ukraine is probably not going to get a hold of their pre-2014 borders anytime soon, if even ever. That's just a sad truth of geopolitics and the world that we live in. But I think the best that Ukraine's allies in Europe and America can do is to use the strength that they have to at least make it so that Russia pays a price for such an act of aggression. Because if they don't feel like they've paid a price for it, they're going to do more of it.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Lonerbox. Always appreciate you. Always like having your perspective here. Thank you for being here. Go check him out at his channel. I have links to all these individuals in my YouTube description, and they've all taken time out of their day to come and give us content, so please reward them for it. Dylan Burns, please.
I wasn't informed I was giving you content, Wick. I wouldn't have agreed to this.
I know.
If I knew that.
Right?
First, I want to accept Wick's apology for stacking the panel against me. I think I did quite well with the odds stacked against me. The war is pretty awful right now. In June, in July, it was the most deadly month for civilians for the entirety of the war since the opening months, due to an increase in civilian strikes in human safari tactics, that is drones and FPVs being used to hit fire trucks, ambulance trucks, civilian evacuation vehicles, a lot of civilian cars and people walking around, especially in areas where anywhere that there's Ukrainian military activity, but especially in the city of Kherson and elsewhere. And it's getting more violent. So there's a real desire I have to not have to keep listening to those buzzing drones. Quite frankly, I would like to sit on my couch and play Red Dead 2 and smoke, like most people my age. But I do think that what's happening there needs to be documented. And I don't think that passivity is going to be what brings the solution here. I really wish I was wrong about Trump. I really wish Trump brought peace in 24 hours. As much as I never believed in it, I always wanted it. I don't want everybody there to keep dying. It's really sad to see people buried in shallow graves in their own community because it's too dangerous to take their bodies away. So they're buried in their own front yards. And you don't want that to keep going. But every unilateral ceasefire offer has been rejected. All deadlines have been passed. All frameworks have been disregarded. And the limited ceasefires that were supposedly negotiated were immediately violated. Many might forget it, but early on during the Trump presidency, he did negotiate a civilian infrastructure ceasefire, which was almost immediately violated. So I don't have high hopes for tomorrow. And I really do not think that we're going to be able to change the Russians' mind by just talking ethics and talking morals. I think the conditions have to change. I really do think ultimately it has to be so costly for the Russians to even think about engaging in another war like this is the only way you're going to stop it. Not by making it so it'd be easier to invade Ukraine through disarmament, getting rid of their most defensible positions, or by doing things that would undermine their national security or Europe's national security by extension. So I just want to put forward that while the Russians are pushing forward every day, John McNamara could put forward a bunch of numbers that would be good. Mr. McNamara could put numbers that are really good during the Vietnam War, and they could be good in isolation. But if you drag that out and you aren't seeing the breakthrough that the Russian offensive operations request, because at the rate of even the Russian advances at this point, if they were to keep up this rate, it would take them years and years and years and years to reach their objectives. So we need to change it so that that timeline is so far in the distance that they have no choice but to say, it's not worth it. We can't keep this war going for 12 years in the hope that we'll retake X, Y, and Z. And at that point, when the Russians are faced with a choice between grinding their society and their demographics down and cutting their losses, so to speak, the hope would be that they cut their losses. But given their record, who knows?
Well, thank you for being here, Dylan. And you can find his work on his YouTube channel, which I've linked below. Check that out. Really appreciate you. Last but certainly not least, Lactoid.
I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch and YouTube. It was great to have this conversation and to speak frankly, I think dispel a lot of myths that are sort of believed as to this specific conflict. I didn't obviously, as I've said, have enough time to sort of get through all of them. There's a lot of like sort of quick falsehoods that people will give you about Euromaidan, about the will of the Crimean people, about the start of this conflict, about what Russia wants to end it. Most normies probably just think this war came out of nowhere. They don't even know about the conflict that was happening between 2014 and 2022. They don't even know anything about Euromaidan. They don't know about the Ukrainian constitution. They don't know about any of this stuff. So I think it's important, as somebody who values dispelling myths, to have these kind of conversations. So I have the opportunity to do that. For those of you who kind of heard the back and forth, I highly advise that you do your own research, or if you want me to provide sources for any of the specific claims I made, go ahead and you can reach out to me. You can send me a request for a source. You can even potentially say what I said, or send me a clip of what I said, or something along those lines, and I'd be happy to oblige. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks for being here, and I appreciate you willing to come, even if your partner decided to ditch us. That sucks. Okay.
Oh, hey, congratulations on coming out. I had no clue, Lactoid.
What about what now?
He's making
Your
a
partner.
partner
They didn't
joke
come.
with the gay. It's a joke,
okay.
I believe.
Nice.
What do we got coming up? So no stream tomorrow, but on Monday I'll be debating against Christian nationalism. It'll be me and my buddy Eucharist against a Rattlesnake Jake and Eli Nix, and that'll be fun.
Rattlesnake Jake?
Yes, that's his name. Yeah, he's got a very big YouTube thing. He does this show with Andrew Wilson on Rumble. Andrew Wilson, by the way, who offered me $20,000 to go 3 rounds in the ring with him, boxing. And then when I accepted it and gave him a date, he ghosted me. I haven't heard from him since. He hasn't said one word. So, that guy. Then
Good.
on...
He offered me a boxing match a while ago too. He didn't offer me
Did
no
he?
$20,000. I'll do it for $20K. Shit, I'll abandon the war. For
That's
a
what
few
I
months
said. Like, even if I
for
lost, I'd do it for fucking
$20,000.
$20,000.
I'll step away from the front. Hell, we'll do it in Kiev. We'll do it for charity.
The killing in Kiev. We could, it'd be fun. We'll make a whole production from it. Anyway, then on Thursday, Soy Pill called me an incel, and so he's going to try to de-incelify Whick, and we're going to have a panel about that, so tune in for that. And then On Wednesday, we're probably just gonna have some call-ins, and then Friday we'll think of something. Anyway, I love you all. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye everyone.
Bye, Wick.
Bye-bye.
Yo. Bro, I did not realize I had to brush up on my fucking... I had to deploy my 93 Georgian Civil War memory. Holy fuck. Ooh. Absolutely mental. I also, yeah, you get frustrated, but then you also don't want to like dogpile when it's 2v1 and the moderator's on your side. Conflict. It's a massive dilemma, okay? But I think we managed, yeah. Hey, Hutch, this is an extremely low bar I've set for you here. Can you answer it? If not, can you name anyone who's claimed to be a stalwart supporter of other movements, BLM, trans rights, who never promoted anyone from those communities that you found authentic? Get some sleep. This sentence is a mess. Oh, God. He's doing the thing where he's like, oh, why doesn't Ethan promote any, like, quote unquote, like, pro-Palestinian people? But I mean, I guess he does. He just doesn't. Ethan's standard is people who support a Palestinian state, not people who support whatever the fuck these
Russia
guys
changes
are chugging.
back to red, white, and blue, and they have conservative gargling within one generation.
Whoa, thanks for $10. And you know, it's funny because a while ago, Vadim asked if I support any Palestinian or pro-Palestinian voices. And I gave him a huge list of people that I think have something good to offer at the very least. If not, I just totally think they're cool. Where was it? Yeah, I mentioned a few people, like some politicians, some social media people. Beast process. No, I was thinking about people who were not like people I directly interact with. There's like people like Salam Fayyad or Nabil Amar or the elders in Beit Lahia, you know, the ones that got murdered by fucking Hamas. Rashid Khalidi, I mentioned him. Isawi Frage, because I met him. The Hamza dude on Twitter. Yeah, there's quite a few. Hanan Ashrawi. I don't agree with her on a lot, but I think she's... To me, it's just like, would this person actually, like, do they have a will for peace in the region? Like, to me, that's like my bar. And do they have like a meaningful contribution to it with the things that they say and do? Mustafa, I don't like Mustafa. I think he's a bit full of shit. I don't know. Would he make peace? Maybe. I do like it, like no, actually, yeah. The non-violence thing is kind of like, it's quite cool that he pushes that. Well. What else are we doing? His comment about the Nazis and starvation was cringe, though. I mean, bro, it's just par for the course, you know. If you're not... What, when he said the Nazis wouldn't even do starvation? Even they didn't do that. Okay. I suppose so. Why not? Why not? Connections. I've missed a few, haven't I? Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. Omar Al Faraz, Beast Process, and Sundowner's Twitter. Obviously, Sundowner's Twitter, right? How did you feel you did against his arguments? Okay, you can always do better, but I think it's like, I've had those debates so many times that there's a lot of sort of like stored memory shit that you can yank on. Like, I don't really...
Might as well just turn in his American flag for a Russian flag. That's the only red, white and blue he represents, the traitor.
Thanks for the $10, Barbas. Really appreciate that. It's like finding out that, like, at first I was like, oh, I didn't know the Georgian forces fired the first shot in 2008. But it's like, I can quite quickly just like come back to the fact that, wait, you realize that Russia is like still in an area where they shouldn't even be. And not to mention that he was wrong about that, about who got displaced by whom. It's not true that it was mostly people who got displaced by the Georgian forces. That's just false. It was people who were displaced by both sides, but you can tell who they were displaced by because most of the people displaced in 2008 fled to Georgia proper, not to Russia. Some of them fled to Russia, but not the majority. It's like if a Palestinian armed force kidnapped some fucking civilian who was driving through, I guess, whatever reason, maybe even just like for a job or whatever. And you could, and then you say like, oh yeah, well, Israel had a right to go in to defend, to rescue their civilian or whatever. But then in the process of them doing that, they like fucking raze 3 villages and don't let the people back to return to rebuild it. Like, there's a problem here. We're really going to say that the militant group started it? That's kind of weird. Bit fucked. Bit gaped. Where's the... Oh yeah. Wordle. What's a good word that uses 3 vowels? Say A, E, and I. Ben Gavir talked to Marwan in prison. Bro. Wait, what? Do I want to know what came out of that conversation? Was it fruitful? Can Marwan speak Hebrew, or Ben Gavir doesn't speak English? Did they have a translator? A, E, and I. A, E, and O? I swear I know lots of words that use these 3 letters. Fuck. They just stared into each other's eyes. I'm trying to improve my lighting situation. So I've got these 2 panel lights that are definitely better than the ring light. They're less blinding and they are more controllable, but I think they're maybe just not bright enough. Is that what's going on? They could be brighter. That's an issue. That's an issue. Apparently he stormed the solitary confinement. Oh, he threatened Marwan. Okay. Standard Ben Gavitler moment. Okay. Mayor does not have 3 vowels, buddy. Oh, why can I... Adieu, obviously. It's a French word. I want to use A, E, and O, or A, E, and I. I hope I'm not getting sick. Fuck me, bro. Jitler. Nice one. Good one. With the comic book, does that count? Hey, it does. It totally does. 3 vowels. Get fucked. Boof. DEI based. Herd is fun. EA and R. Wow. Yeah, an I in there. Well, no, that. What the fuck? Oh yeah. Two R's. Fuck that. Could do better. No. I could have done that. That would have been better. Shit. Oh well. LE. Nah, we don't want to double. No, we can't. It's not a double E. It's not. Oh, can't do that. Melts. Yo. You can't really the double E. Does it work or would it? Oh no, I'm being. Oh wait, there's a second E. Ooh. And there's an L. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. I'm being too quick. I'm being too fucking impatient. So the E is definitely here. So it's LE something E. No. LE. Okay. Is it level? There's a second L? What the fuck? What else would it be? It wouldn't be Levif or Levic. Levy. Levy. Is it just level? Come on. Don't fuck me. Hey! Nice one. Well done. Damn. That was a bit of a tricky one. Double use of letters. That's fucking batshit. Oh shit. Okay. Connections. Okay. Oh. Cash tender, but it wouldn't be pay because pay is like, we're talking about slang for money. Well, I guess you can call it your pay, my pay, but it's not really the same. Settle? Pay? Fine. Oh. No. Breast, wing, thigh, foot, like chicken. People eat chicken feet, don't they? It's not fucking foot, man. Shut up. Is it? It's not tender, chicken tender. Would it be a chicken tender over a chicken foot? Probably because it's fucking Americans, right? Okay. Grand, brilliant. Not fine. Unless you're just talking about someone, that's not the same thing as. Ooh, I'm going to take care of. To take care of. To pay. No. Settle. You settle something, you take care of something. You foot. Oh wait, for things that you can pay, like foot the bill, pay the bill. Fine? No, you wouldn't say that. It's like too loose. Mac. Grand. High. There's a lot, but they just seem like they're not really, they don't seem like very obvious. They don't feel like they click. They don't feel like they click. You can pay, you can foot, and you can settle a payment, but can you take care of? Hey, okay, yeah, nice one. That's green. Holy shit. So there's two easier ones. So fuck me. Brilliant. Grand. Fine. There's no way. This pec thing, it's not to do with your muscles because there's just not enough other things here. Well, you can have a thigh, a pec, a breast, body parts? No, because we don't have wings. Other thing, wing, breast, tender, and thigh. Oh, did we get rid of foot? Now this is chicken, right? Yeah. Okay. Mac and peck, I think this is like incomplete words, right? This is incomplete words. Mac and cheese. Haze and cheese. Like you can say like an affirmative, right? You can say grand. That's brilliant. Okay, fine. But what else would you say? You'd say grand, brilliant, fine. Would you say you wouldn't say capital? Unless it's like to accentuate something like fine art or like grand art or capital city or brilliant something. No. It could be to do with so the money things, this is the problem, is a tender, I thought that might have been money. But money could be referring to fine like that. But what the fuck is Hayes, Mac, Peck, and Brilliant? These are all to do with different money, right? Like grand, like a grand cat. It's still too loose though. I don't know. Hayes, Mac, Peck. Oh, no, not because these look like these. I feel like these could be incomplete words, but then it's got brilliant, which obviously isn't an incomplete word. I'll try this, and if it's only one, because I was like hazel, macadamia, peck. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is peck? There's like a it's like a seed or a nut. Peck. Not pecorino, that's cheese. Pecan. Hazelnut. Like macadamia or peck is fucking. Yeah, pecan. What is the other one? Fine? What would fine be short for? It could only be fine if that's what it is. Oh, it's one away. Fuck me. Fuck you, dude. Why? Grand? Is there a kind of... Oh, cashew! Fuck you. This is... I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh, this is just like accentuating. A capital, fine... Is that it? Splendid. Okay. Well done, dude. Well done, dudes. Nice one. Fucking cashew. What an idiot. What a moron. What a dumb fuck. Okay. Well done, though. Well done, guys. Brilliant. Fine. Capital. Grand. Can we go to... I need to go through the archives because we've missed a few. The Hazen to Hazel was big brain. Oh, well, what did I say? Got a strong brain. Capital stream. Exactly. Capital donos as well, guys. Well done. Charles, thanks for the 15 shekels. Putin claims that Zelensky is a Nazi and Ukraine is an illegitimate country. He doesn't care about the constitutionality of Zelensky's term. Oh, really? Barabas, thanks for $5. Russia shouldn't be rewarded for bad behavior. Speedy Taco, thanks for $5 for the goal. Hawk Tua. Wow. Barabas, thanks for $5. Comrade Lactoid, the Ministry of Defense eagerly awaits your signature on the papers that were sent. Speedy Taco, thanks for $5. Thoughts on Dubai chocolate matcha labubu? Goal 2. Oh, thank you. Wow. And thanks, Jane and Barbas, for the $10 each. That's very generous of you guys. Wow, goddamn. Okay, we can't do all of them today. It's too much. Even 2 in a row is exhausting. Like, not for you guys, because you're all Googling, obviously. Okay. Matter count, strand measure, standard ages, horse vanilla. Oh no. Desert chocolate weight maroon normal dump volume plain. So measure and count, this is musical terms. A measure is the classical term for a bar. Volume, but it wouldn't be standard for like, no, not for, it would be common time if they were saying that. Chocolate vanilla. Guarantee these two fucks don't go together. That's a trick if I ever saw one. Plain, normal, standard. Like average? What is the one as an average? Matter, count, strand? No. Strand. Matter, strand. Is this like fucking DNA or some shit? Like chemistry? Matter? Biology? Ages. Desert, plain. Can be like... it's not though, is it? Ages, weight. It's gonna be like stats about someone, but measure wouldn't be because it'd be measurement or like height or something. It wouldn't be just measure like that. Oh, vanilla chocolate plain. Maroon. You're a maroon. Fuck off. Horse. Horse ice cream. Yeah. You can count something, you can measure something. Dump. Normal, standard, plain. Deserts and plains, like geographic. Ages. Are there any homonyms? Weight is one, because it can be weight. Plain could be one. Weight and plain have nothing to do with each other, do they? Unless it's just that, like aegis, is that like a kind of a homonym? Nothing else does though. Count. Is it homonym when it sounds like another word, or is that a homophone? I don't know. I'm stupid. Volume. Volume, measure, count. I feel like count and measure, these are musical terms. A standard, like a jazz standard. Is that all this is? Just musical terms? Like a standard, a measure, a count, and a volume? No. One away. Oh my god! We got to Strand. There's no fucking way. Fuck off. Strand. Maroon 5. Marooned on an island. Oh, marooned. Desert. Desert. You can desert someone? Is that how it's... No. Like a deserter. A marooned. Dumped. You desert. You dump. You maroon. And you... Strand. You can... Like someone's stranded, but... No, that's fucking shit. That's not... There's no way. What else would it be? Marooned on an island, dumped on an island. Bro. Let's try. No way, I don't want to use up 2 at the beginning. Hey, abandoned. Fuck yeah, let's go. Okay. Vanilla, normal. Oh! Did I have a stat? This is... Ah, okay, okay. Hey, vanilla. Don't... How could I forget vanilla? Fucking idiot. Nice one. Shithead. Okay. Matter, measure, ages. This is no laughing matter. Okay. Are the musical terms still there? Measure, volume, and count. No, I don't think it's that. Matter, horse, chocolate. Excuse me. If it's like fucking flavors and this is just like a bunch of obscure shit, like horse flavored ice cream, I'm gonna be so mad. One of them is an easy one and then there's the hardest one. So let's find an obvious one. A weight, a measure, a count, and a volume. This is like measurements. That's what these are. It's all measurements of units of sorts, right? Hey. Specs and consumer packaging. Oh. Matter, horse, chocolate, and ages. Okay. What? Wait. What? Should I try to figure this out, or should I just be like, okay, this could be anything? Because the purple ones are stupid, right? The purple ones are actually quite dumb. No one cares about the purple ones. Horse, chocolate, matter, and ages. These are just all things that Vosh gets turned on by. Ages. It's a fucking joke. It's a joke. Fast and bulbous. Thanks to $5. Sometimes it's like sheesh, you know? What? I'm trying to... If you tried to give me a clue, I'm going to ban you, okay? Matter. Like, this doesn't matter. This is horseshit. Chocolate. Whatever. If I don't know now, I'll never know. Who knows? Yeah. Dark. I would never have got that. Dark matter. Okay, okay. Well, I'm a moron. I didn't go all the way. Did you read the Hassan article? No, because I don't want to kill myself. Okay. As soon as if I read that Hassan article, okay, you need to call fucking Suicide Watch on me or whatever the fuck they're called. All right. Thanks, Chase. Thanks for the mad. I don't want to bother with that. All right. I'll do one more. Ezra tomorrow. Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Oh. Guarantee these are not related in the slightest. You know? It just so happened, like, there's no way, because a bowling green is different from bowling, like with pins in an alley and a bowling ball. I see what you're doing there, you little fucks. New York Times. Fuck you. Not pulling one over this guy. City Hall, Brooklyn Bridge, Wall Street, Well, these could have been New York landmarks, but there's not like. Obviously, they have a golf course and a supermarket and a sponge. If you spend enough time in New York, you'll find a sponge. Okay, 10 commandments, 10 fingers, 10 bowling pins. Okay, okay. 10 years in a decade. You know what they should have done? They should have made this a purple one and put in Robespierre, because Robespierre loved the number 10. He's why we got the metric system. He tried to do a 10-day week and a 10-month year. Well, I'm not. Golf course, bowling alley, bowling green, swimming pool. These are like sports venues, right? What? Not even close. Why the fuck not? What? Okay. Why do they... Fuck off. What's all dick move? Sponge, colander. Well, like fucking kitchen shit. Well, nothing else there is kitchen. Bro. I would have thought highway and supermarket, because that might be like a high and super, but no, it's not. There's nothing else there goes with it. Brooklyn Bridge, Wall Street, City Hall. It could be like parts of a fucking like a Spider-Man film, right? And it just involves a supermarket as well. It's stupid. Okay. But see, yeah, bowling pins and bowling alley don't go together. You see that? That's stupid. It's crazy. There's no way it's like just like a single lane, right? Like a single bowling alley, a highway, Brooklyn Bridge, and Wall Street. These are all just like lanes. God, fuck off. That's so stupid, man. That's so dumb. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. Is it going to be that? What do these other things have to do with each other? A colander, a swimming pool, and a sponge can all be to do with like water, but no. Okay, fucking idiot. Stop. All right. Why was I can't fucking believe this wasn't one of them. It wasn't even close. They have nothing to do with each other, really. Okay. Supermarket. Wait, is colander spelled like that? Because sometimes it might be words that are spelled differently, and these are actually different things altogether. No, there's nothing else that seems like it would be that. Wall Street. Wall Street supermarket? Like where transactions take place? Wait. Is it multiple lanes? Is it like Brooklyn Bridge, a swimming pool, a highway, and a bowling? No, a bowling alley is one lane. No, it's the alley itself. The bowling alley is where there's loads of different lanes, because the single thing would be the lane, right? Is that it? Do they have like something that has multiple lanes? Is Wall Street only one lane? I've been to Wall Street, but it was like I was 18 years, I was like 20 years old or something. Oh God. Multiple lanes. Brooklyn Bridge obviously had more than one lane. A highway obviously has. Let's see. Oh my fucking God, man. Why is that one away? It's so dumb. Aisles? hard to watch when you've already done the puzzle. Yeah? Fuck it. I'm just gonna. 3 in a row is too much. Supermarkets have lanes, like aisles. Are they called lanes though? They're called aisles in the UK. Are they called lanes? I've never heard it called a lane. Bowling greens. A bowling green does not have multiple lanes, does it? But swimming pools do. But they don't always. What? It's a bowling green. It's where fucking British wankers play bowls. Is it? No, I can't. It could be that as well. If it's 3 out of 4, I'm just gonna leave those ones. I'm gonna assume it's one of. I'm assuming these ones are just done. Okay, they're out of the way. So, between golf course, bowling ball, colander, Wall Street, sponge, City Hall, bowling green. Bro. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. A bowling alley would have multiple lanes. What? A supermarket has lanes. A pool has lanes. Brooklyn Bridge and Highway both have. Is Brooklyn Bridge what? Is it to do with aisles? Like they're. Because in Brooklyn Bridge is maybe the. I don't know. Never mind. We're not doing that. Wall Street, scammers, pigs, frauds. City Hall, same. Suits. Bowling Green. 3 things that wankers are involved in. Bowling ball, you knock down pins. Bowling green, you roll the ball and hit other. Fucking, I don't know what happens at bowling green. You roll a ball into other balls, don't you? Golf course, you put a ball in a hole. Colanders have holes. Does anything else have holes? A sponge. No. Sponges don't have holes. They're just like, I mean, I guess they do in a way. They're poor. Like, golf course, bowling ball. Bowling balls have holes. The 3 holes for your fingers. They're holy. Does the bowling alley have holes because it's got the balls in it? Fuck off. There's Brooklyn Bridge famously full of holes. Like every now and then a car just kind of falls through one. People just don't talk about it because it would disrupt the tourism. I don't know. I shouldn't be doing 3 in a row. This is just me giving up. Okay. Oh, that's the hardest one. Okay. So it's the fucking lanes. And none of these excluded the fuck. Oh my God. City Hall, Wall Street, Bowling Green. I'm going to say it's lanes because it was 3 out of 4, wasn't it? I want to say Brooklyn Bridge because is Bowling Green like, oh, no way. Is Bowling Green a part of a place in America? Bowling Green. Like it's not actually a bowling green. It's because that's British. Do they even play bowls in America? Why does Bowling Green? It's like an area in New York. Bowling or everything else is lanes. What the fuck is Bowling Green, dude? These are the lanes. Or the things. Okay. But wait. That's a really retarded one. Okay, hang on, look. Am I mental, or is Brooklyn Bridge like one way? Is it? It's got fucking lanes. Fuck you. Why do they do that? Why are these assholes? People drive on Brooklyn Bridge, don't they? It's not just like I've walked across it, and I remember I saw some lanes. It's not like a single file. It's not like a fucking old 12th century British bridge. What are these? Dipshit? Do they think it's this? I guess whoever made that just thinks that that this is the Brooklyn Bridge. That's what it's like. A single lane bridge built in the fucking 1400s. This is such a cool place to go in Aberdeen, by the way. It's like our best landmark, in my opinion, the Brig of Balgownie. It's literally been there for like almost 1,000 years. Look at it. You'll never get a bad photo at the Brig of Balgownie. Hell yeah. Look at that little swan. Hid in Scotland. Damn right. No one gives a shit about it. I took Dylan there. He was impressed. Or he pretended to be. I don't fucking know. How can you not like bridges? What? Okay, I'm hungry. And cranky. Molding. Oh. Yeah. Okay. It's a university in Ohio. People say Glasgow is basically New York. No, I mean there are parts of Glasgow that look very American. Yeah, like if anyone in the UK films like a scene in New York or something, they'll often use Glasgow. Yeah, because there's a couple of streets there that look just very Yankee. Damn, you guys gave me so much in donuts today. That's so generous. What the fuck? You donated the shit out of me. Not to mention the people who quietly give me shit on PayPal. God. Pisco or IRI, guys? Pisco or IRI? This chat probably prefers IRI. Well, he also needs the support, I guess, you know. We go Queeman. He's hemorrhaging viewers. I'm sorry. Queeman, you guys hate Queeman, but he's... I'm not convinced. I need to see more evidence to link him to Kiwi Farms or whatever the fuck else. Or I just don't care. I don't care to learn. I will just be forever neutral on the young twink. The young lad, the whippersnapper. Okay, wait. Fuck. All right, go IRI. Love you guys. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.